Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was minister and controller of all four founders? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. In the dead of night, in a quiet neighborhood in southwest England, a cloaked man, tall and pale, stood before a plain two-story cottage. He allowed himself a small, smug grin to decorate his face. His crimson eyes shone in crazed delight as he gazed upon his intended house. The man whipped out his wand and a stream of red light sped toward his target's door, easily obliterating it. He stepped inside the house and felt a magical energy wash over him, alerting his presence to the occupants of the house. His grin became wider and more feral as he felt the three magical presences inside. 2 children, young, no more than 2, the cloaked man thought, and an adult. His plan had worked. The Death Eaters he sent had lured the heir of House Potter and his filthy mudblood wife to Diagon Alley. They would be too busy to notice his attack on the prophesied child. He climbed up the stairs and noticed a light coming from an open room, the door slightly ajar. The wizard blasted the door off its hinges with a powerful curse and smirked cruelly as he spotted 2 children and presumably Lady Potter, their grandmother. Her raven hair seemed frazzled, but it did little to affect the intensity of her gray glare. The woman looked unfazed at his arrival. Voldemort, the elderly woman said curtly. Doria Potter née Black, the cloaked man, Voldemort remarked, malicious glint in his eyes as he stared at the 2 children behind Doria. Move aside and I'll spare your life. Resist and... Surely there's no need for me to continue, is there? Over my dead body, that can be arranged. Voldemort snarled. Her wand was out in an instant and Doria released a dark curse at the Dark Lord. Before the spell could hit, a beam of orange light bolted through the space between the 2, surprising Voldemort. Voldemort raced to the side, letting the orange energy pass him harmlessly. It was common knowledge that the Potter lady was a healer, so it was surprising when she unleashed a dark curse on him. However, she was born of the blood of the House of Black and she was the wife of Charles Potter. Underestimating the woman was a blunder he was not to repeat. Both adults lashed out at each other in a magical frenzy, lighting the room in an array of colors. Spells were countered and repelled one by one, and their skills seeming to be matched. Little by little, Doria started to tire as she released curse after curse, her magical reserves depleting at an astronomical rate. A powerful blast from Voldemort had Doria on her knees, unable to withstand his power any longer. Voldemort chuckled, it seems I've underestimated you, Black. If you had just moved out of the way, you may have lived just a little longer. Doria panicked, fatigue rendering her unable to brandish her wand. She glared back at Voldemort in defiance, fury marring her face as she stared at the noseless bastard. I'd rather die than let your filthy hands touch my grandchildren. You hypocritical half-blood. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the room, and moments later a heavy thud could be heard as the body of Doria Potter fell onto the floor. She had fainted, narrowly avoiding the killing curse. The sound of wailing children grabbed Voldemort's attention. He turned his head to see one of the children crying as the other held the crying child in his arms, glaring at Voldemort with his bright green irises. This is him, he thought. Staring at the green-eyed boy, Voldemort could feel the oversized core inside the boy flowing out. It was a shame the boy was to die. He would have been a great asset with the right training. Pity I might have made you my apprentice if not for the prophecy. Avada Kedavra. He shouted triumphantly, not holding back an ounce of his power. Once again, a green stream of magical energy darted toward the innocent child. The boy, once dead, would be the wizarding world's last. Chance gone, the hope drained from their hearts. There would be no one powerful enough to challenge him. The curse rebounded from the boy and bounced back towards Voldemort. The magical energy was too fast for Voldemort to dodge, hitting him square in the chest. His whole being was set off in overwhelming pain. Once his body could take no more, it disintegrated, leaving only the ghostly form of the once feared Dark Lord. The pop of apparition could be heard outside of the destroyed cottage, minutes after what would be known as the downfall of the Dark Lord. 3 people arrived at the destroyed cottage. A cry of anguish was then heard by one wearing glasses when he spotted his mother lying there in their nursery. The other one, a woman, stood frozen in shock at seeing the body of her mother-in-law. It was the oldest one of the trio that walked toward the children, fear clenching his heart at seeing another child dying in this war. His astonishment was off the charts at spotting the 2 children healthy. Other than the scars on their faces, they were unharmed, with the eldest hugging the younger one. However, this brought the question: which boy was the chosen one? The wording of the prophecy could be interpreted in many ways. He cast a diagnostic charm on both boys. The only thing that could be dangerous was the residue of dark magic in the oldest one's lightning bolt scar, whereas the youngest had nothing but exhaustion afflicting him. He soon realized that he could use this time to his advantage to gain power and began binding the cores of the children. It was already a month since the attack at the Potter Cottage and the fall of Voldemort. A sizable number of his supporters had been captured and sent to Azkaban, but another percentage was able to escape punishment by using the excuse of being under the Imperius curse. Whether it was true or not was still unknown. The people of Britain were shocked when the 1-year-old Thomas Potter was announced as the defeater of Voldemort and was the first and only wizard to survive the killing curse. The public then proclaimed him the boy who lived. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office at Hogwarts, waiting for the Potter family to arrive. The Floo then roared to life, indicating the arrival of the Potters. The first to arrive was James Potter, the heir apparent to House Potter, looking exhausted with bags under his eyes, his black hair looking messier than usual. What happened in the last month seemed to have taken a toll on the young man. The Floo roared once again. This time Lily Potter arrived with both children in her arms. She too looked tired, an indication that the events had affected her just as much as they did her husband. After the defeat of Voldemort and the declaration of the youngest Potter, the entirety of magical Britain hounded the Potters to see their savior. It was only Albus' intervention that stopped the more eager ones from discovering the Potters' whereabouts. "James, Lily, thank you for coming," Albus said. "I had hoped we would meet under better circumstances." "What do you mean, Professor?" asked James. "Voldemort is defeated and his followers are hiding or being sent to Azkaban." "Yes, my boy, Voldemort has been defeated and many of his followers are pressured into hiding." A sigh escaped Albus' lips, who seemed to have aged decades in the span of a second. "But I believe that one day he will return." "What do you mean, Professor? How can Voldemort return?" asked Lily, bewilderment written on her face. As far as she knew, resurrection was an impossible act, even for wizards and witches. "Wasn't he destroyed?" "I don't know how, my dear, but I believe that he will return. I have gone to the Hall of Prophecy, and the prophecy still exists." Albus' eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed as he stared at the young parents in front of him, his face grave. "The scar on Thomas's forehead is proof that he is the chosen one." "Well, that's great then." Smiles appeared on the Potter couple's faces while they forgot that their oldest also had a scar, yet Albus' expression remained the same. "That's not the only reason I asked you to come here." Albus watched as the smiles slipped from the Potters' faces, an expression of seriousness overriding their previous elation. "I'm afraid the attack on your children is only the beginning. To ensure the children's safety, I propose that we separate them." James Potter was a logical man. He could see why Albus had wanted to separate them. Thomas was the chosen one, someone who was destined for greatness and adored by the public, an impossible target with how famous he was. Harry, on the other hand, was just a child, a Potter child, but still a child. None of the Potter's enemies would hesitate to kidnap or attack the weakest link of the Potter family to lure the chosen one into a trap. It was better for the world to not know of the existence of Harry Potter. When Lily tried to argue, James cut her off. "I think it would be best if someone else were to look after him, lest he becomes forever bitter at the attention young Thomas will get as he grows," James said to Lily. "What?" Lily gasped. "Think, Lils, Thomas is famous, we won't have time for another child." James reasoned with her. But Lily looked like she was still not satisfied. After many arguments, Dumbledore worked out an idea to keep Harry with them for a year or two, and then, because he thought that Harry would get jealous of the training and attention Thomas would get, Harry would be sent away. They agreed to this. However, the Potters and Albus did not realize that Harry had been looking at them with fury blazing in his eyes. For he realized that they were talking about abandoning him. Who'll take care of Harry after a year? James asked through gritted teeth, his downtrodden visage very visible to Albus, which caused him to sigh. Albus did not want this either, but he could see no other alternative. I have already contacted your father to legally show that he will take care of Harry as his guardian. James asked, why my father? We could just send Harry to Lily's sister. Dumbledore replied, the rule in the wizarding world is that a magical child, especially one from a most ancient and noble house, cannot be given to be raised by a muggle. However, your father must take care of his wife who is currently in a coma. I doubt he will be able to raise the child on his own. Therefore, I suggest you take the lordship of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, as your father should not take the stress of the work. He is now old as well, so I suggest this for the greater good. Dumbledore thought of the power he would acquire when the foolish James Potter became Lord Potter, as well as the exuberant amount of money he could steal from the Potters' overflowing vaults. He could not take any now, as Charles Potter is the strongest lord in Wizengamot and does not agree very often with any terms or laws he proposes in Wizengamot. Even though Dumbledore is the chief warlock, Lord Potter still greatly exceeds him in power. The Potters were known as former kings of Wizarding Britain, but they buried that knowledge to not bring attention to themselves. Nonetheless, their vote is equal to 7 on the Wizengamot. Each Wizengamot member was a representative of different houses and had the power of 1 or 2 votes. As the founding family of the Wizengamot, the House of Potter was entitled to 7 votes. As descendants of Godric Gryffindor, who helped the wizarding world along with the other 3 Hogwarts founders during the rise of various Dark Lords, they also held the house's respective 5 votes. The formerly mentioned founding houses, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, along with the houses of Peveril, Black, Malfoy, Nott, Longbottom, and many others within the Sacred 28 were also entitled to 5 votes. There was also the House of Evening Shade, the family who created Azkaban and had been known as the Rulers of Darkness, who had been entitled to 5 votes as well. The Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff houses were inactive as there were no heirs. However, many were eager/waiting for someone to become heir by magic. James agreed to ask his father for the lordship, and they were waiting for the flue to light up. When it did, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin arrived, and they were told about the plan. They had agreed reluctantly, but on the inside, they were both seething with anger as they could not do anything else. But they had a different plan in their mind for the future. They both loved Harry the most as he was a loving kid and more intelligent than any other child his age. The flue lit up once again, and an aged man appeared as the light died down into nothing. The aged man, Charles Potter, was the current head of House Potter, regent to House Peveril and Gryffindor. His gaze scanned the room before it landed on the eldest Potter child, whom he and his wife loved and adored most. He walked towards the boy, crouching to see him eye to eye, before asking, "Do you know who I am, child?" Lord Potter had not seen his family in a year as he was in Russia overseeing business, but his wife, Doria Potter, would come to see her grandchildren often. However, it was mainly Harry she would visit. Every week she would return and tell him everything about him, and from what he had heard, he personally liked Harry. He had seen the boy's intelligence and thought about the bright future of the Potter house under Lord Harry Potter. "You're my grandpa." Harry's eyes shone as he hugged his grandfather, which Charles returned. "Now, I have no doubt why Doria used to praise you, little one," he said, affectionately touching Harry's cheek. A smile graced Charles' lips. So young yet so intelligent, and his son wanted to abandon him? Foolish. Charles Potter had other plans in mind for the boy, and after talking to his grandson, he went to the adults. As he made his way over, Dumbledore greeted him. "Welcome, Lord Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you again. I am sorry for Lady Potter. Now you know I have called you for your grandson, Harry, as he will be sent to live with you after a few years." To which Charles sighed and nodded before asking, "Why are you giving up young Harry?" "As you might already know, Thomas is the boy who lived, so we would need to start the training after a year." Seeing the fame and training in magic that Thomas would get, Harry would get jealous. "We also have a suspicion that he might be a squib, as he has not shown any accidental magic. So, Lily asked for Harry to stay with them until we start training in about another year. After that, he would be sent to live with you. I would suggest you give James the Potter lordship, as you must be very disturbed due to Lady Potter being in a coma. It will help Thomas as well. He will be made the heir of the House of Potter, and the family magic will help him succeed further." Dumbledore finished. "How dare you tell me what I should do with my family and decide who my family heirship should be given to? Stay within your limits or I will strip you of your positions for interfering in the matters of noble houses." He ended in anger. Dumbledore paled, as he had tried to manipulate one of the most feared men in the wizarding world, and had subsequently failed. Even Gellert Grindelwald was cautious to confront the man standing in front of him. "I am very sorry, Lord Potter. I didn't mean to," Dumbledore spoke, trying to save himself, but he was interrupted by Charles once more. "Enough of this shit. I'm not here to listen to what I should do. Finish the paperwork to give me custody so I can go," Charles said, trying to calm himself. As soon as Charles had finished speaking, Dumbledore brought out the papers and handed them to James and Lily. They signed it and then handed it to Charles Potter. He read the paper, and it was agreed upon that James and Lily are giving legal guardianship of Harry James Potter to Lord Charles Potter. When he saw the name, he thought to himself as he signed the papers, "A Muggle name. No, your name is now Harry Potter Potter. A name fitting for the heir apparent to House Potter." Charles turned to Dumbledore. "You meddling jackass. This is the last chance I am giving you. If you ever try to interfere in my family matters again, I will drag you in front of the Wizengamot." Dumbledore paled and nodded. Charles turned towards James. "And you are a disgrace to the Potter family. Who would abandon their son on the word of that old fool? I want you and your family to be at Potter Castle tomorrow morning for a family meeting." James just nodded, and soon Lord Potter left, fuming in rage. The next morning in Potter Castle, James, Lily, and the twins were in the family meeting room when Lord Potter arrived. "James, I have decided that you will be Lord Potter in Wizengamot only. If I come to know of you casting Potter votes in favor of bloody Dumbledore, I swear, you will face the consequences. I am still the head of the Potter clan." James agreed to become Lord Potter in Wizengamot. "I want Harry Potter to be sent over whenever I send Molby to get him. And don't you dare go against my orders. When you finally give him up, send him to me." Charles finished speaking and left. After this, James and his family left for the Potter Mansion. Potter Mansion, everyone was enraptured with Thomas. The boy who lived was surrounded by friends, family, and more, while Harry Potter sat alone on the sidelines. He was ignored and forgotten, and soon a house elf appeared and said, "Master James, Master Charles wants to see young Master Harry Potter." James replied saying, "Molby, he is over there, you can take him." The house elf took Harry Potter and Operat to the Potter Castle before handing Harry Potter to Charles and disappearing. Charles had started to look after Harry Potter anytime he was free. He loved Harry Potter, and Harry Potter loved his grandfather more than anyone. Soon a year passed, the situation remaining the same. A 4-year-old Harry Potter, James Potter, older twin brother to the boy who lived, Thomas Henry Potter, sat in his room in Potter Mansion, waiting until he was sure that no one was awake and moving about the house. He was doing this for one simple reason: he did not get any dinner. His parents had forgotten him. Again. Not that it mattered much, his parents had done it before and would do it again. He did not care about it since he would spend most days with his grandfather in Potter Castle, but when his grandfather was busy, he stayed here with his parents. Yes, they had kept him for an extra year, since they had not been able to start their precious boys' training. Harry Potter's life had not been like this for the first 15 months or so of his life. It was only after Halloween in 1981 that his life started going downhill. That was the night when his brother was chosen as the great boy who lived. Harry Potter knew differently. He may not have seen it, but Harry Potter was amazingly smart. He had a perfect recollection and could remember everything in his short life. This was because Harry Potter's magic was different than most. It affected him physically. He learned at an incredibly early age that he could manipulate his magic to enhance his body. It was not that his magic was different per se, it was just that he learned to use it differently. Even without his magic, Harry Potter was a brilliant child. The way that he learned to use his magic allowed him to use wandless magic as easily as a typical magic user when a wand is used. From there, things only got worse. They stopped paying even a minuscule amount of attention to him and doted on Thomas. Harry Potter knew that they had not stopped loving him anymore, they just sort of forgot about him in favor of his brother. But he did not care. He knew he had his loving grandpa with him, as well as his uncle and godfather who loved him. Harry Potter started excelling at manipulating his magic and taught himself to read so he could learn new things in the family library. He tried to impress his parents with the things he learned, but they did not seem to care. All they cared about was Thomas. He would do magic and try to get their attention, and they always thought that it was his brother doing it. He did not even try to correct his parents. He knew they would just tell him to go away and stop bothering his brother. That was another thing that set him apart from his brother because he could control his magic better than most. He never had any incidents of accidental magic. He was positive that his parents thought he was a squib or barely above one. Finally, Harry Potter snapped out of his thoughts and waited until he felt safe to go out and get something to eat. He sneaked out of his room and used magic to silence any sounds he may make. He made it to the second-story landing before he heard voices. He was ready to dash back to his room when he stopped and heard his parents and the old man, Dumbledore or something. He did not know because the man never really talked to him or introduced himself. The few times he did speak with Harry Potter, the man asked where his parents or twin were. Harry Potter and Thomas were easy to tell apart. Thomas had dark red hair, like their mother, and hazel eyes, whereas Harry Potter had jet black hair and the greenest eyes anyone had seen, with flecks of gold in them. Curious as to what the man was doing here so late, he snuck closer to listen and overheard them talking about him and his brother. He heard his father say, "But Professor, will it do any good? I mean, he hasn't done any magic at all. No accidental magic since he was born." The professor responded curtly, "Yes, James, I believe it will. He is magical, I can say that for sure. His name is written down in Hogwarts' Book of Admittance, it just could be that he has very little of it. Anything that can help young Thomas will be good in the long run. You know the prophecy, only Thomas can defeat Voldemort. All three of us know that he is not gone. He will return, and we must be ready for him. That means the chosen one must be ready as well. It is for the greater good that this must be done." Lily finally spoke up. "Are we even sure this will work? I mean, as James said, Harry hasn't shown many signs of magic. Even if he does have magic, what if it is so small that it doesn't do any good? I agree that the sacrifice must be made for both of them to live through this. But what if it isn't enough?" The professor sighed. "I agree that the possibility is there. But what else is there for us to do? The ritual can only be done with those who have a close family bond, and you two are among the best fighters the light side has. For the greater good, young Harry must have his magic, however small it is, transferred to his brother to help him defeat Lord Voldemort. This could be the power he knows not portion of the prophecy." James sighed in resignation. "Okay, we will bring them to the castle towards the end of the week. Afterward, we will have to place Harry in the Dursleys' house so that he doesn't have to grow up being the squib brother to the boy who lived. It would just fill him with jealousy and make him feel insignificant." "No," Lily said angrily. "We are already taking his magic away. We can't send him to the Dursleys as well. That is being too cruel. He is our child, and he will stay with us or your father." "But Lils, I plan to disinherit Harry as soon as I become Lord Potter, so that Thomas would be next in line for Lord if something were to happen to us. That is the same as disowning him. I will even make it so that it cannot be reversed in case I am captured by Death Eaters. That way they will not be able to force me to change it to Harry to gain access to the Potter fortune. After the ritual, I will go down to Gringotts and empty his trust vault and explain to them that we found out he is a squib," James said. Lily shook her head. "It doesn't matter. The least we can do is keep him with the family. We can send him to a Muggle school, and he could do something in that world. Besides, people will understand the disinheritance, and we can explain away him being a squib because he has never done any accidental magic. Harry Potter had heard enough. They were going to take away his magic and were going to be merciful enough not to send him away. But at the same time, they were going to make him live with magic all around him as a reminder of what he had lost. As if that would get them to pay more attention to him. He let a few tears fall as he hastily made his way back to his room, holding a locket that his grandfather had given to him. It was a portkey that Harry Potter could use in times of danger. He activated the portkey, and was soon on the grounds of Potter Castle. He quickly entered Potter Castle and saw Molby. "Molby, could you please tell me where Grandpa is?" Harry Potter asked. "Young Master Harry Potter, Master Charles is in the living room," Molby told him, causing him to run towards the living room. Charles Potter was in Potter Castle's living room, filled with his friends. Lord Black, Lord Malfoy, and Lord Greengrass, as well as their families. Charles stood. "I have an important announcement to make about my wife. I was surprised and relieved when I found Doria alive and unconscious after dueling with Voldemort. Soon after discovering her state, I took her to Russia to heal her. She was in a coma, but she has now made a full recovery. Please welcome back, Doria Potter." As he gestured, everyone turned towards the door where Doria was standing. They were all happy to know that Doria had survived and wanted to meet her as soon as possible. Everyone rushed towards her with tears flowing from their eyes. Each took the time to ask her how she was doing and give her plenty of hugs and well wishes. After everything was finished, everyone finally settled down when the door opened, and a cute handsome boy was standing there with tears in his eyes and trailing down his face. He ran towards Charles and hugged him as he started to cry even more on his shoulder. Charles picked him up in his arms and everyone looked at the scene in shock. "What happened, Harry Potter? Son, why are you crying? Please tell me," Charles said as he was consoling Harry Potter. Harry Potter began telling his grandpa about what he overheard while Charles comforted him, saying that no one would do anything to him, which helped him calm down. He eventually looked up and saw his grandma, who blinked at him. The last time that he had seen her was when his grandfather had taken him to Potter Manor in Russia. There, he had seen his grandmother being treated while she was in a coma. He levitated himself out of his grandfather's hands and landed on the floor, his legs moving in the air as if he were already running. He landed, almost scrambling towards his grandmother, and ran into Doria's arms. Harry Potter told her everything. How he was not given food as they forgot to call him to dinner, how he was always ignored and forgotten, and when he went down and heard Dumbledore and his parents talking. When he finished, he started to sob again. Doria consoled him once more, and everyone in the room was furious. Charles was beyond the point of return. Doria went over to Charles and tried to calm him down, reassuring him that they would never let that happen. Charles took Harry Potter in his arms and went to the fireplace where he used the flue to go to Potter's mansion. Arriving right behind him was Lord Arcturus Black, who was there to keep the situation under control since he was one of the few people who could keep Charles Potter in control. When they exited the fireplace, they walked towards the living room where they saw Dumbledore. Charles drew his wand and threw a bone-exploding curse at him, knocking Dumbledore off his feet when it hit his left arm. Everyone watched, shocked that Charles could curse Dumbledore. James stood up, an argument on the tip of his tongue when he was prematurely cut off by his father. "You bloody scoundrel! How could you think of taking Harry Potter's magic away? This shall not happen while I am alive. I agreed to send Harry Potter to me, but I will never agree to take his magic." As soon as James heard his father's words, he paled. "I am sorry, Dad. I won't do it. It was just James knew that if he argued, he would be killed by his father. "I don't believe you. I want Harry Potter to live with me permanently. And you, Dumbledore, if you dare do anything to my grandson, I swear I will not hesitate to kill you and feed you to my family dragon," Charles said, pointing his wand at Dumbledore. Soon Harry Potter was sleeping soundly at Potter Castle. The next morning, Charles and Doria were in his office when Harry Potter walked in. He made his way over and hugged his grandparents, thanking them for taking him from James and Lily. Charles told Harry Potter that he would start learning about their family history and start his training when he seemed fit. He also gave Harry Potter a personal house elf named Toby, for which he was incredibly grateful and reciprocated with a hug. Hello everyone. This chapter is fully edited. Please let me know if there are any issues that you see that can be fixed. Hope you enjoyed the book. Chapter 2, Potter's History. Chapter 2. It had been 2 months since Harry, now known as Harry Potter, began to live with his grandparents. The place that they were staying at was a castle built by the Potters. Every brick in the castle was enchanted by ancient and powerful ancestors, making the place a literal magical fortress. The castle itself was made of black and red enchanted and fortified bricks. The hallway to the drawing room was filled with portraits, trophies, and suits of armor also lined the walls. But what many people did not know was that the suits of armor that lined the hallway were one of the castle's protections. The armor could come to life if the castle were under attack. His grandfather used the spirits of dead Grindelwald followers to make the armor live. To him, death was too easy for them. One day, when Harry Potter was with his grandparents, his grandfather started to tell him the history of the great House of Potter. The House of Potter was the most ancient and noble house that originated in ancient Rome. During the time of the Roman Empire, the entire world feared the image of a black dragon in a field of red. The banners of the House of Kings conquered both Britain and part of the Roman Empire. Civilians and enemies of Rome alike surrendered once they saw an inkling of the House of Potter. The House of Potter also produced many war mages, making the family's reputation as a warmonger grow in both Rome and Britain. It was their fear that led the Roman Senate to try to end the family by sending 5 Roman legions to the Potter land. The attack on the family had failed because the legion joined rather than fighting the Potters. The Senate foolishly believed that the legion would fight against their general when their loyalty had been cemented to the family. Soldiers believed in people who had gone through hell with them more than cowards who hid behind a wall. The Potters and the Legion quickly joined Julius Caesar when he crossed the Rubicon, and together they marched to Rome. After the victory of Julius Caesar and the Potters in the Civil War, the Potter family's reputation as untouchable and powerful mages was cemented with the death of the Senate and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The Potters' power was unrivaled. It wasn't until the Roman Empire was split in two that the Potters came back to their homeland, to Britain or Britannia, as the Romans knew it at the time. The House of Potter was quickly able to conquer and rule magical Britain for hundreds of years. Finally, the Potters established Wizengamot with the help of Merlin and gave them the power to run magical Britain. However, they were still supported by a large army and started to increase their wealth. The Potter family was also married to many ancient families, muggles and wizards alike. The most significant of the families were the Peverills and the Gryffindors. The Peverills were a family known in ancient times for their practice in obscure magic like necromancy and other fields that pushed the boundaries of reality and time itself. The Peveril family came from ancient Egypt, with many being pharaohs and Egyptian high priests and priestesses. Some of the most notable objects that the Peveril family ever created was the Deathly Hallows. 3 items said to be blessed by death itself: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. These items, if joined together, made the one who united them the Master of Death. Many had tried to become the Master of Death, but all failed. The other object the Peveril family created was the Book of Death, a book that was said to hold the evilest and most vile things that were ever created. The book itself was made using human skin, and its text was written in their blood. The book held many ancient curses and rituals from ancient Egypt. The Peveril family married into the Potter family during the 12th century, with Iolanthe Peveril marrying into the Potter family. She was the granddaughter of Ignotus Peveril, the youngest brother of the 3 brothers who created the Deathly Hallows. In the absence of male heirs, she, the eldest of her generation, had inherited her grandfather's legendary invisibility cloak. It was Iolanthe who explained to Hardwin the tradition in her family that the possession of this cloak had to remain a secret, and her new husband respected her wishes. From then on, the cloak was handed down to the eldest in each new generation. The Gryffindors were descendants of the Viking invaders of Britain. The family was known as a family that practiced battle magic, the most well-known and powerful of which was Godric Gryffindor, one of the four founders of Hogwarts. Godric Gryffindor's daughter married into the Potter family before he died. The family continued living in secrecy and building their fortune. The global Wizarding War marked the return of the Black Dragon. That was one of the reasons that Dumbledore wanted Charles Potter to join his Order of the Phoenix. The Potter family has the biggest personal army in the Wizarding world and the Muggle world and has the financial power to wage war for the next 100 generations, making anyone they support have a better chance of winning any war. While he didn't have the guts to ask, and which would never happen, the Potters joining someone to fight in a war was impossible. It wasn't until the global Wizarding War that the banner of the Black Dragon was feared once again. During the early rise of Grindelwald, his grandfather was neutral, believing in his words of wizards ruling the Muggles. But Grindelwald's obsession with the Deathly Hallows led him to learn that the Potter family is a descendant of the Peverell brothers. He ordered the capture of his great-grandfather Henry Potter in Paris. The kidnapping failed, resulting in the death of Henry and Lolanthe Potter. His grandfather was in the Russian Empire at the time of the attack, attending his sister Elizabeth Potter's wedding with the Russian prince Alexander Romanov. When he heard of his mother's and father's deaths at the hands of Grindelwald, his wrath knew no bounds. Charles quickly took charge of the Potter family and raised its banner. He joined forces with the Russian Legion and bathed Europe in flames. His grandfather had gained the title Butcher of Leningrad when he had killed every Grindelwald follower in Leningrad. Charles then started retaking every conquered nation in the hands of Grindelwald and carved a bloody path through Europe for his head. But before he could kill Grindelwald, Dumbledore joined the war and defeated Grindelwald in what many call the Duel of Centuries. Charles knew he was hiding a story that he would have to tell Harry Potter someday. About the darkest time of the Potter family, the Potter Massacre. Hey guys, I noticed a comment mentioning that this story is very similar to the one by Chernobog 90. I was very inspired by him, but it will not be the same. Thank you all for reading and commenting. Chapter 3, Gringotts. Revelations to blocks placed by APWB. Chapter 3. Soon after Harry Potter moved in with his grandparents, James and Lily Potter forgot about their oldest child and became hungry for fame. As the months rolled by, the Potter family changed. The easygoing, irresponsible James Potter had disappeared. He was now Lord Potter, the father of their savior. The political climate dramatically changed when Dumbledore declared that Thomas was the boy who lived. Most neutral and dark families had converted to the light, and James now led a huge coalition in the Wizengamot. No one wanted to be on James's bad side while his ambitions grew. He quite enjoyed the fear and respect people had for him and became a full-time lord in the Wizengamot. Nevertheless, James Potter continued to fear the real head, Charles Potter. James would act strong whenever he had to cast votes on unimportant matters. Otherwise, he had to ask his father's permission for important votes. Similar to Sirius Black, James never obtained any of the family businesses and was acting lord in only the Wizengamot. Which, speaking of, most people didn't know that Sirius was no longer good friends with the Potters after they gave Harry Potter away. Lily was not the same either. The sudden thrust to fame had changed the witch drastically. She was no longer the compassionate, kind woman who drew people to her with her charisma and thirst for knowledge. She was now Lady Potter, wife of Lord Potter, and she began acting in her station. Her son was destined to get rid of the darkness in their world, which could only mean that dark purebloods would be wiped out and light would rule, right? She began acting like the very same people whom she despised when she was in school. She became snobby and selfish, snubbing her Muggle-born friends. They were shocked by her changes, but Lily had rudely told them to mind their station and think before addressing the lady of a most ancient and noble house. The press began hounding them everywhere, and the Potter couple began developing an addiction to the limelight. Even though it was their son who was prophesied to be their savior, they, as the parents, got a separate share of fame for themselves. James Potter became an icon as an ideal father. Strong, brave, handsome, rich and powerful. While Lady Potter became the rallying icon for thousands of witches with her good looks and intelligence. Together with their son Thomas, they were without a doubt the most powerful couple in the world. When someone questioned them on the other twin, Lily claimed that she loved both her children equally, but the other twin was with his grandfather. While the famous Potter twin posed for photos or interviews, the forgotten twin, Harry Potter, was no less busy. Doria had explained to Harry Potter why his parents preferred his twin over him, and now, instead of hating them and his brother, he decided to make them pay by becoming better than his brother ever could be. Harry Potter threw himself into training with such dedication it scared Charles and Doria, but they couldn't help but be proud. Potter Castle, the ancestral seat of power of the Potter family, had one of the biggest libraries in the entire world, and Harry Potter haunted the place daily. He had an insatiable thirst for knowledge and devoured book after book dealing with charms, transfiguration, history, runes, and potions. His immense intelligence and almost photographic memory allowed him to read through the library at an astonishing pace. While the world saw the Potters as a light family, they were a gray family. While Harry Potter had absolute freedom to study anything he wanted and was not restricted to study topics classified as dark by the Ministry, his grandparents restricted his studies of battle magic, dark magic, and higher magic such as illusionary arts and elemental magic until he was older and more mature. Charles had made sure Harry Potter understood that there was no light or dark magic, only intent. He chose to abstain from mentioning that black magic was still being practiced in secret. While it was true that James was publicly Lord Potter, the Potter family headship was still controlled by Charles, and he had named James as his successor only in the Wizengamot. So when Harry Potter turned 5 and displayed tremendous control over his magic, he turned his grandmother's graying hair pink and then changed the colors according to the rainbow. Charles took Harry Potter to the Potter family vault and showed him rows and rows of wands mounted on the walls. Below each wand hung a small golden plaque that named the owner and the years he lived, as well as the wand's details. Charles then asked Harry Potter to choose one based on the amount of magic he could feel from it. After moving through the wands of Potters from the 14th century, Harry Potter finally stopped in front of a smooth black wand with runes all over the handle. His grandfather paled when he saw his grandson choosing the wand that had belonged to Jason Potter. Made from elder and griffin heartstring, the pitch-black wand had served its master very well. Jason Potter was known throughout history as the one who had single-handedly defeated the Horde during the Goblin Rebellion, in which the goblins had almost succeeded in overrunning them. A Horde was a unit of the Goblin army back then, which wielded magical-resistant goblin-forged weapons. What made them especially terrifying was that they were made up of the most bloodthirsty and vicious goblins. Their weapons were highly magic-resistant and could only be blocked by goblin-made shields. So, no matter what shields or physical obstacles were conjured by the wizards, the weapons cut through them like paper. Somehow, Jason Potter seemed to have missed this memo. He, along with his faithful wand, stood as the last obstacle in front of the Ministry of Magic, facing the Horde alone. No one had seen the battle firsthand, and Jason didn't see the need to share details with the public, but it was speculated that Jason and his wand's magic was so strong that they nullified the magic-resistant properties of the weapons. This, along with a shield that protected his body, allowed him to mercilessly slaughter the Horde and enabled the Ministry to take back control and wave a flag of truce. Years earlier, Charles had found Jason's journal in the family vault and read through it thoroughly. He learned how his prodigious ancestor had linked his wand to his core, which enabled him to draw much purer magic than others. This led to his spells being much more potent. He found that the runes carved on his wand would draw ambient magic in the air, or the ley lines in the earth, automatically. This ambient magic would fill his core gradually, thus making it impossible for him to feel magically drained. The only downside Jason described in his writing was that he needed to perform a ritual to strengthen his core. This was done to ensure that it wouldn't shatter if excess magic was drawn from the air when he visited places that had naturally high magical density, like Hogwarts. He also theorized that the wand would work perfectly only for him, with the chances of it working for his descendants extremely slim. Charles had decided to take a gamble and asked Harry Potter to take the wand. Nothing dramatic had happened, and at Harry Potter's mutter of Lumos, the wand glowed bright but nothing exceptional. Charles then realized that the wand was not linked to Harry Potter's core. Therefore, the magic-absorbing properties were disabled. When they were back home, Harry Potter returned to his studies while Charles once again pored over Jason's journal. He found the entry on the rituals his ancestor had performed, strengthening and linking the wand to his core. He also found the runes needed to be carved on the wand for it to absorb magic. He decided that when Harry Potter obtained a wand of his own, he would relay the knowledge that he had obtained. It would be tough to beat an opponent who got stronger and stronger as the fight went on. Wouldn't it? Charles Potter could feel that Harry Potter could not use his magic fully. It was as if he only had access to 50% of his magical power. Charles decided to check for blocks, so once Harry Potter picked out his wand, they went to the goblins. On a stroke of luck, King Ragnarok was outside his office when Harry Potter and Charles made their way into Gringotts. "Lord Potter, what can I do for you?" King Ragnarok inquired with a toothy grin. "King Ragnarok, I'm here to check if there are any blocks in my grandson's magic." "It would be my pleasure to help you, Lord Potter," Ragnarok replied. Ragnarok himself was the manager of the Potter's vaults. He also knew how humble Potters were to goblins, unlike other wizards who saw goblins as their slaves. Ragnarok ordered Griphook to bring all the items needed to assess whether Harry Potter had a block or not. He also instructed Griphook to bring the supplies for an inheritance test. After telling Lord Potter that they would be giving Harry Potter an inheritance ritual to make sure he had no creature inheritances, which would affect the test, he asked for 13 drops of blood. Charles nodded and told Harry Potter to go ahead. So Harry Potter bravely moved his hand forward while Ragnarok cut his hand with a dagger, letting the blood fall. As soon as all 13 drops were given, the wound on his hand was sealed. Harry Potter watched as King Ragnarok chanted and saw a light appear on the parchment. "Well, your grandson is truly powerful, Lord Potter," King Ragnarok proclaimed, handing the list over to Charles. Charles was shocked by what he read. Name: Harry James Potter. Harry Potter James Potter, born July 31st, 1980. Parents: Mother:
Lily Potter née Evans.
Father: James Charles Potter. Guardians: Charles Henry Potter, Doria Potter née. Black inheritance: most ancient and most noble house of Potter. Paternal: attempted block by James Potter. Invalid due to James Potter not being the head of the Potter clan. Most ancient and most noble house of Gryffindor. Paternal: attempted block by James Potter. Invalid due to James Potter not being the head of the Potter clan. Most ancient and most noble house of Peveril. Paternal: attempted block by James Potter. Invalid due to James Potter not being the head of the Potter clan. Most ancient and most noble house of Slytherin. Maternal creature inheritances. None abilities. Power core: 50% available, 50% blocked by APWBD on approximately October 31st, 1981. Parseltongue: blocked by APWBD. Other information: a Horcrux of Tom Marvolo Riddle was found within the scar on his forehead. Charles was fuming when he read about the blocks on Harry Potter's core. How dare Dumbledore block a little boy's abilities? He was also shocked that Harry Potter had a Horcrux, which could mean that Harry Potter is the boy who lived instead of Thomas. He also wondered how Harry Potter could have gotten the Slytherin lordship from his maternal side since Lily's family were Muggles. He came out of his thoughts when he remembered the blocks put into place by Dumbledore. Ragnarok: I ask that you remove all blocks placed on Harry Potter and the Horcrux if possible. I also want to confirm that the airship blocks that James tried to place aren't there, and if they are, then please remove them. If you could then bring all the air rings for the houses that Harry Potter is an heir to as well. Thank you. Ragnarok nodded and ordered Griphook to summon curse breakers and healers. As soon as everyone arrived, they took Harry Potter to a ritual room. After 2 hours of waiting, Harry Potter was still unconscious. Charles carried him out of the chamber, taking him to Potter Castle and up to his room, setting him down on his bed. He exited the room, making his way to the living room where Doria was sitting with Lady Black and Lady Greengrass. Charles' face was filled with anger and disgust, which everyone noticed when he entered the room. Charles, what happened? Why are you so angry? Doria asked. Charles told them everything, what he learned about Harry Potter's inheritance and core, what James had tried to do, and what had happened in the Gringotts chamber to remove everything. Everyone listened intently to his recounting of the day's events, and at the end, Everyone was fuming in anger. Soon after Harry Potter recovered, Charles and Doria decided to start his basic training, such as politics and magic. Some knowledge, such as politics, traditions, manners, family history, and magic, was not found in books. These subjects were taught by Charles and Doria. They also taught him about what they had learned in their profession. Charles, leading the Potter army during Grindelwald's time, taught him attack and defense tactics, as well as diplomacy. Doria, on the other hand, having been a healer during the war, taught him basic healing and promised to teach him more if he was interested. Between classes and hearing stories, Harry Potter was kept busy, and his thoughts were academically inclined. However, in the brief moments of silence between his studies, his mind would wander to his past. He would think about his life before Voldemort, when he was treated equally to his brother and was loved. He would think about how he was treated after, how he was forgotten, how he would have been used. But most of all, he would think about his parents, from their love to their indifference to what happened to him. Being a child, Harry Potter hadn't formed ways to properly deal with these thoughts and emotions, and occasionally they would cause him to break down and cry. It was decided to add one more subject to his already vast timetable. He began to practice occlumency so he could improve his natural shields. Not only that, Harry Potter was dreadfully lonely. Having only his grandparents' company was very boring to his young mind. Aside from a few formal occasions that they had dragged him to, he didn't go out much, and Doria was determined to help him make friends his age. When Harry Potter looked uneasy at the thought of meeting new people, Charles took him aside and explained how it would be good to have friends. After hearing this, he made up his mind. Charles Potter was very close friends with Lord Arcturus Black, Lord Abraxas Malfoy, and Lord Cadmus Greengrass. They had been major political players back in their day, and now that they were in retirement, they spent all their time with their grandchildren. Charles felt that a friendship between the heirs of these houses would greatly benefit Harry Potter. He was also aware that their children were already acquainted with Harry Potter's brother Thomas, and neither had great opinions of him. It had been a very memorable day for Harry Potter, and one of his few good memories that didn't involve studying new magic. They had flown over to Black Manor in London, while dressed in stiff formal robes, and landed in the House of Black. A boy his age was waiting to greet them. He bowed stiffly to his grandfather and eyed Harry Potter. They both stuck out their hands at the same time and couldn't help but smile. They were ushered to the playroom as the adults discussed business. "So, what's your name?" the strange black-haired boy asked Harry Potter as he lounged on a tiny chair. He was a little too big for the chair, but Harry Potter didn't dare point it out, afraid of offending a potential new friend. Harry Potter said in a careful voice, looking for the telltale signs of someone's eye lighting up as they realized he was related to the popular Thomas Potter, but it never came. The boy rolled his eyes and asked, "Any chance related to that Ponce Thomas Potter?" "He is my twin brother. Sucks to be you, I guess." "Hey, can you two manage to be in the same room at once?" "I figured that's not possible because his head is too big to fit in one room," the boy said, cracking up at his lame joke. Harry Potter was in unknown waters. Whenever he introduced himself as the twin brother to the famous Potter twin, he either had to politely refuse to get them an autograph or explain that he indeed existed and that Thomas Potter indeed had a twin brother. But this boy had completely thrown him for a loop. "I don't think they have invented a device big enough to measure his head yet. It must be larger than a room. 2 rooms at least," Harry Potter offered tentatively. The boy stared at him for a second before he burst out laughing. Harry Potter felt a strange emotion coursing through him, and seconds later, he started laughing along with him. They laughed for a while, and when the boy calmed down, he offered his hand and said, "I'm Rigel Black. Friends?" Friends. They were inseparable after that, and whatever concerns Sirius had about his son, making a new friend vanished when he found out that it was James's son, Harry Potter himself. Every day after lessons, Harry Potter would flew over to Rigel's house, or Rigel would flew over to Potter Castle, where they would spend the day together playing and goofing around. Doria was so happy and proud of her grandson that she bought him and his new best friend a beginner's broom to play with. After that, there was no stopping the Quidditch-obsessed boys. After visiting Malfoy Manor and being introduced to the Malfoy heir, Draco, the 3 of them hit it off instantly. Draco and Rigel had met many times at Pure Blood events, so Harry Potter felt a bit jealous of them having such a friendship from an early age, but they always included him in the conversations and told him about all the pranks they had done. James and Sirius had tried to make Thomas and Rigel friends, but Rigel had flat out refused to be his friend after just one meeting. James tried to force it, but Rigel was outright stubborn and declared that he'd rather dye his hair red, paint freckles on his nose, and be adopted as a Weasley, no matter how ridiculous Rigel Weasley sounded, than be friends with a ponce like Thomas Potter. James took major offense at this, and while Sirius, who had become less hostile towards them after he found Harry was with his grandparents, was still his best friend, James' opinion about his son was certainly bad. Rigel assured them that his heart had broken that day and that he still cried into his pillow at night. Bellatrix Lestrange née Black was saved by her grandfather, Arcturus Black, from being locked up in Azkaban. After she had given the oath that she was under the Imperius curse when she had joined Voldemort, she was released and allowed to go free. The Lestranges were also saved because, even though they were voluntary Death Eaters, they didn't go with the other Death Eaters to attack the Longbottoms. After they were attacked, the Longbottoms had moved to their manor, behind very powerful wards which no one could enter. Bellatrix's grandfather had told her to meet Harry Potter. She had some initial doubts, and part of her expected him to start boasting about his brother. She quickly quelled that idea after seeing the polite way he greeted her. As the children all turned 10, their formal schooling would begin. Author's note: Hi! New update on the editing. Hope you all like it. Please let me know if there are any areas in which I can improve my writing. Thank you. Chapter 4. Preparation for Schooling. Chapter 4. 5 years later, 10-year-old Harry Potter had never felt so excited in his short life. Looking back, he didn't think he would ever be even a little excited about life after his parents practically abandoned him in favor of his famous twin Thomas Potter. Luckily, fate was not too cruel to the child. Instead, he was unofficially adopted by his grandparents, and found friends that liked him and had the same tastes and distastes for his twin. His friends were good to him, and they could see many positive changes in the young boy. The reason for his chipper attitude today was that it was the day for happiness, the day for joy, the day when he and his best friends started their formal schooling. Contrary to popular belief, Pure Blood students did not start learning when they were 11 and joined Hogwarts. Rather, they started a year earlier. The children who started early were the future heirs of prominent houses. This meant that they had much more to learn than the Muggleborns who would start the following year. It was also done to ensure that their child did not embarrass their family name by being ignorant about what was being taught. Back then, the child was homeschooled in the basics of the subjects typically taught in school. While it was illegal to buy a wand for a child, it certainly was not illegal to use an ancestor's wand. The heavy wards that surrounded the manors made it impossible for the ministry to detect underage magic. Besides, the ministry wouldn't dare to accuse the heir of a powerful family of a crime. It was also generally ignored as long as the magic was only performed behind closed doors and away from prying Muggle eyes. Then, a few housewives got together and decided that it would be beneficial for all of them if their children studied together. The young heirs could make alliances early in their lives, which convinced the fathers, while the mothers felt that making friends early would ensure a happier school experience for their young darlings. Hence, ideal-minded families would hire tutors for their heirs. They would meet in a pre-decided location and would formally begin the child's education. The tutor's fee was equally split amongst the families, and sometimes, members of one family would teach for free. This process began when the children turned 10, since it would give them ample time to learn and forge friendships. Not all families were invited, though. This was not an open group. The lords didn't trust their heirs with anyone except the heirs of their allies and like-minded individuals. It would give the enemies from other houses an open invitation to either kidnap or, in extreme cases, kill their heirs. Harry Potter couldn't shake off the smile that seemed to have been plastered to his face. He finished his morning rituals and dressed in appropriate clothes for a boy of his station. Even though Thomas was the more famous one, his grandfather didn't feel that he was entitled to the heirship just because the boy had a fancy mark and an even fancier title, his words. He decided to make Harry Potter the official heir of the Potter family, a decision that James didn't like. James argued that Harry was unworthy of the Potter lordship since Thomas was the boy who lived, who defeated Voldemort and saved the wizarding world. Hence, Thomas was entitled to the lordship. This unintelligent fool was ignored by Charles and warned to not cross the boundaries and question the Lord of PotterClan's decision. Dressed in an emerald green cloak and formal attire consisting of a black shirt and tie, and charcoal-colored pants, followed by polished shoes, Harry Potter stood in front of the mirror and observed himself. He had inherited his father's messy black hair, the Potter's curse, and after much difficulty and cosmetics, had managed to tame his hair. He liked his messy hair, but Grandmother Doria forbade him from looking like a common hooligan and made him comb it to the side. Draco and Rigel had snickered when he changed his hairstyle, but today he had to stick with formalities. His emerald green eyes scrutinized himself, looking for flaws in his attire. He needed to look perfect since he would be standing for the most ancient and noble house of Potter. He did not want to disappoint his grandfather and, as the man said, first impressions are for life. Satisfied, and mentally snorting at the amount of time Draco would take to get ready, he made his way downstairs, passing through the halls of Potter Castle that housed so many of his happy memories. He shuddered when he thought about what he would have done without his grandparents, but quickly decided against thinking somber thoughts. Today was not the day to frown and think about what-ifs. His grandfather taught him the basics of the mind arts, and, after discovering that he had a natural affinity for them from the Gringotts test, he began tutoring him in occlumency. When Harry Potter had questioned why he couldn't learn legilimency as well, his grandfather had explained that his mind needed to mature more before he could thrust his awareness into someone else's mind. So, for the time being, he suggested that he practice occlumency for now. His mind shields were incredible for someone his age, and while they were far from indestructible, he could hold on until he could break eye contact. He also made full use of the side effects of occlumency, which enabled him to clear his mind and control his emotions. He arrived in the informal dining room to find both his grandparents seated for breakfast as the head chef Elf Rago served his grandfather. He was, as usual, absorbed into the daily prophet while his grandmother was sipping tea. She noticed him enter and her face split into a wide smile. "Who is this handsome devil? My oh my, the girls don't stand a chance with you, Harry." "Grandmother," Harry Potter whined, his face becoming hot as he imagined the ridicule he would receive if Rigel got wind of this. He quickly cleared his embarrassment and took a seat. Rago gave him a bow as he sat. "The usual, Master Harry?" "Yes, please, Rago." "At once, Master Harry." Breakfast went on silently, with the occasional ruffling of the newspaper and clinks of fine china. Harry Potter polished down his simple breakfast of toast, eggs, and milk with the grace of a pure-blood heir, which earned him a smile from his grandmother. She cleared her throat and Charles looked up and smiled at Harry. "All done? I suppose we have a little time left and I wish to speak to you about some matters. Come, let us move to my study." A little confused, Harry Potter dutifully followed his grandfather to the Lord's study and stood with curiosity and attention before his grandfather as he took a seat behind the enormous claw-footed mahogany desk. His grandfather then nodded towards the chair across from the desk, causing Harry Potter to sit. While his grandfather was busy waving his wand and enacting the privacy charms of the room, Harry Potter surveyed the room that always managed to awe him, even though he'd been there 1,000 times. Generations of Potter lords had left their tastes within the huge circular room, and it had always felt homey to him. There was a large window to the side which allowed sunlight to flood into the room. Against the wall stood a large bookcase containing an assortment of books that the current Potter Lord read for his leisure. Currently, it was crammed with books encompassing law and warding. There was a huge, elaborate marble fireplace to the right with a gigantic Muggle painting of the first Potter, Rictus Potter, hanging above it. There was a blood-warded safe hidden behind that painting that his grandfather had shown him once. In all, the room sang out to him, and it was one of his happiest memories when his grandfather had fondly placed him on his lap when he was 4 and promised him that one day he would sit in the very same chair as the Potter Lord. He would rule over the Potterlands as his right as firstborn, and there was nothing James could do about this. Harry Potter was born 7 minutes before Thomas, who was born just before the stroke of midnight, and the laws of inheritance were the same for everyone, even for prophesied toddlers. Harry Potter snapped out of his thoughts when his grandfather cleared his throat and addressed him Heir Potter. Immediately, Harry Potter snapped into his role as heir. This was no longer his grandfather addressing him, but the Lord of the Potter clan. He immediately bowed his head deeply and uttered Lord Potter. Charles surveyed his heir for a second before speaking. Today you begin your first step into the world. You are going to begin your education and slowly step into your duties and responsibilities as heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. I hope you are aware that your days as a child are over. Yes, Lord Potter. I accept my role as the heir to this great house, and I promise to bring honor and do nothing to bring disgrace to the noble house of Potter. Harry Potter said in a formal voice, gulping slightly at his new responsibilities. I have utmost faith in you, my heir. I didn't call you to remind you of your duties, but instead, to give you your birthright. Charles said and smiled when he saw the curious expression on his heir's face. He cleared his throat and continued, it is every heir's right to represent the family they are born into. And as an heir to a most ancient and noble house, you represent centuries of culture and traditions. While we were warriors or so-called rulers when we established the Wisengamot, swords and other weapons were discarded in favor of wands. But it was not forgotten by a few families. While it is frowned upon to carry swords and other weapons, it is certainly not illegal. For a few houses, namely the Blacks, Potters, and a few others, it is a birthright, my child. Why only a few families? You'll learn all this in your history and politics classes. I accidentally let it slip, but pay no heed. Back to the topic, Lord Black and I were awarded baronship for our services in the Grindelwald War, and we have decided to make a statement through our heirs. I don't understand, grandfather. Harry Potter was utterly bewildered. I will explain everything when you are old enough, Harry. Do you trust me? With my life? Then trust me on this. This is for the good of the magical world and the future of all houses. Now come, Charles said, calling him to move towards the fireplace. Charles waved his wand and the painting slid apart, revealing the vault. Even Harry Potter, who didn't know much about wards, could feel the lethal power of the ones surrounding the vault. Charles conjured a flawless silver dagger and laughed, noticing the open-mouthed shock on his grandson's face, and said fondly, you will be able to do this one day, Harry. Transfiguration runs in our blood after all. I sure hope so, Harry Potter thought, mouth still hanging in awe, and winced as his grandfather sliced his palm without even a grimace. He then held the bloody palm in front of the wall to be judged. At once, there was a flash, and the Potter family totem, a dragon, screeched into existence and judged the blood on Charles's palms. After a moment, it screeched its approval and vanished. The wall behind the fireplace faded to reveal the Potter family vault. Again, Harry Potter was left speechless as his grandfather made his way inside. Even though he'd seen this procedure many times, he felt his respect for his ancestors rise. His grandfather had once explained how to open the vault and how each security measure worked. The first requirement was a dagger conjured by magic to draw the blood of the wizard trying to open the vault. An intruder would come prepared with a knife or dagger which the magic would immediately recognize. However, it wouldn't react, luring the intruder into a false sense of security. When Harry Potter had questioned what difference a conjured knife or a purchased one would make, his grandfather laughed and said, Magic, Harry. While the metal is the same, the conjured one is made purely from your magic. That makes all the difference in the world. The next one, hidden among the nastiest wards and curses, was, once the magic of the vault determined there was an impostor, either from the dagger or blood, a false vault would open. Once the impostor steps inside, pure darkness would be waiting for them. When questioned further, grandfather shivered and said he would learn what happens when he reaches 15 from the family grimoire. The sounds of his grandfather's approaching footsteps snapped Harry Potter out of his thoughts, and when he looked up, Harry couldn't help but stare open-mouthed. Charles held an ornate, ivory-colored scabbard that had a variety of jewels embedded into it. That, however, was nothing compared to the blade when Charles drew the sword. It was 20 inches long and made of a dark shining metal. Its wicked sharp edges glinted in the morning sun, and the pommel was decorated with a griffin head made up of a small golden beak and ruby red eyes. Harry Potter gasped when he saw the runes etched on the flat of the blade. It ran along the entire length of the blade and had a weak red glow, showing a power of its own. This is bloodlust. While I am unaware of who this sword's creator is, this blade has seen many wars and cut down many foes. It can absorb any power within their blood and use it as its own. This is no ordinary sword anymore. This is a very rare Potter family heirloom. But grandfather, what if I lose this priceless sword? What if I accidentally cut myself? What if I can't lift it? What if I use it against Thomas? Harry Potter cried, worry and fear lacing his voice. Easy, lad. I would never be foolish enough to give a sword that could hurt my grandson. The runes etched into the blade bind the sword to our bloodline. It will never hurt anyone with our blood. So, rest assured, you cannot hurt Thomas or yourself unless it's a formal duel. The runes further ensure that no matter where you place the sword, it will always return to you. And once you bond with this sword, it will morph to fit your body. Tell you what, why don't you see for yourself? Harry Potter nodded eagerly, and his grandfather carefully placed the sword into his outreached hands. He expected it to land heavily within his hands, but when his grandfather placed it into his grasp, it felt impossibly light. Charles conjured a silver dagger once again and nicked his grandson's finger, blood already flowing freely. Harry Potter knew he had to work on his occlumency when he wasn't able to stop a wince from forming on his face. Here, Harry, smear some blood on the first rune here, Charles instructed, pointing towards the first rune in the sequence, a rune shaped like a thunderbolt. Harry Potter gasped when he realized that it was similar to the cursed mark on his twin brother's forehead. Charles nodded gravely, yes, that mark. It is the Soilo, a rune signifying, in simple words, power. Your brother indeed has some divine power. But that's neither here nor there, Charles added quickly after seeing the crestfallen look on Harry Potter's face. It became clear to him that his brother was indeed as special as he was shown to be in the newspapers. Harry Potter smeared his blood on the rune dejectedly as his mind wandered off. Suddenly the runes flared brightly, causing Harry Potter to yelp. His mind was suddenly assaulted with foreign magic. Luckily, he had the strangest notion that he was being judged. He stared defiantly at the strange magic in his mindscape, refusing to back down. The magic seemed to respect Harry Potter's fortitude and departed in a dazzling show of light. Harry Potter staggered as his mind was bombarded with knowledge of the sword, ranging from different styles to all basic and advanced stances. Harry Potter, using his occlumency skills, quickly caught all the information before it could clutter his mindscape. He skillfully organized the information into a separate folder and imprinted it with his magic to keep it safe. Harry, are you okay? Talk to me, son. Charles asked worriedly as his favorite grandson seemed to lose his balance, seemingly on the verge of fainting. The dizziness vanished as suddenly as it had come, causing a sudden gasp to erupt from Harry Potter's lungs. I know, grandfather. I know it. Charles looked even more worried than before. The unexpected magic seemed to have made his grandson go insane. Seeing his grandfather's expression, Harry Potter rolled his eyes. I'm fine. The sword's magic seemed to judge me, and as soon as I passed some sort of test, it exploded, and suddenly, I know how to use a sword. Charles mused, well, I certainly didn't expect that. Go ahead, Harry. Show me what you can do. Harry Potter glanced at his sword, and to his shock, it seemed to have shrunk to fit him perfectly. It looked like it was custom-made for him alone. It was around half its original length, and the runes seemed to have been compressed, which were now glowing merrily. Calling the sword fighting folder into the forefront of his mind, he gave an experimental slash, and to his surprise it was very clumsy. It was nothing like the graceful slashing that he knew he could do, but his body wasn't responding to that. He gave another stab, a lighting accurate one in his mind, but a slow, sloppy stab was all he got. He growled in frustration. No need to growl, Harry. Charles chuckled. This makes perfect sense. Well, Harry demanded, just because you were granted the knowledge does not mean you will be phenomenal instantly. Like all the experts in their fields, You must practice and incorporate that knowledge into muscle memory. Make sense? Seeing Harry nod tentatively. In simple words, you must practice and practice until your mind and body are one. Thanks to your occlumency, your mind is sufficiently ahead, but your body needs to practice. So, I won't be able to use the sword until I train? Harry asked calmly. He of all people knew that nothing was free, and if it was, then it wasn't worth the effort in the first place. Exactly, lad. I think we can add swordsmanship into your training now, Charles said, mentally analyzing the advantages this would bring to his grandson. We need to find someone who can train me. While it is easy to train here, how can I train when I leave for school? Harry asked, a thoughtful expression on his face. Let me worry about those details, lad. Nothing is impossible, not when you are a member of the Gringotts and also hold power in the board of directors. Charles smiled crookedly and Harry smiled back, thinking about the outrageous power his family held in their world. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, Harry. Well, this topic is quite sensitive. Do you swear to hear me out and won't judge me until you hear the entire thing? Charles asked, an almost unnoticeable nervousness in his voice. Harry was puzzled. Of course I will, grandfather. Why would I judge you? After all, you have done nothing but good for me. Tell me what this is all about. I wish for you to build alliances with other noble houses only and not interact with Muggleborns. Silence. Okay. Not judging, but aren't you sounding a tiny bit like a blood purist grandfather? Charles hated to see the guarded expression on his grandson's face. But he had to do this, for the good of his grandson and the world as a whole. He took a deep breath and said, Harry, you know I never believed in the garbage that Muggleborns steal magic and make us weaker, and have never supported views which demand that we ban them from our world. They have the gift of magic just like the rest of us. But through the years, times have changed, Harry. While you were a child, the world changed drastically, and it will be political suicide if I do not mention these to you myself. It will not look good if the heir of the Potter family is clueless when he should be fully aware. Why should I be aware of this, grandfather? Unless I was obliviated, I have never taken part in blood supremacy debates. Harry asked, the last part with a bit of sarcasm, which brought a smile to Charles's face. I shall get to that part in the end. Let them give you the basic details which you will be expected to know. While the Gringotts has and always will uphold the concept and principles of nobility, the same cannot be said for the Ministry. After your twin brother defeated the Dark Lord, the Dark faction was caught off-footed, and this gave the Light an advantage which Albus Dumbledore seized. Using the newfound influence and power, he immediately had the Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold, removed and appointed a Muggleborn Stephen Banks as the new minister. Okay, a Muggleborn minister. Is that bad? Harry asked, baffled. His whole life, he had never expected to have such a conversation with his grandfather. Charles grew somber. Harry, the current minister is an absurd fool at best and is trying his best to hoard riches and power for himself and his kind. He is least concerned about the magical world. Harry stared at him. Then kick him out for Merlin's sake. Don't you have enough influence to call for a vote of no confidence or something? It was that simple in Harry's head. Charles smiled at his grandson and said, I wish it was that easy, Harry. There are a lot of factors that are playing their course in our legislation, and I will not bore you with details. At least not until you're older. He added when he saw that Harry was about to open his mouth. Seeing him nod reluctantly, he continued, the basic reason we cannot remove him is Dumbledore. And Harry was surprised at the barely disguised venom in his tone. Seeing that Harry was still quiet, Charles continued, the main reason I began this topic is to warn you to stay away from Dumbledore. I know I might seem a bit controlling, but I do not want you to interact with him, my son, as you command. Harry bowed, agreeing without hesitance. I'm no Muggleborn who's enamored by the great leader of the Light, grandfather. Harry said with a snort. That's good to hear, Harry. I'm sure Lords Black and Greengrass have instructed their heirs to avoid contact with him also. But since our family's idiots are close to him, Charles sneered, he will invite you to have teas to question you about your life here, and I want you to reject his invitations if it does not regard academics. If he insists, be careful. Charles finished with a maniacal sneer. I know Lily and James adore him, and that's more than enough reason for me to stay away from him." Harry sneered back, and Charles was taken aback at the anger his voice held when he spoke of his parents. But he really couldn't bring himself to change the child's views when he was disgusted at the level his son and daughter-in-law had fallen. "Harry, when you visit Lord Black's manor, do you follow the rules set by Lord Black? Do you open doors that Lord Black has expressly forbidden you and little Rigel to open?" Charles asked suddenly, intently observing his grandson, who looked shocked at the suggestion. "Of course not. Even though Rigel and Draco play a variety of pranks, we stay away from the forbidden corridors that Lord Black has warned us not to visit. It is improper for a guest to openly disobey the laws set by the host." Charles hid a smile at his grandson's words. "Now that that's taken care of, let's get you to school." Harry's eyes suddenly ignited with excitement as the new phase of his life was about to begin. He couldn't wait. Review, please. Chapter 5. Schooling in Black Manor Confrontations. Chapter 5. The location for the homeschooling of the rich pureblood heirs was never fixed. Every year, a lord offered the services of his manor, usually a trusted ally. It was an unwritten rule that each lord could offer to host once, and he would have to wait until everyone else got a turn so that they could offer again. This year, it was hosted by Baron Arcturus Black at the Black Townhouse in London. The flue roared to life, and Baron Potter, accompanied by his heir, stepped out of the fireplace. Charles waved his hand, and all the soot on his and Harry's clothes vanished. He stepped forward and firmly shook the hand of the waiting Baron Black. His Lady Melania Black née Selwyn offered him a small courtesy, which he accepted with a smile. Harry solemnly stepped forward, gave a deep bow of respect, and uttered, "Baron and Baroness Black, thank you for providing the opportunity for me to learn at your esteemed manor." He stepped forward and gave a deep bow to Arcturus Black and kissed the knuckles of Melania Black. "Lady Melania, your beauty increases day by day," Harry managed to say without stuttering and with a charming smile on his face. The effect was instantaneous. The Potter Baron quickly hid his smile while Arcturus gave a deep laugh. Melania Black meanwhile slapped him lightly on the chest and said, "Shush you. The ladies better be careful when you start Hogwarts." "My oh my, such a charming young devil." "But Grandma, you said I was the most charming young devil," Rigel whined, throwing a mock scowl at Harry for flirting with his grandmother. Melania fixed her grandson with an exasperated look. "Don't whine, Rigel. It is beneath a child of your standing. Besides, both of you are my charming boys, and that's all I'm going to say." Rigel smiled mischievously and said, "Besides, you're too old for Harry anyways, Grandma." Arcturus interfered quickly, seeing the blush on Harry's face and his wife's irritation. "Rigel, Harry, I expect you boys to be on your absolute best behavior. Playing games and silly jokes is funny with family only, and I refuse to hear that the heirs of Potter and Black behave like common hooligans as your fathers did at school. Understood?" Harry nodded simply while Rigel responded with a crisp "Yes, sir." "Good. Now, Harry, I trust you know your way around here?" Arcturus asked, and upon his nod, "I suggest you make your way to the classroom then. Rigel will join you once he has greeted all the lords and finished his responsibilities. Off you go, son." Harry gave a small bow to Arcturus and called by grandfather over his shoulder while walking as fast as he could to the classroom without outright breaking into a sprint. He looked back and he heard Rigel whine again, "I wish the blonde ponce would get here already. Even Mom doesn't take as much time to dress up as Malfoy does, and Mom's Lady Black," chuckling at his best friend's impatience. Harry walked towards the second floor, where a room had to be furnished to be used as a classroom for the young lords and ladies. As he walked up the curving black marble staircase, he looked around at the house he had visited almost every day and still could not believe the wealth on display there. It was no secret that some houses like Potter's, Black's, and the Longbottoms were filthy rich, but to see the opulent decoration that would make any collector salivate always amazed him. The dark theme felt so natural to Harry, and he took quiet solace in the darkness as he made his way to the open door. For as long as he could remember, the darkness did not scare him. It was quite the opposite. He felt safe and protected in the shadows. He could remember how his twin would scream that there were haunting faces in the room when the lights were out, and it finally took him sleeping in Lily and James's room for him to keep quiet. Harry was left back in the nursery itself. He's one lousy boy who lived. It's a miracle how he beat the Dark Lord. Harry thought maliciously. Anyways, it's not proven that he beat the Dark Lord anyways. He added to himself as forethought. He reached the room which would function as his classroom for a year, and he could hear the murmur of voices inside. Keeping tight control over his palpable excitement, he schooled his face into a calm mask and stepped inside. The talking stopped and Harry observed the people inside. The first thing he noticed was the blonde girl observing him along with a black-haired girl, both dressed in exceptionally fine clothes. He had met the blonde girl many times in Greengrass Manor. She stepped forward and offered her right hand. Harry took the offered hand and with a slight bow, kissed her knuckles and said, "Daphne, you look radiant today." Daphne smiled prettily and said, "Charming as always, Harry." She indicated to her friend and said, "Potter, may I introduce my friend Tracy, daughter of the ancient and noble house of Davis." Tracy stepped forward and gave courtesy and said, "It's a pleasure, Potter." Harry gave a crisp nod and said, "Pleasure is all mine, Miss Davis. Please call me Harry." "Thank you, Harry. It's Tracy to you too," Tracy said with a small smile. "Now that formalities have been taken care of, how have you been, Harry?" Daphne said as she sat back up on the desk, her apparent role as a lady forgotten. This was one of the reasons why Harry preferred her company. She could go from a pure-blood princess to a fun-loving girl in less than a second and had a wicked sense of humor that made her fun to be around. "I'm good. I can't wait to start learning." Harry grinned and Tracy looked unsure as both of them went from air mode to kid mode easily. "Is this your first time here at the Black Townhouse, Tracy?" "Yes, my father requested Lord Black to allow me to attend here. I'm so excited," Tracy said with a happy grin. Harry found himself liking her. She was bubbly like Daphne. Harry made small talk with them, and the room gradually filled up with various heirs and heiresses. Finally, Rigel walked in with Draco, who looked every bit of a pure-blood prince with his perfectly styled hair and tasteful clothes. Rigel looked annoyed. "Seriously, man, how long does it take for a bloke to get dressed, Draco? Grandfather wouldn't let me leave until you showed up. Harry was here ages ago." "Yeah, well, Harry isn't a Malfoy. Malfoys always look their best," Draco said snottily. The Malfoys were close to the Black family, but their relations with the Potter family had deteriorated since Lucius had taken lordship and Abraxas Malfoy, who was good friends with Arcturus, and Charles had retired and moved to France, handing all of the family matters to his only son Lucius. But after the downfall of the Dark Lord, Abraxas knocked some sense into his son, who then had made the family relations better. But Harry, Rigel, and Draco were good friends. Flicking imaginary lint off his shoulder, Rigel just rolled his eyes and indicated towards Tracy. "So, Daphne, are you going to introduce your friend to us?" "Of course. Heir Black, Heir Malfoy, may I introduce my friend, Tracy, heiress of the ancient and noble house of Davis." "Tracy, this is Heir Black and Heir Malfoy," Daphne said in a very pleasant voice and indicated to each other. Tracy gave a courtesy, "Heir Black, Heir Malfoy." Both Rigel and Draco nodded. "It is good to meet you, Miss Davis. You can call me Rigel." "You can call me Draco," Draco said charmingly. Tracy smiled. "Then you should call me Tracy." They stood there talking excitedly about what they would learn and a little about their home lives. Harry was tight-lipped about his brother, and everyone, except Tracy, knew that it was a sore topic for him. Tracy soon found out when he refused to answer questions regarding his brother. By then, many of their friends made their way over to their group. Blaise Zabini sauntered his way over to them and slapped Draco on the back, slinging his arms over Draco and Harry's shoulder, and earning him an indignant squeak, "You Neanderthal. Get your hands off me. The Malfoy princess seems to be in a foul mood today." "What, don't like the idea of starting school, eh?" Blaise asked Draco, a blinding smile on his face looking at the now murderous expression on the Malfoy heir's face. "I thought I told you to stop calling me princess, you jerk." "One time. It was one time," Draco snarled, his face quite pink. He was about to start an argument when he realized his surroundings and instead opted to sniff haughtily. "Well, tardy are we, Blaise? Weren't you supposed to show up earlier?" Blaise waved his hand casually and stated, "It's called being fashionably late, Drake. I wouldn't expect you to know about it." Seeing Draco bristle again, Harry rolled his eyes and said in a deadpan, "Your mom took time to decide your clothes, didn't she?" Immediately Blaise became flustered while Draco's expression became gleeful. "Of course not. Don't be dense, Harry," Blaise hissed. Draco had a gleam in his eyes. "It's okay, Blaise. Lady Zabini tried her best, but even a world-class fashion designer couldn't get someone like you to look good." He finished with a fake sympathetic smile. "Why you? I at least have naturally good looks. I don't look like a blonde albino who spends a ton of galleons on hair gel." Blaise goaded. Draco lost his cool and was about to retort when Daphne gave a delicate cough and gave them both a silent glare. Both of them visibly cowered under her glare, and she said sweetly, "Boys, please save your uncultured debate on who's vainer for later, please." Draco nodded while Blaise whispered not so quietly to Harry, "That one's scary." Harry snorted but didn't reply. Blaise noticed Tracy standing beside Daphne and called, "Hey Tracy. Good to see you." "Good to see you too, Blaise. You have met Tracy before?" Rigel asked curiously. Blaise, who was looking around bored now, looked startled and said, Yeah. I've met her many times in Greengrass Manor, whenever Mom goes to visit Mrs. Greengrass and drags me along. Didn't I mention it to you?" "Nope, it never came up." "Forget that, Grandfather is here. I think we're going to begin soon," Rigel said excitedly as the lords began trickling in following Arcturus inside the room. Every heir inside the room without any command took their seats, and the parents sat at the front of the room in ornate chairs provided by house elves. Harry counted 13 heirs, including him. He snorted to himself, thinking about the political power that was present in that single room. All of these heirs were set to inherit very strong houses, and Harry was determined to have them as allies. Considering that this group was rather exclusive, he hoped that these children wouldn't be enamored by his twin and be friends too. Once everyone settled down, Arcturus got up and there was immediate silence as everyone turned their attention to the formidable Arcturus Black, standing proud and surveying the room. "Welcome, lords, ladies, and heirs. Welcome to Black Townhouse." Arcturus began in a loud voice that carried authority and was audible in every corner of the room. "I am Baron Black, and I welcome you warmly. Education is the best gift you as heirs can receive from your parents. Not vaults, titles, or Wisengamot seats. No, the power of education is enormous because with education, a poor man can build an empire from scratch, and without education, a king can lose it all. So, I urge you to take your studies very seriously. Not everyone is as fortunate as you to be receiving a first-class education before you start Hogwarts. Many go there without a clue about how magic works and make a fool of themselves regardless of their blood status. I again urge you to take full advantage of this opportunity." Harry listened with rapt attention, impressed by the oratory skills of his pseudo-grandfather. Arcturus always told his grandson's power came in many different ways, and Harry realized this was one of them. The ability to sway a crowd with words alone. Any thug with half a strong magical core can throw curses around and be considered powerful, but this was true power. It also helped that Arcturus Black was deadly with a wand as well. Harry fervently hoped one day he would be as powerful as the man who stood before him. "I do not want to fill your young heads with ideas like blood purism and pureblood culture, but the current situation of the world we live in has forced me to carry out this duty. While you were enjoying your childhood behind our protective wards, the world outside has changed drastically. We old families are accused of being blood purists and intolerant towards the immigration of Muggle-borns." Arcturus spat the word with such fury it startled everyone, "and that we do not provide them ample opportunities to thrive. They have the idea that since they come from the advanced Muggle world, it's up to them to modernize us." Not noticing the frowns marring their faces, Arcturus paused to take a breath and continued, "We are all witches and wizards first and foremost, pureblood or Muggleborn, blessed by Mother Magic. And even if there are some hardcore blood purists among us, not all of us have issues with new blood entering our world. Not all of us have problems with them holding a good job. Not all of us have problems sharing our lives with them, but all of us have a problem with them belittling our culture, and we absolutely cannot tolerate them calling us backward." Rigel's breath hitched in his throat as he noticed the barely suppressed rage behind the gray eyes of Arcturus Black. The man looked calm enough as he paused to take a breath, But Rigel could see the magic begging to be let out behind the now glowing gray eyes that were no doubt being suppressed by the man's formidable mind shields. Seeing this side of his grandfather, he had no doubt this man was the mage who had fought Grindelwald himself to a standstill. He looked at his friends and saw the same awestruck expression on their faces and awe on Harry's face. He couldn't help but feel proud to call Arcturus his grandfather and to bear the name Black. He was aware of his family's less-than-stellar reputation in their society and the madness that plagued their bloodline. They didn't openly show it, but Rigel himself could feel it inside him. A part of him that lurked deep inside his mind that wasn't supposed to be let out. Even his father, who claimed to be the white sheep in the family, displayed it whenever he got angry at something. For years, it had bothered Rigel, but now he couldn't help but feel that his concerns were silly. Who cared if they had madness in their minds? As his Aunt Bella said, the Blacks were above everyone and married and mingled in very specific social circles. The Blacks were always at the forefront of society, and Rigel vowed to make his family proud. Arcturus had calmed down and said, "These Muggle-borns want to replace our quills with pens, give freedom to house elves, and want to govern us since they're the modern ones." Arcturus took a deep breath and continued, "Sharing power is ideal, but I will not allow an outsider to tell me what to do. How do you expect an outsider to know that the quills tap into our magic and make sure our signatures cannot be forged and make our handwriting neat and unique to us? How do you expect an outsider to know that we share a symbiotic relationship with house elves, and they need our magic to survive? How do you expect us noble lords and ladies to take orders from filthy mudbloods?" Harry looked at the other lords and ladies and found them visibly agreeing with the Black Patriarch. He had expected at least one of them to react badly when the racist slur was uttered, but not one protested. It was either that they completely agreed with Baron Black, or they were too scared to protest against him openly. Harry personally thought it was more of the latter than the former, since it would be political and literal suicide to make an enemy of Arcturus Black and by extension the House of Black itself. Arcturus surveyed everyone again before he continued. "The Muggleborns have already made several bids to grab absolute power, but for now we have them at a stalemate. They may have power in the ministry due to that mudblood Minister Banks, but for absolute power they need to breach the Wisengamot, and that, my dear children, is our turf. They cannot pass laws without a two-thirds majority, and they know it, so they have started to gain support from other noble houses, and I cannot say I am not worried about this development. Rest assured we will fight to the bitter end to hold them off, but we are the older generation, and our time is slowly coming to an end. It will be up to you to continue this fight. I cannot tell you what to do, oh no, but I advise you to think before making any sort of alliance with them. Know that your association could very well decide what world your children will grow up in. A world where our culture, traditions, and beliefs endure and prosper. Or," his tone turned darker, "a mechanized world where our culture and tradition are disregarded for modernism and inventions and ruled by outsiders." Thunderous applause met the end of Baron Black's speech, and the message was loud and clear to the young hearts. Make the right choice for the sake of the entire world that was in balance now. As for Harry, he had already made a choice when his grandfather had asked him, and this just furthered his determination. He did not want to live in a world ruled by people like his mother. Arcturus Black gave a deep bow and raised his hands for silence. The noise slowly faded, and Arcturus began, "Now that being said, it is a tradition to introduce our heirs to our allies on the first day, and being the traditionally proud man I am, I take this opportunity to introduce my great-grandson, the future Lord Black, Rigel." Rigel stood from his place and walked to the front of the room and gave his grandfather a deep bow. He then turned to other lords and gave them a similar bow. He finally turned to the heirs and gave a small inclined nod of the head. "I look forward to learning with you, and one day would like to consider you as friends and allies." Every one of the heirs stood up and gave Rigel a deep bow except Harry and Draco, who gave him a similar nod. Rigel nodded once and returned to his seat next to Harry. Draco mouthed "Good job," to which Rigel smirked and winked. Arcturus smiled proudly before he took his seat, and Charles Potter stood up and walked forward. Harry steeled himself as his grandfather began. "Greetings, everyone. In case you do not know, I am Baron Potter, Lord of the Potter clan, and yes, the grandfather of the boy who lived. However, I stand here today, proud to introduce my grandson, one who is not fame, obsessed and prides himself on being a model. I present to you the future Lord Potter, Harry Potter. At this everyone was in shock that Thomas Potter, the boy who lived, was not the Potter heir, but some boy named Harry Potter whose name they had never heard, but as it was declared by Lord Charles Potter himself, they couldn't doubt it. Harry stood up from his place and walked forward, feeling the weight of all the eyes on him. But he squashed his nervousness with his mind shields and reached the front of the room. He, similar to Rigel, gave a deep bow to his grandfather Charles first, then another one to the lords and ladies present, and looked at the faces of his future classmates and hopefully allies. He gave one crisp nod and said, I look forward to learning with you and one day would like to consider you as friends and allies. Similar to before, everyone except Draco and Rigel stood up and gave a deep bow while his two best friends gave similar nods. Harry then went back and took his place next to his friends. Abraxas Malfoy stood up next and Harry saw Draco pull his face into his haughty, cold mask and was impressed by how poncy Draco looked. But for the sake of formality he did not comment on it and looked on as the Malfoy patriarch began hearty greetings to all. I am Lord Abraxas Malfoy, and it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the future Lord Malfoy, Draconis. Draco grimaced for a second before his mask was back in place as he walked forward to the front while Blaise looked on with concealed glee at the usage of Draco's full name. No doubt there'll be hell for Draco later, Harry thought amusedly as he watched Draco bow to his grandfather and other lords before giving them a nod. I look forward to learning with you and one day would like to consider you as friends and allies. Similarly, all the other lords introduced their heirs formally to everyone as per tradition, and Harry found himself nodding to his friends as Daphne was introduced by her grandfather Lord Cadmus Greengrass, Tracy by her grandfather Lord Roger Davis I, and Blaise by his mother Lady Shanna Zabini. Harry soon found himself being introduced to the heirs of like-minded allies as the Caro twins, Flora and Hestia, introduced by Lord Simon Caro, Theodore not by his grandfather Lord Tiberius Not, Vincent Crabbe Jr. and Gregory Goyle, whom Harry had met briefly while visiting Draco, were introduced by their fathers Lord Vincent Crabbe Sr. and Thomas Goyle. Lord Macmillan then introduced his son Ernie, whom Harry had never met, and Lord Goldstein introduced his heir, Anthony, who was also unfamiliar to Harry. With the formalities over, Arcturus stood up and addressed the crowd with the introductions over. I give you the opportunity to make new friends and make allies today. Tomorrow your instructors will arrive, and you can all formally begin. I wish you a good day. Refreshments are provided, Arcturus said, waving his hand to the corners where the house elves had silently popped in and were keeping various food items on the table. You are free to leave any time, and I hope you have a joyful learning experience here at Black Manor. Loud applause greeted the end of the speech, and the crowd broke to intermingle amongst themselves and chat. Harry nudged Rigel and Draco and said, come, let's make some new friends. Do we have to? Rigel yawned while Draco looked bored with the thought as well. Sighing, Harry said, we need to have them as acquaintances at least if we are to have a productive learning experience. And besides, they're mostly purebloods, I think, so you can't complain. Throwing a look at Draco, who looked skeptical, and they might be fun as well, to Rigel, who looked interested now. Sighing and knowing Harry wouldn't give in, Draco got to his feet while Daphne giggled at his ruffled expression, to which he responded with a glare that did not faze her, and said, well, let's go. The group made their way forward to the different groups who were quietly talking amongst themselves. The Caro twins, Knott, Crabbe, and Goyle stood in a group while the Macmillan and Goldstein heirs stood a little distance apart. They noticed the group approaching and they all nervously bowed to them, especially Harry, Draco, and Rigel. Draco and Harry, in their element, gave a crisp nod while Rigel gave them a grin. Seeing Rigel's grin seemed to put them a little at ease and they relaxed their posture marginally. Unknown to them, the other lords and ladies were all observing the interaction discreetly. The future hung in balance with how these children interacted, and they wouldn't miss observing this scene for anything. Harry offered his hand first, being the unofficial leader amongst them, to Theodore Knott, who accepted it with slightly shaky hands and said, I'm Harry Potter. Nice to meet you, Heir Knott. Theodore nodded, hiding any signs of nervousness from standing in front of the Potter family heir, and said in a measured voice, likewise Harry Potter. Please call me Theodore or Theo. Harry smiled a little warmly and said, Theo it is then. He then turned to the Caro twins, who offered their hands, which Harry kissed and then smiled and chanted to be in your company, ladies. This left the twin girls blushing while Rigel and Draco looked on in barely concealed amusement. Daphne had a tiny frown on her face which vanished before anyone could confirm and looked at the red-faced girls with indifference. Pleasure is all ours, Harry. Please, it's Flora and Hestia. Harry smiled, his green eyes glittering, which made his face look even more adorable before he turned to Crabbe and Goyle, with whom he gave a handshake and nod since he was already acquainted with them. Vincent, Gregory, the final two boys stepped forward and Harry took a second to analyze them. Both, as expected, wore high-quality robes and stood stiffly waiting to be addressed. Harry wondered why Baron Black would invite the Macmillan and Goldstein heirs since they were traditionally light and were not a part of the black or neutral faction. Shrugging at the reason, Harry offered his hands and said neutrally, I am Harry Potter. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Heir Macmillan. The Macmillan heir gave a stiff nod and shook his hands, likewise Harry Potter. It's Ernie. For some reason, Harry couldn't help but get the feeling the boy didn't like him for some reason before he turned to the last member and offered his hand. I am Harry Potter. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Heir Goldstein. The Goldstein heir was noticeably warmer in his greeting and said, Pleasure is all mine, Harry Potter. It's Anthony to you, to which Harry gave him a friendly nod. Once all of his friends introduced themselves, they all started mingling and started talking in groups, much to the relief of the adults as they helped themselves to the excellent food cooked by the Black family's elves. Daphne and Tracy were busy discussing which books they had read and which would help them. Looks like Daphne finally found someone other than me to debate with, Harry thought amusedly as he saw the interest gleam in her blue eyes. Draco, Blaise, Rigel, Crabbe, and Goyle along with the Caro twins were discussing Quidditch. Well, the five of them were talking while Crabbe and Goyle just listened. He noticed Anthony and Ernie were again standing separately, where Anthony was looking confused while Ernie stood stone-faced next to him. Deciding to find out why they were standing separately, Harry walked towards them, who noticed his arrival, and Harry immediately noted Ernie tensing and wondered what this guy's problem was. He schooled his features and asked in a pleasant voice, Ernie, Anthony, come join us. Why stand here in a separate group? No thank you. We're fine where we stand, Heir Potter, Ernie said, practically spitting the last part, while Anthony looked nervously as Harry's face lost its pleasant expression and became an emotionless mask. Harry looked at Ernie blankly and said, all formalities aside, I can't help but notice you seem to have some problem with me, Heir Macmillan. Considering the fact that I have never seen you until today, that's honestly surprising to me, and you have me at a disadvantage with this unknown reason. Ernie seemed to lose his cool and said angrily, I have never met you. But I've known your twin, Thomas Potter, all my life. You are a thief who stole the heirship from the rightful heir, Thomas. I know you are an attention-seeking brat. None of your polite smiles or words will make me like you. The room's temperature immediately plummeted and Harry's eyes glowed green as he took in the sight of one of his worthless twin's follower, accusing him of stealing one of the few things he called his own. He had lost his parents, home, and identity due to his brother's fame, and now his brother thought the heirship of the Potter seat belonged to him as well. The heirship was something that gave him an identity other than the forgotten twin of the boy who lived. Well, not happening. Harry seethed as he struggled to maintain his mask while Anthony looked petrified. The others sensed the plummet in temperature and noticed Harry, who was visibly suppressing his anger, and immediately moved towards him. Rigel stepped forward to intervene, but Harry raised his hand, stopping Rigel in his tracks as others looked on, wondering what had caused the normally calm Harry to lose his composure. Harry stepped forward and looked Ernie straight in the eye. Ernie involuntarily gulped as he noticed the slightly luminous green eyes, but stood his ground. Harry stared at him for a few moments before he said, You're accusing me of stealing that show-off's heirship? Tell me, does your boy Wonder think himself to be above the rules of succession? I was born first on the last stroke of the clock, while he was born on the first stroke of midnight. As for knowing me and liking me, I don't care what foul lies he has fed you, and I don't care how good of a follower you are at swallowing them. But you stay the hell out of my way. Got it? Be it in school or in the Wisengamot or the next time, I will not be this pleasant. Ernie finally lost his cool and screamed, I am not his follower. He is my friend and treats me as such. Unlike you, he has manners on how to treat an heir of an ancient and noble family. How dare you threaten me? As if I'd want to voluntarily talk to an arrogant ponce like you. Your parents didn't want you with them, and I'd rather be tortured than spend my time with you and your lot. You seem to have forgotten you are speaking to the heir apparent of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Heir Macmillan. Such dreadful manners, shouting like a mudblood. As for my parents, they made their choice, and I made mine, and I don't need someone of your standing to tell me that. Harry said furiously, his occlumency working overtime to control his rage as the sting of his abandonment hit home. Rigel stepped forward, fury in his voice. How dare you to talk about my brother's life, Macmillan? No one insults my brother in my presence and gets away with it, especially not at a black property. You have made a very dangerous enemy today, and one day House Potter and Black will have revenge. Mark my word. Ernie blanched at that, looking around and noticing the eyes of everyone on him, especially the cold fury in the gray eyes of Baron Black, while Baron Potter looked ready to kill him. He gulped and turned around to find the furious gaze of his father that promised him a sound thrashing when they got home, yet Ernie held defiantly. He was loyal to his childhood friend, and he wouldn't be intimidated by the cold glares of the barons in the room, regardless of the fear that went up his spine when he saw their eyes, and certainly not by the green eyes of Harry Potter. The truth is what it is, Black, and I mean what I said. He sniffed haughtily, carefully ignoring the eyes of the adults in the room. He was in a heap of trouble, and he knew it, but he would make it worth the trouble he had undergone. You better enjoy the heirship while you can, Potter. Once we're old enough, Thomas will beat you in a duel to claim it, and I will laugh at you and your friend's face when it is done. You mark my words, Black. The shadows in the room flickered as if they were agitated, and Charles watched with wide eyes as the shadows thickened and swirled at Harry's feet, whose face looked as if it was made of stone. He looked at the defiant-looking Macmillan heir and cursed the idiot boy's foolishness. If Harry lost control of his mind, there would be hell, and looking at the shadows pooling at his feet, literally. The shadows rose up his legs and into Harry's hand, who looked at it with blank curiosity before shrugging and letting it fall where it flickered in the light, and Charles could make the sight of red eyes looking hungrily at the now petrified Macmillan heir. Ernie, noticing the shadows looking at him and watching them as Harry casually threw them down, pointed a shaking finger at him and screamed, "You're a dark wizard. You are so deep into it that you have control over darkness." Thomas was right. You are so jealous of his power that you are going into the dark arts to kill him, but he will beat you, demon. Run to your precious savior and stay there. If you cross my path again, then even he will not be able to save you from my wrath. Annoying shit, Harry said calmly, seemingly back to his normal self except for the ice-green eyes which promised pain if the boy did cross his path again. Lord Macmillan, I think it's better if you and your heir leave immediately. I will no longer have him throw vile comments at someone who I consider my blood under my roof, no matter how good of an ally you might make. Arcturus said with a hard edge in his voice, to which Lord Macmillan gulped, realizing he hadn't just made an enemy of Potter but Black and possibly Malfoy and Greengrass as well, if the glare on Abraxas Malfoy's and Cadmus Greengrass's face said anything. Promising to punish the idiotic child of his severely for this, he bowed low and groveled, "Lords Potter and Black, my house has paid a great insult to yours today, and I know there are no words that can be said to heal the damage. I will make sure the lad's behavior is corrected, and I will promise that he will not antagonize you, Heir Potter. I beg of you to forgive this slight against your great houses." Ernie watched in disbelief as his seemingly strong father groveled in front of these old men, and it ignited a fire in him. One day he would make them pay for this slight. No one was even concerned that Harry had made death threats to him. They looked at him as if it was the most natural thing to do, make death threats at a kid who was speaking the truth, albeit rudely. Lily Potter was right, Ernie thought dazedly, as he watched his proud father beg for forgiveness from old fools who were past their prime. They just want to stay on top, and they don't want us half-bloods to surpass them. Ernie had a lot to think about. Afterward, none of the lords and ladies felt like socializing and slowly exited the room with their heirs throwing a wary glance at Harry, who stood still in the same spot as before with a calm expression on his face. Charles was worried as he knelt before his serene grandson and asked, "Harry, are you all right? Talk to me, son." Harry looked at him with the same calm face and said, I'm a totally fine grandfather. I get it now. Why I felt so at home with darkness. Arcturus walked towards them and interrupted before Harry could say anything. You're a shadow elementalist, aren't you? Harry gave a simple nod, still looking peaceful, which was starting to freak out everyone. The only weakness Harry had was his home life, and they expected him to be shouting or screaming bloody murder at the Macmillan heir, not looking utterly peaceful. When that idiot started spewing his filth, I felt so mad that I wished I had a way to make him pay since I didn't have my wand yet, and suddenly I felt a tug at something that felt natural to me, something that I knew existed but consciously never tried to feel it, and I made contact with the darkness. The darkness obeys me. To shut off my rage, I used the darkness to reinforce my occlumency barriers. Can't you see? Can't you see my mind shield's strength? Harry asked, and indeed everyone could see the differences. There was always a tightness to Harry, an unconscious worry that his friends would leave him for his twin like his parents, and no matter what they did, it never truly went away. They could not see this tightness around him anymore. He looked calm and at peace with himself. His eyes also had changed. Now they were crystal clear green and sparkled, indicating fully functional mind shields that should not be possible for someone his age. Yet it was there. Overall, Harry looked better off than ever before, and this worried Charles. Are you sure it is wise to allow shadows access to your mind, Harry? No one knows if this can be done, and I don't think it is safe to lock away your emotions like this. Charles said gently, worried about upsetting the poor boy who looked so peaceful. Harry surprised them all by laughing and said, Don't worry, grandfather. My mind is still my own. The darkness guards my mind now, strengthening the already present shields. I would have achieved this level later on after years of practicing occlumency. Think of it like a shortcut. Charles still looked unconvinced. Harry noticed this and said, Tell you what, let's have Grandfather Arcturus here test my shields using legilimency. He has knowledge on the mind, and he can assure you whether this is normal or not. Can you help me, Grandfather? He asked Arcturus, who looked at Charles and got a single nod. Arcturus, who was very proficient in mind magic, looked Harry in the eye and without a wand uttered legilimens. Harry felt the telltale sign of a foreign presence entering his mind but did not fight against him as he saw his grandfather look at his shields impressed. It lasted for a second before Arcturus drew back and congratulated him. Impressive, Harry. While your mindscape is still at level 1 and underdeveloped, your shields are at max level 7. It is exactly as you said. Your mind is untouched, but your walls are the strongest anyone could have. Oh, they will be even stronger, grandfather. I can improve them to go above the documented level 7. Harry said confidently, stunning the usually calm man. Occlumency came in 7 levels, with 1 being a beginner and 7 being an expert. And here's this lad who says he can go higher, Arcturus thought dazedly. He was at level 7, and he couldn't wait to observe his progress. He was sure his sister Cassiopeia would be very interested in this as well. That will be something to watch, but I don't want you to try this alone, Harry. Your mind is misaligned now with your mindscape and defenses at different levels, and it will be very irresponsible of you if you practice alone without a legilimens near you. Rest assured, no mortal can get inside your mind now and withhold training until later on. Okay? Arcturus asked firmly, and it was a testament of the respect and love Harry had for Arcturus that he accepted, much to the surprise of Charles, who knew Harry took orders from no one except his family. Grandfather, why did you invite that tosser and his family to this gathering? Insulting us under our roof. Are they our allies? Rigel asked hotly, while Melania clicked her tongue at his language but did not comment upon it, quietly agreeing with her grandson. Arcturus looked smug for a second before he said simply, to let them know we're coming, of course. Lord Macmillan is many things, but an actor and a good occlumens is not among them. He was sent to me by our enemies to infiltrate this meeting and get to know what our objectives are. Oh, you heard me, Arcturus said with relish. He had decent occlumency walls, of course, but certainly not something that could keep me out. I plucked it right out of his mind at the first meeting itself. Harry snorted. The number of people who could keep Arcturus Black out of their heads could be counted on his hands, and he wouldn't need his left hand to do so. Rigel asked impatiently, but why? This is just a little pure-blood gathering for children about to start education. Unless our enemies are that desperate and want to know what pranks we play, I don't think there was much to gain here. He finished sarcastically. Arcturus's lips twitched upwards before he became serious. This meeting was not the target, but the members were. They wanted to know whom we trusted explicitly and considered like-minded allies. Too bad I did not invite our true allies and just the known sympathizers of blood purity. They did not learn anything, I assure you. He honestly expected me to forget that he and James were childhood friends, and their children are friends as well, and invite him to high-profile meetings when he came talking to me about how worried he was about our society and wanted to do something about it. That's why Aunt Bella is not here, right? Harry asked. Arcturus looked at him proudly and said, "Well done, Harry. That is exactly why they were not here. They are already accused of supporting the Dark Lord. They did not need this additional heat on them." I asked Bella and her husband not to attend, and while Bella certainly wasn't happy, she reluctantly agreed. I also asked them to send their ally, the Carrow family, to make sure that Macmillan doesn't get suspicious. The Carrows were only too happy to help, and now Dumbledore will get a new name to his list of enemies and will consider this a win when it certainly is not. Wow, that was smart. So our true allies are safe, right? Rigel exclaimed. Arcturus nodded and said yes, our true allies are safe. Since the Macmillan brat will not be attending, I think I will go and flew Bella now. She can attend the ceremony of her nephews. But they did get to know a little Lord Black. While your speech was inspiring, it did say you are firmly against the Muggleborns gaining power over us and that you will continue to fight them. Lord Macmillan's infiltration might have a little success. Daphne said in a respectful tone which earned her an approving nod from Arcturus. You've got a sharp head on your shoulders, Miss Greengrass. But rest assured they have learned nothing new. I have always fought against them gaining power over us publicly, and they will just believe I am just imparting my blood-purist views onto the new generation of children whose parents are known supporters of mine. The infiltration was almost a waste of time for them since they learned of nothing new except the fact that the Carrows support us, which was already suspected. Our true allies are still working to destroy them from the shadows. The mishap his heir has caused gives us an opportunity to reject teaching his heir, which will allow you to learn without the brat reporting everything to his daddy. My little operation is a success, and our goals are still unclear to them. What exactly is our goal? Draco asked skeptically. Arcturus, Charles, Abraxas, and Cadmus shared a smile before Abraxas replied to save our world from getting taken over by mudblood-loving fools and mudbloods who have no knowledge of our history and our ways. Review, please. Chapter 6. End of schooling duel. Chapter 6 Spells. Lessons began in earnest the next day when their teacher Mr. Silversky arrived in the Black Townhouse. Jason Silversky was a man who had multiple masteries in magic and was one of the most sought-out tutor in Britain. He would teach the theory behind transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts and history starting from Monday till Friday. He would teach the theory in the morning for 4 hours from 9 to 1, and would leave them to practice the spells in the afternoons in the privacy of their manors, since it was illegal for anyone to own a wand before they received their Hogwarts letter, and he did not want to risk his reputation. Afternoons found Harry, Rigel, and Draco performing the spells they learnt in the morning under the watchful eyes of their grandparents in their manors. They decided to spend one afternoon each in their respective manors so that they could practice and help each other out. Saturdays was usually dedicated to family magic and history for 2 hours. Afterwards, they had politics with Abraxas Malfoy and business with Charles Potter, who was an amazing businessman. While Rigel and Harry learnt and understood enough politics to survive the Wisengamot in the future, Draco excelled in these lessons. He had a shrewd mind and could spot opportunities that Harry and Rigel overlooked in the case study. Scenarios that was presented by Abraxas as lessons and had a rare foresight to accurately predict the consequences of his actions in the future, which made his grandfather immensely proud, as he had the makings of a ruthless and cunning lord and businessman. Rigel and Draco had Saturday afternoons off, but Harry spent this time with Arcturus Black working on his shadow magic. The Black had a few shadow elementalists in their family tree, and Arcturus visited the Black family vault to procure some books on the subject, which Harry read under his watchful eyes of Charles and Arcturus as they discussed business. After a few hours of theory, He was allowed to call upon the shadows and discover his powers over them. So far Harry could feel the shadows and converse with them, but when he could fully tap into his powers when he was older, he could transport himself through the shadows, bypassing any wards and command shadows to attack, which made Harry very determined to master this rare art. Evenings, once he was done with the shadow magic, Arcturus taught the three boys occlumency and the art of controlling expressions. According to Arcturus, occlumency not only gave the user mental defense, but also gave them the ability to have full control over their expressions and feelings. Using occlumency, one could wear a blank mask which hid all emotions from their rivals and even dull pain to an extent. These sessions usually took place in a room that was dimly lit and exotic candles burnt to give off relaxing fumes to which the boys meditated and practiced the mind arts. While Draco and Rigel had the hard task of building their defenses from scratch, Harry was constructing his mindscape and organizing his memories since his walls were enhanced by the shadows. The three boys made good progress every day, and Arcturus gave them strict instructions to clear their mind and categorize their day's memories before going to sleep. Sunday mornings was spent to review whatever they had studied in the previous week, both text and wand, and they prepared for their next week's lessons. Afternoon was spent learning swordsmanship from Charles, who was talented with a blade. He would show them the combination of sword attacks and allow them to practice with their family blades until it became muscle memory to them. Then he would pair them up and allow them to duel with wooden swords to improve their reflexes and coordination. In the beginning, all three of them had trouble practicing and moving around with their swords and armor since they were not used to such strenuous physical activities until Charles ordered them to wake up early and start working out to improve their stamina and strength. The boys would complain and flew to Potter Castle every morning to work on their muscles every morning, but when they noticed their spells coming out stronger and faster along with tighter-looking robes, they soon began to enjoy it, much to the amusement of their grandfathers. While the workload was very heavy and their tutors expected nothing but perfection, the heirs did not complain. They had a huge responsibility and they were determined to prove themselves to their families and themselves. It was not all work, since every alternate Saturdays there would have Quidditch matches in the Malfoy Manor pitch along with exhibition duels to showcase what they had learnt. The year soon passed by with all of them preoccupied by their busy schedules, and soon it was time for Harry's 11th birthday. They had a big party in Potter Castle which was attended by all of his friends. On his birthday, he had received a custom-made runic armor from his grandfather that was very light and was made for his build. The runes etched would provide him comfort and mobility, which he loved. Charles also made two more for Rigel and Draco, which they were very thankful for. A beautiful phoenix from his grandmother, it bonded with Harry. The Black family members got together and gave him a hip dagger straight from the Black Vault. It was certainly priceless, with the large black diamond hilt and ornate sheath. The dagger itself was made from blackened steel and was supposed to be used as a last resort defense. Harry thanked them repeatedly and promised to wear it every day, which pleased Arcturus immensely. The Malfoys, who knew Harry had a fondness for watches, got him a custom-made timepiece with dark emeralds in the clock and platinum hands. The watch had a variety of charms, including an unbreakable charm, scratch-resistant charm, and a feather-light charm. Harry immediately removed the watch he was wearing, a priceless white gold Potter family heirloom, and wore his new watch gleefully, which made Lucius smile and Narcissa squeal with happiness. Harry ignored Draco's eye roll when Narcissa hugged him. He received books, clothes, and chocolates from his other friends, which he was very thankful for. Overall, it was the best birthday he had with his friends. The next day, the Daily Prophet published a front-page article about the National Gala that was the Thomas Potter's birthday. The article showed James and Lily Potter standing proudly behind the spectacled boy who lived, who grinned at the 6-tier cake in front of him. The article also bragged about the priceless gifts he had received, amongst which the most loved one was the Gringotts vault, with 1,000,000 galleon balance gifted by his parents. Harry, who lived in Potter Castle with his grandparents, who were the Lord and Lady of Europe's richest house, was surprised at the news. His grandfather had donates a vault with 10 times the amount on his previous birthday. Didn't you get access to the air vault ages ago? Draco yawned. Harry nodded, amused. Looks like Mommy and Daddy finally believe their little Tommy is all grown up. I'll bet the little superstar would use his new fortune to secretly buy his signed photographs just to increase sales. Rigel laughed, and they soon made their way to the Black Townhouse for their lessons. Today would be the last day of their tutoring, and they were excited to finish it off on a high note. All three boys were 11 now, Rigel, who had celebrated his birthday in May, and Draco in June, and were anxiously waiting for their Hogwarts letter, which was supposed to come any time. They would use everything they had learnt in the past year to outshine the others in school and bring honor to their families. They would also prank the living hell of Hogwarts, Rigel reminded them whenever the subject came up. They made their way to the classroom where they had learnt the first-year syllabus completely and halfway to the second. They had practiced the spells to perfection and were expected to hold nothing back. They were also expected to continue reading ahead to stay ahead. Professor Silversky was waiting for them. Once everyone had taken their seats, he began. Greetings, class. Today is the last day of your classes, and I want to say I am extremely proud of you. You have given it your all and have excelled in everything you have been taught. I have no doubt you all will be there in the top rankings of this year and hopefully every year until you graduate. It has been a pleasure teaching you, young lords and ladies. There was a round of applause for his words, and Harry and Daphne even shared a high five, much to the amusement of others. Professor Silversky laughed and said, "Now, it's my tradition to have a little mock duel on the final day whenever I am invited to teach, and with the permission of your parents, this year is no different. Let me pair you up now, and remember, no harmful spells. You are with friends, just showing whatever you have learnt this year. Let me now introduce our gracious host, Lord Arcturus Black." Rigel rubbed his hands gleefully as his grandfather and grandmother, accompanied by his parents, walked inside the room. Behind him, Lord and Lady Potter, along with Lord Malfoy and his son and daughter-in-law, Lucius and Narcissa, were also present, along with the parents of the rest of the heirs. This is going to be fun, Rigel thought. The elders conjured chairs and sat patiently as Professor Silversky randomly paired them to fight. Draco was against Tracy. Blaise was against Daphne, who smirked at him, making him go pale. The Caro twins would be fighting each other, much to their shock. Virgo would fight Theo, while Cassiopeia would be against Vincent. Rigel and Harry would be against each other, and they both shared a grin. Greg, who was the odd one, would be fighting against the professor himself, much to his terror. Arcturus Black stepped forward, wishing everyone luck before waving his wand and conjuring a dueling platform with the Black family coat of arms in the center. Charles helped his brother-in-law to cast protection spells on the platform to strengthen it against damage, and cast wards around the dueling area to prevent stray spells from hitting onlooking spectators. The duels began in earnest, starting with Draco and Tracy. After bowing and walking back the 11 steps, they turned and began firing spells at each other. Tracy gave a good fight, throwing some minor hexes, disarming jinxes, and even a stunning spell, much to the surprise of the elders, but Draco was simply better than her, due to his better physique and practice, as he dodged the minor hexes and raised a solid Protego shield which did not even budge under Tracy's spells. Tracy's shock was her undoing as Draco threw a quick disarming jinx which blew her wand to Draco's waiting hands. Once he returned the wand with a handshake on a good fight, the next fight began. Blaise versus Daphne. The fight started with Blaise going quickly on the offensive, intending to overwhelm Daphne. He threw a variety of spells in a basic chain which impressed everyone. No doubt the practice he had undergone. Blaise smirked in anticipation as the spells ricocheted towards the blonde girl. Daphne drew a shape in air with her wand, and suddenly all the spells splashed against a transparent shield, much to everyone's surprise. Daphne smirked at Blaise's shock and retaliated with some harmless jinxes, accurately hitting Blaise's hair, turning it purple and giving him bad breath. Blaise was confused since none of the spells could win her the duel, when suddenly Daphne's stance changed, and she threw a tripping charm at an unprepared who fell face first into the stage. Daphne immediately cried, "Stupefy," and the red beam hit Blaise, knocking him unconscious. Amazing, Harry breathed as an amused Daphne renovated Blaise as he scowled, while rubbing his face where he had fallen. Rigel noticed this and smirked. "Stop drooling at her, Harry." Harry flushed and said, "Shut up. I'm not drooling." It was an amazing tactic to make Blaise unprepared for her real attack. "Very well done. Yeah, he's drooling all right." Draco grinned at Rigel, and Harry blushed as a sullen Blaise and smirking Daphne came towards them. Quickly clearing his embarrassment, He offered a hand to a smug Daphne who took it. An amazing fight, Miss Greengrass. Why thank you, Herr Potter. Daphne said coyly, as she shook his hand. I'm expected a better show from you both. She added, looking at Rigel who smirked in anticipation. Oh, don't worry, Miss Greengrass. Our fight will be legendary, Harry? To which Harry grinned. Oi, is no one gonna ask me how my face feels? Damn it, Daphne. Couldn't you cast a cushioning charm on the ground before you tripped? Me? Blaise whined, looking at an unimpressed Daphne who simply flipped her blonde hair back. Draco jeered. You deserve it for underestimating her, you ponce. By the way, what did you draw in the air, Daphne? The shield did not even budge under the spells? Harry asked. Everyone looked at the smiling blonde girl who answered, oh, that's obvious, of course. I used runes. I drew a shield rune to stop his spells. Much better than wasting magic on a Protego shield, if you ask me.
Combat rune, impressive.
Harry grinned at a now blushing Daphne. Rigel grinned and was about to comment when their attention was drawn to the furious fight between the Caro twins. They both knew each other so well that they were able to predict what they would cast next and shield accordingly. Finally, they both threw a stunner at each other that connected, knocking them both out, resulting in a tie. The fight between Crabbe and Theo was strong and defeated Crabbe Air. The Crabbe Air was a natural in astronomy and physical intimidation and was not suited for magical duels, especially against someone like Theo. Finally, it was the duel between Harry and Rigel. Best friends, cousins, and practically brothers. They both rose to the applause of the crowd who were anticipating a good fight between the Potter and Black Heir. Harry, who was studying magic and also who had all of the talent and power of the Potter family since he was a small child, against Rigel, who had all of the talent and power of the Black family. It would be a thriller to watch. They both looked at each other and bowed. Don't go easy on me, okay, Harry? Remember, Daphne is watching, so I'll go easy on you. Rigel grinned. Harry went red and grinned back. I'll wipe the floor with you for that, Black. Rigel just laughed, and they both took the necessary steps back before waiting for the duel to start. Professor Silversky shot green sparks, and the duel was underway. Rigel immediately cast Rictusempra, sending a tickling charm at Harry, who sidestepped it and retaliated with Expelliarmus, which Rigel shielded against. Both smirked, testing each other's reactions and movements before the real fight started. Harry drew his magic and began casting Expelliarmus Reducto Impedimenta Lumos Maxima Stupefy. Rigel's eyes widened as Harry started his spell chain he had formed during their breaks and knew it wouldn't be easy to break this considering Harry's power and accuracy, and took a deep breath as he struggled to stay alive in this duel. He dodged the disarming jinx and muttered Protego, which absorbed the Reductor curse and the impediment jinx, but the shield could not stop the Lumos Maxima and he was temporarily blinded. He blindly threw himself to the ground, barely missing the stunning spell that sailed over his head. He muttered a spell that cleared the spots in his eyes and cast an overpowered NOx, putting out Harry's Lumos in the process. He rolled over to another side and immediately got up as an Expelliarmus splashed at the spot he was lying on, and mindful of the audience, including his grandfather, whom he wanted to impress, began his own spell chain. Bombarda Reducto Stupefy Stupefy Defindo Expelliarmus Levicorpus Stupefy. The last stunner was aimed above to hit Harry if the Levicorpus jinx hit him. Harry slossed his wand diagonally and brought in an upward flick and cried Sctum Immortalum, and a bright bronze shield materialized in front of him, and to Rigel's surprise, his blasting curses hammered against the shield with a loud gong-like noise and was cancelled out immediately. Rigel looked shocked as his other spells didn't even break through Harry's shield. He had expected Harry to use a Protego, which would have broken after the barrage of the blasting curses, and while he did not expect all spells to hit, he had hoped to nail him with at least one, but Harry's new shield completely destroyed his spell chain. Harry smirked at the wide-eyed look on Rigel's face as he cancelled out his immortal shield, which could basically stop any jinx and some curses without any problems, and shouted Rictusempra Confringo Expelliarmus Stupefy Bombarda Stupefy, hoping to end the duel. Rigel knew he had no choice but to use some advanced magic as he shouted Aegis. The Atlas shield materialized in front of him, and he took a moment to catch his breath as Harry's powerful spells hammered away at the shield. He did not miss the look of surprise on Harry's face, and he knew he could not waste this moment as he cancelled out the shield and muttered, Flipendo Stupefy Stupefy, and the knockback jinx along with two stunners rocketed towards a surprised Harry, who was in the middle of his chain. Harry knew he had no time to draw up a shield and hastily flicked his wand upwards, and to everyone's astonishment, the stage was ripped in front of Harry's feet and rose upwards to block the knockback jinx and the stunners. The jinx blasted the wooden stage to pieces, and a few tiny shrapnel tore into his face, and Harry immediately shouted Depulso, banishing the wooden slats towards Rigel. Rigel, who was sure of his victory as he had caught Harry off guard, was once again surprised as the wooden wreckage of the stage was banished at him. He hastily transfigured the few pieces that was heading for his head into paper, but could not stop a few heavy pieces hitting his leg, and he rolled to the right, putting weight on his now injured leg as Harry sent 2 stunners hoping to catch him off guard. Rigel was desperate to end the duel and hissed in pain as he got up and put weight on his leg. He could also feel his breath coming out labored as he could feel his magical core depleting. His earlier spell chain and the Atlas shield had taken a lot out of his reserves, and as he looked at Harry, who looked slightly fatigued, he knew that he could not continue like this. Rigel shouted Serpensortia, and a venomous green viper appeared in front of Harry and hissed furiously as it was summoned away from its home. It began to angrily advance on Harry, who muttered Evanesco, vanishing the hissing reptile. Rigel, who was hoping for the snake to distract Harry for a while where could catch his breath, looked on with despair, and had no choice but to raise the Atlas shield again as Harry responded with another chain, this time all blasting curses to destroy the shield. Thankfully the shield held, and Rigel knew he had just enough magic for one last trick. He prayed this last resort worked, because if this failed, he knew he did not have enough energy to summon a Protego, let alone an Atlas shield. He dropped his Atlas shield, and with the last of his magic shouted Azkavike. This was the darker version of the concussion curse, a black creation that he had learnt from his grandfather. It would create a concussion like the standard curse, but the effects were prolonged in the improved version, and the best thing was it could not be blocked by a shield. Rigel staggered as he saw the curse sailing towards and hoped for a victory. Harry watched wide-eyed as the steel-gray curse came straight for his head, and for some reason he knew could not shield against it. Knowing Rigel, Harry was sure his best friend would not have used the last of his magic to send a curse that could be shielded by his immortal shield. Now panicking, he hastily shouted Serpensortia, and he knew he had made the right choice as the summoned snake was blasted into the wall, where it fell down limp but alive. Harry was desperate for a win as he could feel himself getting tired and knew he had to capitalize on this as he shouted Incendio, Incendio, Ventus, stupefy. Rigel, who could barely stand, was once shocked as Harry escaped the concussion curse. The bugger just knows me too well, I suppose. Rigel thought amusedly as he used the last embers of his magic to conjure water, which met the flames head on and hissed as steam was formed. Rigel immediately knew he had walked into a trap as the Ventus charm blew the steam straight in front of him, and thus he could not stop the stunner hitting him even if he could. Well, at least I was knocked out then disarmed, was Rigel's last thought as the blackness claimed him at last. Harry was breathing heavily, and he knew he had to end it quickly as he was running out of ideas. He had then decided to use his latest spell chain, which he dubbed the Hot Chain, and was surprised to see the stunner finally bringing down the black air. He waited for a second to see if Rigel would move again, but when he didn't, he waved his wand and cleared the steam. He walked forward and muttered Renervate. Rigel immediately opened his eyes and groaned as the exhaustion and the pain in his leg caught up with him, but accepted the hand offered by Harry as he was pulled to his feet and slung his hands around Harry's shoulders and winced. Man, you beat the hell out of me, Harry. Great fight, bro. Harry grinned and said, you almost got me with the concussion curse. If I hadn't known you wouldn't have wasted your magic on a last spell that could be shielded, I would used my immortal shield again. An excellent fight, Rigel. What was that shield, by the way? It didn't even buck under my chain. You gotta teach me that, man. Rigel exclaimed, and Harry said, sure. It's called Shield of Immortals, and short of unforgivable, you can stop anything provided you have enough power to put behind it. In return, you have to teach me the Atlas shield. Rigel grinned. Deal. Deal. The two boys then looked around them, and silence greeted them as the lords and ladies were simply shocked at the display of magic exhibited by the 11-year-old heirs. Charles Potter stood up and started clapping, and everyone in the room got up and gave them a standing ovation. The two boys grinned at each other, and hands still around each other's shoulders, They gave a bow to the lords and ladies and turned around to bow to their friends who were awestruck. If that wasn't good enough to impress your Daphne, I don't know what is, Harry. Rigel whispered and Harry murmured, shut up. She's not my Daphne. His face red. Arcturus Black came forward and boomed, my boys. You have exceeding every single expectation I had placed on you. Simply a mind-blowing exhibition considering that you boys have not even begun school yet. Rigel, Harry, I have no doubt you both will bring honor to our houses. Mark my words. Both boys blushed at the rare praise from Arcturus and simply nodded to him. Sirius came forward and exclaimed, I'm damn proud of you, pup. To a grinning Rigel, and his mother Marlene Black née McKinnon swept him into a hug, much to his embarrassment. Mom, you can't hug me in public, like this, Rigel's muffled voice said, much to amusement of his father and others present. Oh hush, Rigel, after that duel, I'm allowed to hug my son who I'm proud of, Marlene said, pulling her only son into her embrace, which she knew he secretly liked. She looked at the green-eyed boy in front of her and said, a worthy victory, dear. Well fought. Harry smiled and nodded, and Marlene felt her heart go for the boy. While she was friends with both James and Lily, she was disgusted at the level they had fallen, ignoring their own son and favoring that arrogant other twin whom she was not at all fond of. She decided to narrate this experience to them just to spite them and let them know how powerful their son was. She had no doubt Harry could easily beat the pampered boy who lived with little difficulty. Narcissa meanwhile rushed forward and pulled Harry into a hug, which he heartily returned. Narcissa was one of the few people Harry allowed to touch him, and the blonde woman took advantage of it many times to pull the cute, adorable boy, who deserved all the affection in the world, to a hug. Well fought, Harry. A truly spectacular duel, boys. Let him breathe, Chissa. A good match, Harry. Rigel, your magical prowess is something that will shock many in the near future. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Uncle Lucius. They chimed together. Mother, your son dueled first and beat his opponent, yet you're all over Harry again. Might I remind you that your son needs some comfort as well? Came the drawling voice of Draco Malfoy, who was followed by his highly amused friends. Narcissa laughed and pulled both boys into a hug while Lucius sighed. He had no idea where his only son got the flair for dramatics from. After Harry was released from Narcissa's embrace, Charles put a shoulder on Harry's shoulder, smiled and said simply, you've made me proud, my son. That meant more to Harry than anything. After a hug from his grandmother, who gushed at his amazing performance and healed the cuts on his face, he made his way over to where Rigel was being fussed over by Mother, who was healing his injured leg. Mate, that was something else. Theo complimented him, which Harry accepted graciously. The Caro twins gave him shy nods, which he returned. Bella simply pulled the adorable boy into a hug and said simply, well done. Harry knew that compliment wasn't earned easily. Draco and Blaise slapped him on the back and said, not bad, Potter. You put up quite a good show.
I am impressed, man.
I'm glad I have your approval, Blaise. Harry said dryly as Draco began laughing. Blaise simply shrugged and grinned, which made Harry grin back. He was very thankful for having such good friends. Finally, Daphne made her way over to him, and Blaise and Draco discreetly moved away. Daphne had a smile on her face as Harry cheekily asked, was my lady suitably entertained? You sure how to put up a good show, my lord. Well fought, and consider me impressed. Daphne said softly, which made Harry's heart soar. Daphne was the only girl who made him feel like this and made him shy and lose his confidence. Daphne and he continued to talk about the various spells they had used, totally ignoring the others and missing Draco's and Rigel's taunting smirks and Tracy's knowing smile. Once Rigel's leg was healed and gotten a pepper-up potion, everyone made way to their seats and sat down. The duel between Greg and Professor Silversky was cancelled since Greg begged him to cancel it, and the professor, feeling bad for the physically strong boy, agreed. Professor Silversky made a few comments about the duel and formally took his leave, to the roaring applause of his students and their parents. The Caro twins, Theo, Vince, Tracy, Greg and Blaise began leaving, promising to meet on the Hogwarts Express. After everyone had gone, Arcturus said, well, that went good. I know for a fact that tomorrow you will be getting your Hogwarts letters, and we can start getting your necessities tomorrow itself. Harry was excited to hear this. Finally, it was time to go to Hogwarts. Harry, Draco, Me and your grandfathers have a meeting tomorrow, so we will not be joining you. Lucius and Narcissa, along with Bella and Rodolphus, will take you all to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Flew over to Malfoy Manor at 11 tomorrow. Miss Greengrass, you are welcome to join them as well. Thank you, my lord. Myself and my parents will meet your group in Leaky Cauldron tomorrow morning. Daphne bowed her head in respect. The group soon began to disperse and flew to their respective manors. Charles, Doria, and Harry fled over to Potter Castle, where Harry collapsed on a couchman. I'm tired. After a duel like that, I'm not surprised. Even with you reading ahead, I could see Rigel was not easy to beat. Doria stated, and Harry nodded enthusiastically, not even close to easy. We both were firstly restricted with the spells we could cast since we didn't want to hurt each other, and the pace was intense. We were both using third year and above spells. It was frankly tiring. If Rigel hadn't gone down to that stunner, I was running out of ideas. But still you prevailed. Good job. Charles smiled, stroking his head. Harry sighed happily and simply relaxed. Doria stood up and said in a strict voice, now young man, you go up and have a bath. After eating your food, straight to bed, you hear? You've got a big day tomorrow. Yes, mother, Harry said fondly, rolling his eyes much to his grandfather's amusement as he went to carry out his grandmother's orders. She was right. Tomorrow was going to be grand. Review, please. Chapter 7, Shopping. The next day saw a flurry of excitement in many households as an army of owls delivered a dream to every 11-year-old magical child. Their Hogwarts letter, which they had been dreaming of attending as soon as they could understand the stories of their siblings, parents, or their family members, and it was a very important milestone for the child, signaling that they had attained enough magical maturity to begin their formal schooling. Parents watched with pride as their little one received an invitation to study at the most famous school in Europe, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Some would of course reject it, opting to study at either Durmstrang Institute or Ilvermorny Institute of Magic, but most had already made up their minds to attend. Pure blood or mundane, the excitement was palpable in every household. It was no different in Potter Mansion. Thomas Potter, who was seated on his high seat having a big breakfast of eggs, bacon and milk, shrieked as he spotted an owl flying towards and dropped a heavy parchment envelope into his lap, spraying milk and half-chewed food all over the table. The happy parents, Lily and James, did not even bother to reprimand their precious son, as they believed all children to be messy eaters at the 11, and began congratulating the boy, making him puff in pride. The parents of the Savior hurriedly began cleaning the mess and immediately sought to get ready since the press would arrive soon. The Savior going to school is surely headlines material. With Thomas starting school, we can start on the school series merchandise. My son is all grown up, James thought gleefully as he cleared the disgusting mess on the table as Lily ushered their son to get dressed. Not once did the proud parents even remember their other son. The said other son was hardly bothered about the arrival of the letter, which was delivered by a brown owl. He gave one glance at the standard yellow parchment before focusing his attention back to his breakfast, which he cut and chewed with the grace of a lord. His grandparents watched amused as Harry barely glanced at the letter before Doria asked excited, "Are we?" Harry swallowed before shrugging. "I know it's supposed to be magical and all, but seriously, I knew I was going to get this letter since I was 5. I seriously don't want to attend Hogwarts. I would rather attend Durmstrang Institute or Ilvermorny. Because of some stupid law, I have to attend Hogwarts. The excitement is only for the shopping part." Charles ruffled his hair fondly and said, "Either ways, congratulations on getting in. Now I have a few instructions for you on your shopping trip. As informed yesterday, today is a Wisengamot meeting and we the old people will not be able to make it, so you will go with Lucius and Narcissa along with Bellatrix and her husband, and after you come I have a few surprises for you when you return." Harry gave a simple nod. "I don't want you to use your trust fund for this." Here Charles handed him a large ornate golden key with a P engraved on it. "This is Lord Potter Vault. As the primary heir, you have all the rights to use the money inside. I want you to get the best materials, all right? You will be representing the House of Potter, so only the best, yes?" "Yes, grandfather. Stick close to the others and have a great time, son. Entering Diagon Alley for the first time as a student is a magical feeling, and I want you to enjoy, Harry, but stay safe, all right?" Harry responded simply by hugging his grandfather, who chuckled and ruffled his hair. "Good lad. Now go get dressed and you can flew over to the Blacks. I'll see you in the evening. Harry got up and gracefully made his way upstairs, well aware of the proud expressions on his grandparents' faces which made his heart swell with joy. He took his time to decide his outfit since he was representing House Potter to the public for the first time and he knew the importance of first impressions. He selected a dark green shirt with small diamond-studded buttons and light cream pants which fit him perfectly since it was tailored for him. He chose a sleek black open dragonhide cloak to complete his attire, followed by shiny black shoes. He also wore his heir ring on his right middle finger and his black diamond watch, which was a gift from the Malfoys. Overall, he admitted he cut a very good-looking figure as he looked at the thankfully non-magical mirror with his tall stature and lean muscles. He combed his jet black hair back in the traditional way, making his glowing green eyes stand out. As he made his way down, his grandmother squealed and hugged him. "My little man is all grown up. Look at you. You look so very handsome." Harry blushed and hugged her back. "Thank you, Grandma. Are you sure you don't want to come with us?" Doria stroked his hair back before giving him a smile. "I'm sure, my dear. We ladies have decided to get together for a small meeting and the Malfoys have promised to take care of you. You have fun and be safe, all right? I don't want to hear anything about you, Rigel and Draco sneaking off somewhere. Am I a clear, young man?" Her stern expression in the end did not last long as a smile broke through, looking at Harry's too innocent expression. "You might also run into your parents today, Harry. Being the glory hogs they are, I am certain they will be there to strut around like a peacock showing off the savior. Will you be all right?" Doria asked concernedly and was rewarded with an eye roll from Harry's relaxed grandmother. "James and Lily stopped being my parents ages ago. That title goes for you and grandfather only. I'll be fine. I am not interested in talking to them and mainly I doubt they will recognize me. I can't help but worry. That's my job, Harry. Now off you go. Have a good time." I will give the savior your love," Harry said with a devious expression as he ran to the flue. "Harry, don't you dare," Doria shouted, but it was too late as Harry vanished with a whoosh into the green flames. Doria sighed. "Who am I kidding? I knew that was going to happen." Harry appeared in the fireplace of the Black townhouse and stepped out to greet a bored-looking Rigel who immediately brightened up when he saw him. Harry stepped out of the fireplace gracefully before shaking hands with his best friend. "Waiting for long?" "Yep. It's been like 2 minutes. Couldn't you get here faster?" Rigel whined and Harry rolled his eyes. "It's exactly 11, you dolt. It would have been rude if I was earlier." "Right you are, Harry. Honestly, Rigel, do you pay even a bit of attention in etiquette classes?" came the resigned voice of his mother, Marlene Black, as she looked at her unabashed son. She offered a smile to Harry and said, "It's good to see someone paying attention to etiquettes, dear. Are you ready to go?" Harry bowed, ready to leave Mrs. Black. Marlene rolled her eyes and exasperatedly asked, "How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me Mrs. Black and start calling me Marlene?" "Harry, at least once more, Lady Black," Harry replied with a cheeky smile. Rigel rolled his eyes as Harry charmed his mother and said, "Enough talk. Let's leave." Marlene looked up at the roof as if praying for patience and said, "Rigel, how many times do I have to repeat myself? You will leave as soon as the rest of them get here." "But I've been waiting for this day for ages," Rigel whined. Harry hid a smile as he watched mother and son bicker, waiting for the others to arrive. If not for the love he received from his grandparents, he would have been jealous of the love between Rigel and his mother. "If I even had met Rigel, who knows what would have happened to me if not for grandfather and grandmother," Harry thought, a shudder running down his spine. The fireplace roared and the Malfoy family stepped out looking ready to impress with their silver blonde hair, self-assured smirks and clothes that probably cost a small fortune. After the necessary greetings, everyone was all set to leave. Narcissa informed them that Bellatrix and her family would join them in the leaky cauldron itself rather than flew over twice. "Oh, and the Greengrasses won't be making it today. Some family emergency," they said. Rigel volunteered to go first, all but dragging Harry and Draco with him, much to the disapproval of the elders who warned them that they expected better manners from heirs of prominent houses than a common muggle. After much apologies and putting their social masks on, the 3 heirs stepped inside the large fireplace and screamed Diagon Alley. The three boys were whisked away through the Floo network and were deposited in a large fireplace in a tavern that was popular among every witch and wizard. Leaky Cauldron, the dingy pub/inn behind which Diagon Alley was hidden. The three boys stepped out of the fireplace and dusted the ash of their clothes with a stoic expression carefully maintained. They caught the attention of quite a lot of people and a few hags as well who were having breakfast, but the three heirs ignored it as they waited patiently for the elders to appear. Another fireplace next to them roared green and the Lestrange family stepped out. Harry and the rest noticed how the pub immediately fell silent, some even throwing angry or fearful glances at the curly-haired Bellatrix Lestrange and her broad-shouldered, hard-faced husband Rudolphus Lestrange. Harry knew they were irritated. Harry, Draco, and Rigel bowed similarly but instead said uncle. Rudolphus gave them a crisp nod and a small smile. Boys, where are the others? Yet to arrive, uncle. Aunt Bella, you look lovely. Purple is surely your color. Rigel said smartly, kissing the offered knuckles of his aunt. Bella laughed and said the black family charm is evident. Nephew. Rigel grinned at her. The fireplace roared yet again and the Malfoys stepped out, bringing a wave of whispers to erupt amongst the other patrons which the two families promptly ignored. Draco looked completely at ease, haughty smirk in place, and Harry figured he was wearing his mask. After the two families finished greeting each other, the party set out towards the back while Lucius flicked a canute at a silent Tom the barkeeper for using the portal, which he silently pocketed. As they walked into the back alley, the whispers became louder and louder, and the most common word Harry picked up was Death Eater scum. Rudolphus and Lucius didn't even bat an eye as they drew their wands to open the gateway, but Harry could see the tenseness in Rudolphus's shoulders and a tiny glimmer of rage in Bella's eyes. He knew about why it was happening, so he thought being quiet is better. Lucius tapped the bricks in the order and the archway opened to reveal the famed magical ally in Britain. The road was completely filled with witches and wizards in robes, chaotically walking into shop after shop, laughing and generally having a great time. Harry spotted the snow-white Gringotts building at the end of the road, which towered over the entire alley. On either side of the cobblestone path, shops were located. Each and every one of them were unique and sold a variety of goods ranging from dress robes to frog eyes. Harry stepped inside the archway and watched the shops casually as Lucius waved his wand and the bricks reformed back to their wall structure. Harry could spot quite a few children his age looking odd and positively dragging their parents. The group began to walk forward confidently. Right, Lucius said, walking briskly as he threw a disgusted look at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. We will go to Gringotts first and get our money, then off to buy you custom-made items. Even wands? Asked Rigel quietly, throwing a glance at Ollivander, which was a few meters away. Bella snorted and said, no, my sweet. You will not be stunting your magic by using wands that are barely attuned to you. No, we will get you all custom-made ones that are made specifically for you. Heirs of your standards shouldn't even be seen using those rubbish wands, let alone use them. They reached the marble gates of Gringotts, and a pair of goblins in armor and holding axes bowed them inside. The group strolled briskly to an empty teller, and Lucius said, greetings, goblin. I would require the services of 3 tellers to take us down to the Malfoy and Potter vaults. The goblin sneered at them and said, very well, wizard. He then snarled behind him and 3 goblins came to them. They sneered at them and said this way, Rigel, come with us. Your grandfather has already paid me in advance, so you can take the money from the Malfoy vaults itself. Bella and Harry, once you're done, wait for us here so we can all leave together. They both nodded and followed the assigned goblins. Harry walked through a completely different door than the ones the others used and followed the surly goblin down a pathway. Bright chandeliers hung from the roof, throwing bright light onto the walls that were decorated with paintings showing the various wars the goblins had fought in. The goblin then led him into another side room and whistled for a cart which took them down the steep tracks, and Harry watched disinterestedly as the mines flashed by in a blur as they sped deeper into the ground. Finally, they came to a stop near an elaborate door with the Potter family crest on it. They got out of the cart and walked towards the large door. The goblin threw him a glance and grunted, key. Harry silently handed him the key, and the goblin checked the authenticity of the key, stroking the key with a hungry gleam in his eyes that disturbed Harry slightly. Finally, he strolled forward and inserted it into the keyhole, and the key was sucked inside. The goblin invited Harry forward. "Claim your ancestry. Beware, if you're found lying, you won't like what happens next," the goblin finished with a nasty smile. "What about the key?" Harry asked, and the goblin replied, "Oh, it returns to the head of the house if you stole it from him." Harry simply gave him a cold look and stepped forward. He placed his hands on the Potter crest, which felt warm to touch as it recognized the family magic in him. "I, Harry Potter James Potter," he said with distaste aimed at his middle name, "claim my birthright as primary heir of PotterClan and seek entry into the vault, so mote it be." There was a blinding flash of light as his heir ring glowed to signify his identity, and the vault opened with a loud clunk. The inside of the vault was brightly lit with torches, and Harry almost forgot to take a breath. He now knew why his family was heralded as the richest in their world as he gazed at the enormous treasure piled inside the vault. Gold as far as he could see was piled sky-high inside the deep caravan, while a smaller pile was dedicated to silver sickles and bronze nuts as well. Harry walked forward in a daze as he looked at the gigantic fortune his family had built up over the centuries. He walked to the end of the vault and found that there was another vault behind the first one, which on one side was further overflowing with gold, while another side was dedicated to decorative paintings, ceremonial weapons, and expensive-looking rugs. He walked towards the paintings and found a few tall chests piled near it, which he opened to find it filled with high-quality gemstones. This was not even half of treasure which PotterClan owned. Majority of the treasure was stored in secret vaults in Potter Castle. The goblin nodded and pulled one from his pockets. 2 galleons. Harry picked up 2 gold coins next to him and flicked it at the goblin, who caught it deftly. The goblin handed him the money bag, and he started piling as much money as he could. When he was happy he had enough, he turned to the goblin and threw him a galleon. "For your services." The goblin gave Harry an ugly, full-toothed smile and said, "My pleasure, Heir Potter. If you need anything done in Gringotts, write to Griphook." Harry nodded, and they made their way up towards the surface in a whistling cart. A bumpy ride later, Harry found himself in the lobby, sitting on the lounge sofa alone as the others weren't back yet. Harry relaxed into the soft leather and observed the people inside the bank. Harry noticed the Malfoys and Lestrange coming his way, so he stopped his observation and made his way towards them. "Got everything?" Harry nodded, and they made their way out. They made their way out and walked silently down towards the entrance of Diagon Alley. Harry could see the hags, going about their business, shopping and muttering to each other. He could see a house elf popping away from outside a general store. Creatures and humans intermingled about, peacefully going about their business without bothering each other. "All questions for later. Let us finish our shopping first," Lucius said hurriedly, as all of them began to open their mouths. "No doubt 100 questions in mind." "Good suggestion, dear." Narcissa smiled winningly at her husband. "Let's finish with robes first, as they are the most tedious." "Shall we start, Bella?" They made their way to a shop named Twilfit Tattings, which Harry discovered was a high-end clothes shop. They walked inside, and a man in very stylish robes greeted them. He bowed to the lords while kissing the offered knuckles of the ladies. He gave the children a nod and said, "Welcome. I am Mr. Twilfit, and it shall be my honor to help you today. What are you looking for?" 5 full sets of Hogwarts. 3 male. Use only your best materials. Price is of no concern." Chissa said commandingly, to which Twilfit nodded and snapped his fingers. At once, 5 assistants came out and began to measure the heirs individually while taking notes. Bella and Chissa were giving specific instructions about the material to be used, the designs to be added along with the crests, which was dutifully noted by Twilfit. Rudolphus and Lucius watched with silent amusement as the 3 boys were looking beyond board as they were pricked, pinned, and measured. More than ever in life, 3 boys looked as if they wanted to pull their hair out any minute. Finally it was over. Harry found himself ordering 10 pair of shirts, made of a material called star silk that looked very comfortable and expensive. He would also have 6 cloaks with the Hogwarts crest for now, which would change after his sorting. He also had the Potter crest next to it, signaling his status as the primary heir to the house. His twin could not wear the crest on his chest since he was not the heir primary, and Harry almost cackled with laughter thinking how much it would infuriate the Ponce. He also ordered pants, vests, and new shoes. All of them had requested their clothes to be fireproof, waterproof, and anti-creasing. Twilfit apologized that their order would take time as the charms had to be weaved through the fabric and promised to owl their orders personally as soon as they were done, which was expected to be ready in 2 days. Harry walked out of the store 3,000 galleons poorer. The children begged to take a small break and the adults reluctantly agreed to it, and they made their way into a small cafe where the kids had ice cream while the adults sipped coffee. Next stop was Scrivenshafts, which sold parchment and quills. Harry bought a strange black quill which caught his fancy, a raven's feather and plenty of inkwells of different colored inks and a few invisible ink as well, along with a large amount of parchment for an entire year. After buying their cauldrons and brass scales, they made their way to Stargazers, where Lucius insisted they all buy a fully working model of the galaxy and solar system since it would help them study better and they wouldn't have to memorize the planets and their moons. They also bought high-end gold telescopes and a few books on astrology and its applications. In Sluggers and Jigs, they bought potion ingredients. The store sold almost all the ingredients they required for their first year, and Harry bought a few ones that were not mentioned in the list so he could work and brew ahead. In Mercer's times, they picked up all the books they required for transfiguration, charms, defense, history, and potions. Harry also grabbed a few additional ones on runes and theory behind wandless magic to check it out. "Hey, Uncle Lucius, these books cost almost twice as the normal ones in Flourish and Blots. Why is that?" Rigel asked, holding up a leather-bound fantastic beast and where to find them written in golden handwriting. Yes, that's because these books are deluxe editions, sold only in Mercer's. They include additional notes and words from the author. It also looks very good, Lucius said with a smile as he piled all the books onto the counter for billing. Finally, it was time for something they had been waiting their whole lives. Wands. Even though all of them had used wands all their lives, the elders had assured them that using their own wands was quite something else. The prospect of being watched to a wand that was made exactly for them excited them all. They walked towards the end of the street and walked towards a store with a name board as Ollivander's. In the display, a single wand was placed on a purple pillow. They walked inside and a bell rang somewhere inside the gloom of the shop. Harry looked to see a massive counter that dominated the entire shop. The area behind the counter was dark and creepy. He saw a few chairs to his left and a few doors next to it, and that was pretty much the entire shop. "Good afternoon." A soft voice greeted them as he stepped out of the gloom behind the counter. He had eerie, silver-luminescent eyes that seemed slightly hazy as he gazed upon the group. "I am Ollivander, and I will help you bond with your wands made or ready," the wandmaker said as he made his way towards them by opening a small door in the counter. "Bond?" Draco mouthed, looking confused. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy, bond." Contrary to popular belief, a wand is not just a mere tool to do magic. It is a bond between you, your magic, and wand. The better suited the wand is for you, the stronger your bond with the wand and the better magic you can do, Ollivander said, as he folded his hands behind his back. Custom-made Bella told him, "Okay now, who wants to go first?" Rigel stepped forward looking determined. Ollivander smiled. "Well done, Mr. Black. Now let me explain a few things about wand crafting. A wand usually consists of the casing, core, and focus. Each of these elements, choices balance each other out. Like, for example, he pointed at Bella. Bellatrix Lestrange, a powerhouse with a wand with an unnatural talent for curses. Her wand? Walnut, truly lethal in the hands of a gifted soul. Core, made of chimera heartstring, devastating power source in the right hand. The focus, jade to filter and stabilize the excess power. One of my finest creations, no doubt." All of them looked at the wandmaker with awe as he admitted creating Bella's wand. Harry hadn't seen her in action, but he had heard enough about her talent with the wand in the dueling circuit to know that his honorary aunt was considered as one of the most dangerous women alive. "Now, Mr. Black, head inside this room. Don't worry, just allow your magic to spread and it will do the rest. Off you go," Ollivander said, gently leading Rigel inside one of the doors Harry had noticed. Rigel gulped but made his way inside and Ollivander closed the door. Rigel stepped out a few minutes later, holding 2 blocks of wood. He handed them to the wandmaker, who smiled at him and said, "A typical Black. You and ebony. Sheer, raw, powerful woods to match your magic." Now go inside and find your cores. Rigel vanished inside another door and reappeared again with a few glass vials in his hands which he carefully handed to the wandmaker. Ollivander gave him a curious look and said Thunderbird Tail Feather, Acromantula Venom and Raven Feather. A dark affinity no doubt, but certainly not evil. I can sense that this will make a very powerful wand, Mr. Black. Powerful wand for a powerful wizard. Rigel looked pleased at his words and was asked to choose the final part of his wand. A focus stone for which he chose a diamond. Draco went next and his wand would be made of hawthorn and ivy and core with a single dragon heartstring core. He was also matched with a topaz as focus. Finally it was Harry's turn. He walked inside the dark room and Ollivander closed the door behind him, plunging him into the darkness. Harry took a deep breath as he steadied his mind and unleashed a small tendril of magic outwards and observed his surroundings. He felt himself being drawn to 3 woods which he carefully picked up and walked outside. He handed the 3 blocks to Ollivander, who lost his smile slightly. Elder, from a particularly old tree, yew and rowan. Such conflicting woods you have chosen, Mr. Potter. You see, elders, if chosen at all, are mostly taken by people who have darkness in their hearts. Yew is almost always never chosen by the weaker ones and always bonds well with people who are ambitious and have a vision. Rowan, on the other hand, bonds only with people of pure heart. I will have exceptional fun creating your wand. Now go and find your cores. I am positive it will be exceptional as well. Hearing this, Harry felt a shiver down his spine. How could the old wandmaker tell so much about his personality just by judging 3 blocks of food? Harry was more shaken that he was completely right. He had literal darkness in him, a manifestation of the powers he controlled over shadows. He, more than anything, wanted to outshine his brother and prove how wrong his parents were to abandon him. If that didn't count as ambition, Harry would eat that block of wood. He didn't know much about the pure heart, but he supposed it was somewhat true. He took a deep breath and repeated the process of sending his magic out, and he got 4 callings this time. He carefully picked up the vials and made his way outside where everyone was waiting eagerly for him. He handed the materials to Ollivander and watched as he became very excited. You may be one of the most unique people to ever be crafted by me. This. He held up a vial of sickly black substance that seemed to swirl. Inside is Dementor's blood. Highly dark, dangerous, and possibly one of the most powerful, if rarely used cores in wandlore. This, pointing to a vial with a few strands of hair inside, is Rougarou Hairstrand, another dark creature, capable of very strong magic. By now, everyone inside the shop were looking at Harry with various degrees of awe which made him uncomfortable, but Harry brought his shield up as he listened to the wandmaker with an expressionless face. Ollivander held up another vial with hair strands inside. Thestral tail hair. Has an affinity to death. Ollivander paused as he considered something. Actually, many components of your wand share an affinity to death. Elder, you, Thestral hair. Such a curious selection. Moving on, he pointed to a jar with a bright red and orange feather. Phoenix tail feather. Affinity to light and purity. Last but not the least, I need you to select a focus for me, Mr. Potter, and I shall get to work immediately. Go on. Harry went inside the last door to find a shelf with all kinds of gemstones. Unlike the previous 2 rooms, this one was brightly lit. He gazed at the stones, waiting for a sign, but he went through the first row without success. He gazed at the next row and suddenly felt a small tug at his magic, looking at a red stone which sparkled in the light. He grabbed that stone and made his way outside and handed it to Ollivander. Interesting choice once again. This is red beryl, or red emerald as it is also called, and is one of the rarest gemstones on this planet and has the potential to focus immense magical energy. This is the only specimen I have with me, but judging by the materials of your wand, I am delighted to use it, Mr. Potter. Ollivander looked at the others and said, I will begin crafting your wands immediately. The 4 of you can collect yours tomorrow by midday, while I will require an additional 2 days to craft Mr. Potter's. Also, I usually charge 100 galleons per wand and require the first half of the installment before crafting. Insurance. I'm sure you understand. Lucius and Bella nodded and paid the money, and when Harry was about to pay, Ollivander shook his head. I will charge you your full amount when you collect the wand, Mr. Potter. Considering the volatile and conflicting materials, along with the pricelessness of the red barrel, it will cost you more. But I will assure you the price won't cross 1,000 galleons, regardless of the price of the materials. Harry would have paid 1,000,000 galleons for his wand, but he simply nodded and said, "Very well, Mr. Ollivander. I shall be here with my grandfather in 3 days. Cannot wait for my new wand. It will be a work of art. Now I must figure out the architecture of the cores. Good day, everyone," Ollivander said, hurriedly bowing them out of his shop, with an excited smile on his face. "That was fun," Rigel exclaimed before he rounded up on Harry and exclaimed, "Harry, you've got to let me try your new wand once you get it." "Please, man." Bella rolled her eyes and said, "I doubt it would even spark for you, Rigel. Harry's wand seems to be highly tuned just for him, and I don't want you to get injured by misusing such a strong wand. I'm now sure it'll be even harder to beat Harry now." Draco's face palmed and everyone laughed. Harry and the group made their way back towards the entrance to the Diagon Alley when they heard a commotion of a big crowd gathered around, chattering excitedly. A squat witch holding a cauldron with a live chicken, inside it which was squawking indignantly, rushed past them, knocking into Harry, knocking him down. The witch looked down at him, gave him a big toothy smile and yelled, "Get us, lad. Get up quick, otherwise you won't be able to see Thomas Potter." She started to offer her hand to pull him up but quickly shrunk back as the glares of the rest of the group fell on her. Harry pulled himself to his feet and waved off the stuttering apologies of the fat witch, who hurried away as quickly as she could. Harry dusted himself off, muttering, "Stupid git isn't even here near me and I'm already being pushed down by his rabid fans. Stupid people and their savior." Lucius cast a distasteful look at the excited mob and said, "Let us be off, before we get trampled by these uncivilized buffoons." Rodolphus looked around and grunted, "Looks like they're all heading towards the entrance. We have no choice but to head towards them." The group made their way forward, with the crowd keeping a clear distance from them as they saw the extremely annoyed look on Lucius's face and the dangerous glint in Bella's eyes. They made their way down the alley and found a huge crowd in front of the entrance, before whom they stood, the Ponce who lived along with James and Lily Potter. Harry sneered, and even Bella was taken aback at the venom in his tone, but did not reprimand him for his language. They watched as the Golden family waved at the excited crowd, as photographers and journalists pushed their way forward towards them. The crowd quietened down as James Potter raised his hands for silence before drawing his wand and cast something at Thomas's throat. "Greetings, everyone. I am Thomas Charles Potter, and it is so good to meet all of you finally. I have been dreaming of this moment ever since I was able to remember and bear the expectations of being your savior, and the love you have for me has shocked me into silence." The crowd roared its approval, and Harry had to hand it to his twin. He sure knew how to lay it down thick. Thomas cleared his throat, and his amplified voice echoed all around the alley, and the crowd quietened down again. "I would like to thank you all for this love and support you have so generously given me, and I shall always strive to keep it. I would like to thank each and every one of you who sent me gifts and wishes on my birthdays and other holidays. You guys made my day each year, and finally I would like to thank you for acknowledging me as your savior from the murdering Dark Lord." Lucius and Rodolphus flinched instinctively, and Bella looked murderous as the crowd went ballistic at the final statement. Harry vowed to inquire about that as soon as they got home. Rigel meanwhile couldn't help but snort at the statement. As if the idiot dueled the Dark Lord and killed him to protect the people. It probably was a fluke. James Potter cancelled the charm, and he pointed it to his own throat and cast the sonorous charm. "Thank you for those words, Thomas. Wow, I can't believe my little boy has grown up," flashing his trademark grin, which made the ladies sigh and the men laugh. "Today's a very special day to my family, and I request you to please allow us and our friends." He gestured behind him to a group of redheads which Harry realized were the Weasleys, along with a trio of brown-haired people who had gone completely unnoticed by the crowd, the privacy to shop peacefully. "Although I wouldn't say no to a few autographs." He finished with a wink, making everyone laugh and Rigel to sigh. Lily Potter laughed and slapped her husband's arm playfully before putting her hands and kissed him on his cheek before murmuring something into his ear, well aware of the camera clicking pictures away. Harry now understood why Lily Potter was regarded as one of the most beautiful women in their world. Looking at her vibrant red hair, dazzling green eyes which were eerily similar to his own, and a curvy, fit body in designer robes. She looked gorgeous in the afternoon sun, kissing her supposedly only son in public. Harry had no doubt it would be on the front page of which weekly's next edition's cover, and at least the second page of Daily Prophet tomorrow. Harry observed his parents after years of being apart from them. The decade had been very kind on them, both looking very good holding their only son's shoulder as they smiled brilliantly at the cameras. Harry decided he had inherited the best of James and Lily and compared himself to be far luckier than his twin. He had James's strong build and his dashing good looks, while he had his mother's eyes and smooth hair which helped him tame his black Potter hair very well. His twin had his mother's willowy figure and his father's hazel eyes and messy hair. Comparing them both, Harry could easily pass off as his father's twin, minus the eyes and smoother hair, while his twin looked relatively like the both of them. Looking at the scene in front of him, Harry suddenly felt sick. Here were his parents, so close to him, yet they remained ignorant of him. Years of resentment at being ignored and passed over for his more famous twin suddenly washed over him, and Harry couldn't take it anymore. Harry put on a glamour charm which changed his looks, for which everyone understood, as they had planned to keep Harry away and in secret from their parents. He wanted to hurt them, but not with curses. Oh no, he knew exactly where it would hurt the Golden family, and that was being embarrassed in front of their beloved fans. The shame and embarrassment would live longer then, the pain of any curse, and it wouldn't allow them to play victim and increase their fame even more. With a wicked grin, Harry raised his hands slightly while concentrating on the part of him that controlled the element of shadow and called, "Obey me." Instantly, the shadows formed from the mass of people seemed to thicken and sway. Responding to his command, "We obey, Master." Review please. Chapter 8. Confrontations. Chapter 8. Lucius noticed the sudden swirling of the shadows and turned sharply to his left and sighted Harry with a demonic grin on his face. Looking at the calm eyes and the demonic smile, Lucius gulped as it suddenly reminded him of another person, some 50 years senior to this child, who possessed the power to bend shadows to his will. He too had this terrible smile as he unleashed this terrible power upon those who stood against him. Ah! Harry, please control yourself. You don't want to get caught airing your abilities just yet. Please. With a shaky breath, Lucius realized his voice was stammering involuntarily. Harry noticed his honorary uncle's fear and gave him a warm smile. "Worry not, uncle. It's just a harmless prank. I won't hurt them physically, and if you're worried about me losing control, don't, because I am in absolute control here. Watch." The rest of the group had noticed this exchange and watched with bated breath as Harry lowered his hand and the shadows sank back to its state of absolute motionlessness before Harry exerted control once again over the shadows. Specific shadows this time, belonging to the popular family. The Potters and their group walked forward towards the alley, smiling and waving as the crowd parted to form a path for them, cheering and roaring, unaware that the shadow of the boy who lived had gained awareness for a short while. With a wicked gleam in its red eyes, the shadow became a blur as it completely vanished for a moment before reappearing, and it butted the unsuspecting boy in his legs. Thomas never saw it coming. The boy crashed into the ground, and because the attack came with no warning whatsoever, he had no time to protect his face. Also, banged his chin hard on the stone-paved ground, which split, and also bit his tongue hard due to the sudden pain and shock. Thomas Potter lay dazed on his stomach in Diagon Alley. The wind knocked from his lungs, chin and tongue bleeding profusely, fat tears welling from his eyes as the masses began panicking, seeing their hero fall from an attack they never expected. James Potter immediately drew his wand and cast a translucent shield around his son and his wife, who was lifting him up, and stopped them from being run over by the mob. He carefully scanned the area for invisible enemies before slowly bending down and checked on his son. Other than the fact that he was in tears and had a cut on his chin and tongue and seemed ruffled, he seemed fine, so he got up and cast a Patronus, which was in the form of a stag, before he yelled, "We've been attacked. Mostly by rogue Death Eaters. Need help. Get it to Alastair Moody. Now." A few of the braver citizens drew their wands and stood wearily, with James and the Weasley parents standing guard as Lily consoled her crying son and wiped the tears from his eyes. James stood alert at his family's side, waiting to defend against an attack that would never come. The Grangers and the little Weasleys meanwhile huddled behind the group as they waited for things to calm down. Harry watched gleefully at the sobbing twin brother of his and felt a guilty pleasure seeing him in that state. He quickly crushed any guilt he felt and was annoyed when he felt frantic tapping on his shoulders. He looked at Lucius, who was speaking. "We need to get out of here. We cannot be caught in the area where Death Eaters are suspected to be." Bella and Rodolphus nodded quickly, and Bella said, "But the anti-apparition wards are still up. How can we get around them?" Lucius cursed quietly, and Harry figured the situation was indeed dire if it made the legendary cool Lucius Malfoy curse. He suddenly felt guilty for putting them all in this position. "I'm sorry, guys. It's all my fault," Harry said, while scolding himself for his lack of control. Bella gave him a quick smile and said, "It's okay, Harry. We will speak about it later. First we need to find our way to the exit." They fought their way through the crowd, Lucius and Bella holding a transparent shield so strong it repelled the people that would have run into them. They almost made it to the archway entrance when a group of people rushed inside the alley. The leader of the group was a man who would scare any sane person if they had seen him in a dark alley at night. He had a grotesque face with half of his nose missing and more scars than healthy tissues on his face. His mouth was set in a permanent scowl and he had thinning black hair. But the most chilling feature of his was his eyes. One was small, beady and black that had a fierceness, but the other was vivid electric blue and was the size of a coin. It looked around before it concentrated on Harry and the group, especially Malfoy. The man snarled and limped his way forward. Harry noticed he had one wooden leg and it made a dull twack sound on the pavement as he made his way forward. Malfoy and the infamous Lestrange couple. "Fancy seeing you bunch in a situation where Death Eaters are expected to be. Maybe there is some truth in those rumors? That's Lord Malfoy and Lord Lestrange to you, Moody. I would watch my tongue if I were you. Last time you threw accusations around, I am sure you did not like the repercussions of accusing me and my associates, and you will like it even further this time," Lucius said smartly, unfazed by the now glowering man who Harry recognized as Alastor Moody, the legendary Auror who was responsible for half the cells being filled in Azkaban. "Oh, I remember the repercussions, all right. It wouldn't stop me from hunting dark scum, though. Judging by you and your associates being present in the area where the boy who lived was attacked, I think I can make the charges stick this time." Moody gave a nasty grin. "Wait for questioning. I will go check upon the lad, and if you try to run, I will bring hell onto your doorstep." Moody stepped forward and whispered, "I hope you do run, Death Eater scum." Lucius gripped his cane head tightly, but didn't say anything as Moody gave another grin before turning around and walking towards the mob around the boy who lived. Harry watched with quiet interest as James and Moody spoke for a few minutes before Moody pointed at them and James's eyes narrowed. He bent down and whispered something to Lily, who nodded before going back to fussing over her son, who had now stopped sobbing. The two of them walked towards them, and James suddenly stopped in his tracks when he sighted Harry, who had an expressionless face as he gazed back. James looked confused. "Harry, is that you?" Harry looked at him blankly. "Well, I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Harry. I am Harry Potter." James looked startled at the emotionless tone. Okay. Did you see anyone who threw that hex at Thomas Potter?" "No," Harry said blankly, and everyone who knew him could see his impeccable mind shields in place, but James of course did not know that. "Moody, what are you waiting for to arrest Lucius Malfoy, Rodolphus and Bellatrix Lestrange? Don't you know what sort of people they are?" "I am sure they are the one who attacked us," James asked, while glaring at the mentioned people who stiffened. For the first time, a little bit of emotion entered Harry's tone. Anger. "These people are my family to me, so mind your words, and it's Lord Malfoy and Lord Lestrange for you. Don't you know how to respect lords, at least after being acting lord for such a great house of Potter? I doubt you didn't learn the manners and etiquettes." James looked like he had been slapped twice. "Mr. Harry Potter, mind your words and see whom you are talking to." "Enough," Harry said quietly, but it had a hint of warning in his voice which made James stop midway. Harry looked straight at his face and said, "Why are we being held up, Potter?" "My uncles and aunt along with my cousins were in a bit of a hurry." James looked confused on why this small boy had cut him off and caught sight of the smug looks on Lucius's and Bella's faces. "Or Moody. Arrest them for malicious intent towards my son Thomas." All of them had been looking at various degrees of incredulity, with Rigel's the lowest and Rodolphus's the highest, at the mad ramblings of James Potter, but quickly turned to rage at the end of his sentence when Moody grinned and was about to draw his wand when Lucius snarled, "Touch us, and this time I will not be lenient towards either of you." "What madness is this? You're a pathetic man. You accuse me of hurting your son. Don't make me laugh. Being the boy who lived father seems to have made you feel invincible." Lucius stepped forward until he was nose to the red-faced Auror. "Let me tell you something about Potter. You are not invincible." Moody drew his wand and Bella Rodolphus drew theirs and pointed at him immediately. Rigel and the twins glared at the man and stood wearily behind Bella. Harry stepped forward and said rudely, "Wands down, Aurors. If you dare use that stick in your hand, you will regret it," Harry warned. Moody barked, "Why do you expect I listen to a small boy like you?" "Moody, you love challenges, right? And I think you have forgotten that you are talking lords of ancient and noble houses, and let me specify, they actually are the actual lord of their houses, not like that get over their head," Rain said, pointing towards James Potter, who looked confused. Moody reasoned, "They may be Death Eaters, but they were the lords of ancient and noble houses. It will be a great trouble for him if he does anything here. I don't want to fight. Hence I request everyone here to show their wand. Thomas Potter being an important member of our society, we have to check their wands." As soon as Moody finished, "You dare even think, or Moody, that you can check our wands just for some idiot who was rather pranked?" "I decline to get our wands checked for cry-baby," Harry told as Moody was red with anger. "They are all just Death Eater scum." James roared and drew his wand, pointing it at the Malfoy Lord. Before he could do anything, Harry had drawn his wand out and had yelled, "Stupefy!" Everyone was shocked. "Stop calling my family Death Eaters, you hypocrite!" Harry yelled back as his anger surged to new heights. At that, Moody held his wand towards Harry and told, "I can arrest you for underage magic and attacking a lord of most ancient and noble house." At that, Harry fumed. Harry told, "It's Air Potter to you, Auror, and I dare you arrest me, but one thing should be clear. I don't care what all charges will be imposed on me. I will be represented by Charles Potter, and when he enters Wizengamot chambers, well, you know what will be the consequences." Harry finished, and Moody was pale as he realized who Harry was, and everyone was shocked. James came forward and yelled, "You are Harry, I was right. You brat, how dare you? I am ashamed that you are my son. I am Harry Potter, James Potter, and if you want to talk to me, you are welcome to Potter Castle, where you can talk to me, under my grandparents' supervision, and how dare you call me your son? I stopped being your son the day when you and your magic-stealing wife abandoned me. Unless you have the balls to come to Potter Castle, get lost," Harry warned as James stepped back in shame and anger. Harry moved towards Leaky Cauldron. Others followed him, and from there everyone fled to Black Town House. Review, please. Chapter 9. Surprises, Loving Care. Chapter 9. Harry had a stony expression on his face which broke as soon as he stepped outside the fireplace to see the entire room decorated. Noticing the other kids were all as shocked as him, he concluded they also had no clue. "What is going on?" Rigel asked, dazed as he took in the entire decorations. There were balloons of all colors tied everywhere, with buntings, and colorful paper was arranged for a joyful setting.
Surprise.
"We just wanted to celebrate all of you getting into Hogwarts and for putting your best this past year," Bellatrix said with a smile on her face. Arcturus and Charles made their forward, and they were smiling, but the smile melted off their face when they saw Harry's expression. "What happened?" Charles asked Harry. "I met my family. It was a heartwarming reunion," Harry ground out sarcastically, his green eyes sparkling with rage. Charles looked at Lucius, who proceeded to tell them what happened. By the time he was done, Doria and the rest also had come inside the room and had heard the story. "I cannot believe what level he has fallen into," Doria gasped as she heard about her son's greed. "Was he always like this, Charles? I'm afraid we spoiled him a little too dear. He always loved being the center of attention, and now, with the entire globe being aware of him, has changed him and that upstart mudblood in the head." Charles sighed and looked at Harry, who was silent. "Son, are you all right?" Before anyone could talk, Harry stepped forward and told Grandpa, "You may want to have words with Auror." Moody Charles nodded at this. Arcturus and Charles shared a look, and Charles said, "Kids, we have something to tell and surely ask. Do you understand? First, let's have lunch. This is not something to be spoken over food." Everyone looked curious as they followed the adults into the dining hall. The table was laden with food for a late lunch, and Harry could smell the sweet aroma of food and realized how hungry he was. Controlling shadows was a tiring skill. They all took their seats, and as the lord of the manor, Arcturus sat at the head with his wife Melania to his right and Rigel to the left. Charles sat on the opposite side with Doria to the right and Harry to the left. The Malfoys and Lestranges took their seats in the middle with Narcissa and Bella being daughters of House Black with Draco with them. Arcturus tapped his silver knife against the crystal goblet gently and stood. At once everyone paid the Lord of Black their full attention. He gazed at them for a moment with a small smile, and said, "It gives me great joy to see the next generation of us taking their steps towards their journeys in life, and I cannot be prouder of you all. You all are shaping to be excellent lords and ladies, with magical power to back it up. Truly a pride to associate all of you as Blacks irrespective of your marriages." Arcturus took a breath and continued, "You are all privileged to be highborn. Harry, the Lord of Potter. Rigel, the Lord of Black. Draco, the Lord of Malfoy. Even if Rigel is going to be the Lord of Black, always remember, the same blood flows in your veins, and always remember that you will always have the support of House Black in any conflict or business. Here's to you." Arcturus raised his goblet in toast, and everyone mirrored his actions, and everyone began to eat in earnest as smaller pockets of conversation broke out between them. "So, Harry, minus the unpleasant meeting with James, how did your shopping go?" Charles asked as he began eating. "It went great," Harry said enthusiastically, as he recounted all the stuff he had bought and added, "I will need to go collect my wand after 3 days. 3 days, Doria remarked. "Usually it takes Ollivander no more than 2 days to craft one. What are the woods and cores?" As Harry listed the wand and cores, Charles and Doria eyebrows climbed higher and higher until it vanished into their hairline. Charles turned towards Arcturus, who himself was looking the same like him. They both shared a look and nodded at each other, grinned and started to continue their respective conversations with their airs. "That is exceptional. You will make waves one day, Harry, and I can honestly say I'm excited to see this wand. I have to tell you something about the wands later," Charles said. Harry nodded and everyone finished their lunch. Once everyone had eaten, Arcturus invited them all back to the living room for some coffee, where Charles stood and started to talk. "My dear kids, you are the future of our houses. You all are wonderful in learning, and you are doing more than our expectations, but let me tell you, during this time when Dumbledore is trying to be the supreme power, you all have to be one step ahead of him, and let me tell you, strongest wizards never keep one wand. They always have 2 wands. Anytime in danger, if he is disarmed, he shocks his opponents with his second wand. When you all were and are in the manor, you were under our protection, but we will not always be there for your protection, so I want you to become powerful, independent, and never forget your allies. Always be supportive for right causes, so for your achievement or first step for your achievement, I, Lord Potter, gift you all a custom-made wands which will help achieve you your fullest potential, not like the one which Ollivanders make, which have trackers. I gift you all wands from Potter's Army's wand crafter, for which tomorrow I invite everyone to Potterville for making your custom-made wands." At this, Charles sat down. Everyone thanked Charles for such a wonderful gift, as everyone knew that getting a wand made from a wandmaker who makes wand for Potter's Army is a great thing, as Potter's Army is one of the world's strongest army. Soon after the conversation ended and adults started to talk about business, children stood up to leave. When they were about to leave, Harry was told to stay back by Charles. Harry sat in his place. Charles turned to adults and said, "I want to tell all of you a thing which I had kept to myself for many years. Harry has inherited Slytherin lordship through his mother Lily Potter, who is a squib descendant of Salazar Slytherin, which I got to know when I took Harry to get his wand from Potter family vault, and Harry underwent inheritance test in which I got to know about blocks placed on his magic." Everyone were stunned, thinking that when Harry inherits all his lordship, he will have half of Wisengamot votes with him, as Potters had many allies. He will be the most powerful lord in the Wisengamot, and he also owns 50% of Hogwarts. Everyone snapped out of their thinking and continued their discussion. Review, please. Chapter 10. Pottersville Bannermen. Chapter 10. Next morning, Harry woke up at 5 a.m. and started meditating for an hour later. He finished his morning chores and came down for breakfast. He saw his grandfather sitting in the dining table and having his breakfast, his grandmother next to him talking with him. "Good morning," as Harry told, pulling a chair and sitting on it. "Good morning." Both of them wished together. 3 of them had their breakfast and went to living room. "Harry, today you are meeting Bannermen of House Potter, so I want you to behave in a way fitting the heir of PotterClan, Charles told. Yes, grandfather, Harry told, looking at his grandfather. Today you are going to Pottersville, after that to Potter Castle, our ancestral seat from where our ancestors ruled over Britain. There you will meet our bannerman, which also includes blacks. We will be leaving at 10 a.m. Charles told, seeing through Daily Prophet. After 2 hours Harry came to Fireplace. They all fled to Pottersville. Pottersville, which had huge shops, and in few minutes guards arrived and bowed to them, and soon blacks, Malfoys and Lestranges arrived. They all greeted each other and went near a shop named Smith's Wands. When they entered they were greeted by a middle-aged man. Lord Potter, Lord Black, Lord Malfoy, Lord Lestrange. John amiably smiled at the group. What brings you here today? A wand for my grandson, heirs Black and Malfoy. John, Charus spoke. John directed, as you say, my lord told, and turned towards the kids and started talking to them. Now, one after the other, go to the back room and pick out a piece of wood and a core that feels natural to you. Everyone did as they were told and went into the room and returned with wood and cores in their hand after everyone had finished picking items needed for their wand and had returned. Now John talked Rigel as he showed the things he brought. This is a feather from a blue flame phoenix, the rarest phoenixes in the world. Unlike red phoenixes, they do not symbolize light, and unlike dark phoenixes, they do not symbolize the dark. Blue flame phoenixes are neutral, gray if you will. I was lucky enough to encounter one when I was traveling the world, and it bestowed upon me a single feather. And this wand is very powerful, Mr. Black. It can do world-changing things. Treat it well. As he finished, he started to craft the wand in 30 minutes. As soon as he was done, he gave it to Rigel. As soon as he touched it, the shutters on the windows snapped shut and all the lights in the store dimmed. A shower of lights began cascading from the tip of his wand. Blues, purples, greens, pinks, oranges, shades and hues of every color. As the colors faded away, the shutters snapped back open and all of the lights in the store came back on. Mr. Smith stood there in awe with other people in the room for a moment before regaining himself. Take good care of it, Mr. Black, it's very powerful. Rigel nodded and thanked him and came to his father and mother who were present there. They were filled with pride, looked at him and smiled and turned their gaze towards John again. Next was Draco, 11 inches acacia thestral hair. Very powerful but very temperamental. This wand was made to do great things, Mr. Malfoy. Best for duel. Treat it well. And Draco nodded and came back as John started to craft the wand and gave it to Draco. After he finished, as soon as Draco took it in his hand, the lights in the store flared. All of the wands that had been kept to be tried flew up and into their boxes and began shelving themselves. As this was happening, dust began to swirl and everyone were looking at him. His parents looked at him proudly and congratulated him. Next was Harry. Harry had taken a full hour for him to finally find not 2, but 4 items Harry felt becking him. He took all 4 items and carried it to John. John stared at the items Harry brought for a while before breaking out into a raucous fit of laughter. You are an interesting person, young Lord Harry. What do you mean? Harry asked. The expression on his face was one of bewilderment. The wood you chose is an elder, the same wood the legendary elder wand is made of. The heartstring of a dragon, but not just any dragon, the dragon that was your family banner. The feather of a thunderbird, and lastly, the horn of a basilisk that an ancestor of yours killed. This is an emerald gemstone, over 3,000 years old. This wand will be a masterpiece of mine. I can already feel it. It will take more time. Come back in an hour. I'll finish your wand by then. Harry and his grandparents were shocked at this. The materials were extremely rare and almost impossible to come by. The latter looked at Harry, but a combination of pride, shock and awe. After leaving John to craft their wand, the group walked around Potterville looking at the attractions it provided and buying a couple books for Harry at a local bookstore. After an hour had passed, they came back to Smith's Wandcrafts and found John with his usual lazy smile on his face. He gave everyone their wand and at last, "Young Lord," John said as he presented an exquisite wand to Harry, "Your wand." The wand was 13 inches long, as thick as a finger, and had strips of basilisk horn running down the side. The emerald gemstone had been cut several times and each piece was placed above the handle, which was covered in dragonhide. The wand practically hummed with power. When Harry took the wand into his hand, he felt completed, as if a part of him that had been missing had been found. The wand threw a shower of blue, green, red and yellow sparks. Harry could faintly hear the sound of his grandfather thanking John for the wand, but his attention was fixed on the wand in his hand. Not long after, they left John to his own devices, all headed to House Potter's ancestral castle in Dover. Today was the day that Harry Potter meets House Potter's bannermen for the first time, and also got his new wand from Ollivanders. When they reached there, they were dumbstruck. The castle was huge, with it being 5 times bigger than Hogwarts itself. Heck, there was even a moat surrounding the castle. The castle was made from black stones that were fused with dragon fire. Each and every brick was enchanted with powerful spells and runes. The entire castle screamed wealth and power, with its interior being made from white marble and heavily decorated with gold and jewels from all around the world. Many statues and armors lined the walls and hallways of the castle. Like the same way in Potter Castle, the statues and armors also acted as a defense mechanism if the castle was ever under attack. Harry Potter was currently walking to the guest room where Charles was waiting for him to greet their bannermen, where they would later be sent to the dining room to form connections with Harry Potter. Like the entire castle, the dining room was also heavily decorated with many jewels hanging on its walls. "Good, you are here. The guest will arrive in a few seconds now," said Charles. The Floo roared to life, signaling the arrival of House Potter's first guest. The man that stepped out of the fireplace was a black-haired man wearing a tuxedo. He then went to his grandfather after cleaning some of the dust on his clothes. "Lord Potter," the man said to his grandfather while putting a fist over his heart as he bowed. A greeting from a lower house to a higher house. "Lord Frost, a pleasure to see you again," Charles said to the black-haired man. The Frost family was the principality bannermen of House Potter, having followed them since the time of the Roman Republic. The Frost family controlled the biggest cosmetic company in both the Muggle and the magical world. They are also known for their elemental magic, especially their ice magic, hence their name Frost. Their house symbol was a wolf on a white background and the words "is loyal till death" underneath it. "Young Lord," Lord Frost greeted Harry Potter with the same respect as he did for Charles, before the Floo roared to life again. This time a woman walked through it. "Lord Potter, young lord," the woman greeted his grandfather and him the same way Lord Frost did. "Lady Isabel, Lord Frost, welcome to Potter Castle. Missy will show you to the dining room," Charles said as a house elf came to take the pair to the dining room. The Floo roared to life again. Another man walked out of the green flames created by the Floo powder. "Lord Potter," the man greeted. "Lord Mortem, welcome to Potter Castle," Charles said. The Mortem family was one of the principality bannermen of House Potter. House Mortem was known as one of the darkest houses in the entire world. They were known for their cruelty to their enemies. Their symbol was a flayed man on a red background. Their words "death is mercy." "Missy will show you the dining room," Charles said to the Lord of House Mortem before he left to join the other lord and lady present. The Floo roared to live again, and this time, a man and woman exited the Floo together. "Lord and Lady Dawn, welcome to Potter Castle." The Dawns, like the Mortem family and the Frost family, was one of the principality bannermen of House Potter. They were known for their hospitals that they owned in Potterville and in Sweden. In the magical world, the family was famous for being healers. Their symbol was a setting sun in a black background. Their word is light in darkness, hope in despair. "Werby will show you the dining room," Charles said to the Lord and Lady of House Dawn. The Floo roared to live again. With this time a man exited it. "Lord Glover, I welcome you to Potter Castle." The Glovers, like the Dawn, Mortem, and Frost family, was one of the principality bannermen of House Potter. They were known as a family that practiced battle magic and their impressive height. Their banner was a giant with their world "We are Fury." "Dimpsey will show you the dining room." The Floo roared to live again. This time a man and a woman exited the Floo. "Lord and Lady Winter, welcome to Potter Castle." The Winter family, like the other houses, was the principality bannermen of House Potter. The family was known as breeders of magical creatures, and they owned the magical zoo in Potterville, one of the most successful attractions there. Their banner was a Hrimfaxi above the words "righteous in wrath." Many other bannermen came to Potter Castle, mostly in pairs or alone, but some came with their children. The rest of them weren't principality bannermen like the first 5, as they had only became House Potter's bannermen sometime after the Roman Republic. but each and every one of them were well known in the magical world. When the flue roared to life once again, a quartet emerged from the green flame produced by the flue powder in the fireplace. These four looked extravagant with their high-end clothing and caught Harry Potter's attention as he glanced at the four of them. 2 adults and 2 children who looked to be around his age and were twins, judging from their height and appearance. Still, looks could be deceiving in the magical world, as wizards aged like fine wine compared to humans, though Harry Potter was sure they weren't that much older than himself. Charles said, the blonde woman of the group, wearing a fine red dress as she curtsied, smiling at Charles amiably. It has been a while. It has been far too long, Elizabeth. Charles enveloped the woman, Elizabeth, in a brief hug before turning to her husband. It is good to see you as well, Alexander. It is a pleasure to see you again, Charles, started Alexander, a curly-haired Russian man with a muscled figure, before he looked at the 10-year-old boy standing rigidly next to Charles. And this must be young Harry Potter. Uncle Alexander, it is an honor to finally meet you, Harry Potter greeted as he bowed to the Tsar of Russia, Alexander Romanov. Charles had told him of the connection House Potter had to Russia's royal family, but this was the first time he had seen the Tsar and his family in person. A raucous laughter came out of Alexander's mouth as he stared at the nervous boy. Ha ha ha, do not be so nervous, nephew. We are family. Royalty does not matter in the face of kin. He patted Harry Potter's shoulder with his large, callous hand. Harry Potter, Charles called, gaining the attention of both Alexander and Harry Potter. Come meet your cousins. The 2 teens were pushed forward by their mother, one of them male while the other was female. The male was taller than Harry Potter by half a head, though the female was the same height as Harry Potter. Traces of annoyance and unwillingness could be seen under a veil of politeness on the boy's expression, but the girl only had curiosity on her face. I am Nikolai Romanov, grandson of Alexander Romanov and Prince of Russia. Alexander introduced himself to Harry Potter, politely smiling at the 10-year-old boy. It is nice to meet you. My name is Katia Romanov, granddaughter of Alexander and Elizabeth Romanov née Potter. The girl curtsied to Harry Potter, demurely looking at him with interest. It's nice to meet you. Not one to find trouble with the taller sibling's hidden attitude. Harry Potter simply introduced himself and bowed towards Katia as she curtsied. Charles, finding their introduction to be satisfactory, called them to join the adults to move to the dining room. When they arrived, all of the bannermen gathered here were already seated at their own tables, socializing amongst each other. Everyone knew of anyone inside the dining room, but some weren't as close to each other as others were. This event was meant for them to socialize amongst each other, among other things. As the doors to the dining room opened, the sounds of chatting and talking reduced to silence as the Potters and Romanovs moved to their own seats. In front of everyone, Charles stood when everyone was seated, holding a glass of wine, though the children were given grape juice instead in his hand as he spoke. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming here. It is a pleasure of mine to see many of my family and friends gathered together in this dining room. To the people who have took time from their busy schedule to attend this gathering, once again I thank you. Now to the matter at hand. As you might or might not know, my grandson Harry Potter, the heir to House Potter, I believe it was time for Harry Potter to learn the duties of the Lord of House Potter. I ask all of you to cooperate with and aid my grandson in his journey to become Lord Potter, and stay loyal to him as you did to me. To the future of House Potter and the heir of House Potter. Everyone cheered the last sentence Charles had spoken, raising their own glasses to sip at the drink. After the cheers, Charles called house elves to serve the dishes that were made specifically for this night and encouraged everyone to start eating. They ate as some of them chatted amongst themselves, and when the majority were done with their meal, they visited the heir of House Potter, Harry Potter. Nikolai watched as adults sucked up to his cousin with disgust. Despite being a prince, Nikolai was given no attention, which irked him to no end. So what if Harry Potter was the heir to House Potter? They couldn't be compared to the royal family of Russia. Aren't you going to talk to him too, big brother? Asked Katia, his adorable little sister. Irritation filled Nikolai to the brim when even his own little sister was interested in Harry Potter. Someone as lowly as Harry Potter shouldn't get more attention than he did. With that thought in mind, Nikolai left the dining room, leaving Katya alone and her question unanswered. It was late night, everyone had left from the castle, there were only Potters, Blacks, Malfoys, Lestranges. They all headed to the rooms they were given, and it was in late morning that they all were gathered in meeting room, where a tall Yugman who no doubt looked like warrior stood up and gave warrior's salute to Charles and greeted everyone. Soon Charles called Harry Potter and introduced Harry meet Stan Corner, commander of Potter Army. His family from hundreds of years have been serving Potters as generals. Harry bowed to Stan and greeted him, which Stan returned. Soon everyone got into their own talks. Review please. Chapter 11, Hogwarts, Sorting. Chapter 11. After few days Harry and Charles went to Ollivander's to take his wand. Welcome back, Mr. Potter and Lord Potter. I have been eagerly waiting for your return. Your wand is finished, and if I do say so myself, it was one of my finest creations. With that, Ollivander pulled out a long red wand box and flipped the lid open to show the item that was inside. Harry was stunned by the sight of his new wand. The black wood was polished to glisten under the torchlight. When he reached out and picked it up, Harry felt a sudden surge of power run through him, the likes of which he'd never felt before. Elder Thestral wand 12.5 inches. While his magic continued to bind with the power from the three cores perfectly, the two people in the room that were watching him intently could now see Harry literally glowing from the release of his magic. Ollivander was awestruck by the most powerful wand binding he had ever seen in his life. He had already met the boy who lived, and while he didn't doubt the boy would one day grow to be a powerful wizard, he didn't think anyone he knew could compare to the power the boy in front of him was exuding. If the child was this powerful now, he could one day grow up to become the most powerful person this world had seen in centuries. If not for the phoenix that was currently bound as his familiar, Ollivander would have broken his promise to keep his client's secrets confidential, and he would have contacted Albus in regards to the boy. Incredible, Mr. Potter, Ollivander exclaimed. I have never seen a wand bind so completely with anyone else. I hope you realize how powerful the wand you hold in your hand really is. Much like the death wood that gives it life, your wand's cores are a perfect balance between life and death. Supple but firm, this wand will be excellent for transfiguration, dueling, dada, and the dark arts. Unlike other wands that are dark or light-centric, your wand is a true gray. I expect to see many great things from you, Mr. Potter. With a wand like that, you have a chance to change the world. Harry smiled at him. Can I have 2 dragonhide holsters with the correct charms on them, please? Harry said after he had collected his wand. Ollivander raised an eyebrow but did not comment. He passed 2 of them to Harry. Your wand being made from rare items, it would cost 300 galleons, and for holster 15 galleons each. Harry's grandfather kept the money on the desk before walking out of the room. He attached the holster, which had charms so no one else could remove the wand from them, on the inside of his forearm. He popped his wand into the holster on his left forearm and another wand into the holster on his right forearm. He kept it for future. The holsters promptly turned invisible. When Charles and Harry returned to Potter's castle, they headed to ritual room in Potter's castle, where Harry underwent the rituals his ancestor had performed for strengthening and linking the wand to his core. Harry was seated in front of his grandfather in Lord's study, where Harry was called for some important work. Harry saw his grandfather and grandmother getting nervous when he was about to speak. His grandmother told him, Harry, we had kept few things from you which we thought were not right to tell you before, as it would hurt your feelings, but now you are mature enough where you understand things. Doria finished as Harry nodded, indicating he was ready. You have a sister who is 5 years old. Her name is Rosalind Doria Potter. Doria started. Seeing your emotional breakdowns back then, we decided it was good to not tell you. Charles finished. Harry had a look of betrayal. I remember James telling Lily in Dumbledore's office on the fateful Halloween's night that Thomas is famous. They would not have time for other child, so it was best to send me away, as I will be jealous of the fame, and now they had time for other child. Harry choked as he was about to cry harder when his grandmother took him in her embrace. Harry, it doesn't matter they love you or not, but we love you the most. Harry just nodded as he controlled his emotions. Harry, you may hate your MO. She saw Harry frowning at her, calling them his mother and father. I mean, you may hate Lily and James, but Thomas and Rosalind have done nothing wrong to hate them. I want you to be good towards Rosalind and Thomas. You will see them when you go to Hogwarts. You will meet Lily and James frequently. keep your temper in control. Harry told Grandma I couldn't care less about their precious boy who lived and about my newly found sister. She has done nothing wrong to deserve my hatred. Good then, which house are you planning to be? Sorted Charles asked. No way, I am going to be Gryffindor because I don't want to see idiotic boy who lives face every day. Maybe Ravenclaw or Slytherin, Harry said, smiling. At the same time Molby popped into the room and said the dinner was ready, so everyone headed to dinner table, mainly because Doria forced them, as Charles was about to protest on Harry going to Slytherin. He saw a smile full of victory in his wife's face. Here he groaned. He had to hold a lot of shopping bags in coming future. After all, his wife never left a debt uncleared. September 1st, 1991. Grandfather, grandmother, can we please go? It's nearly 11. Harry shouted after performing a quick tempest. The time was 10:30, and he knew that if he wanted a good seat without any idiots like his brother, he would need to get there quickly. We are coming, Harry Potter, his grandmother shouted back, a hint of asperity in her voice. In a short time, both Charles and Doria Potter made their way downstairs. Now, are you ready? Yes, grandmother. Do you have your trunk, your clothes, your equipment, your wand, and your familiar?
Ido, grandmother.
Well, come on then. We best be going. Harry's grandfather interrupted, saving Harry from his grandmother's mollycoddling. He offered his forearm to Harry, who grasped in tightly. Suddenly, the world spun and they appeared on platform 9 3/4. Take a moment, Harry Potter. Compose yourself, his grandfather remarked, adopting a mask honed by years of practice in occlumency. Harry always had felt dizzy whenever he sighed opérate, and it was something he could not avoid. Thank you. I'll be off, grandfather, grandmother. Doria leant down to give Harry a hug. Now, make sure you try hard, have fun, and behave yourself. Make sure to write at least 2 or 3 times a month. Harry embraced her warm body and agreed heartily. He waved goodbye to the two of them and boarded the train, looking around for his friends. He scoured the compartments, spotting the carriage in which Rigel, Draco, Daphne, and Tracy were residing in. Hey guys, he said, causally greeting them. And girls, he added as an afterthought. Good save. Daphne commented, smirking. So, how was your parents when you were leaving? Same as always. Father's been going on about how Dumbledore needs to be removed from the school. He originally wanted to send me to Durmstrang, but Mother put her foot down. Trust me, I'm glad, replied Draco. I know my dad meant to support Dumbledore and the light, but I agree. Have you seen how big of a head your brother Thomas has been allowed to get? Trust me, I know. Every time the Potters get invited to a ball or it's a family celebration, I have to hear him and his parents bragging how strong he is and who he defeated Voldemort. Rigel said at this statement elicited flinches from a few people in the compartment. Not that they use his name. This one time, Tracy was suddenly cut off by the arrival of a tall and gangly redhead. Hey guys, I just wanted to let you know that Thomas Potter is signing autographs. Who are you again? Harry replied. I'm Ron Weasley, best friend of Thomas Potter, the boy who lived, said Ron, as if this simple statement should get the compartment to grovel before him. Well, I don't think anyone in this compartment wants a stupid autograph from him. I can't believe you're thick enough to go around being a fangirl. Hey, you need to respect me. I'm the best friend of the boy who lived. Well, Wallaby, I congratulate you for making a friend. Shame it's the only achievement you'll ever have, said Rigel. Ron left to inform Thomas how they were disrespecting him. Know what? I'm pretty sure he's the first male gold digger I've met, said Rigel when Ron had left. I would feel sorry for my brother if it wasn't for the fact that he's a git. The 5 friends conversed for a few hours, discussing houses and showing each other their pets, not to mention gorging themselves on sweets. They were interrupted from their musings by a bushy-haired girl who stormed into their compartment. Have you guys seen a toad anywhere? A boy named Neville Longbottom has lost his. No, we haven't seen it, said Tracy. Are you doing magic? Let's see. The bushy-haired girl gestured to Harry, who was showing his wand to Rigel. I'm not. Harry replied. Don't lie to me. You were clearly using it. He wasn't, you nitwit. Now can you leave? Or will we have to make you? Draco cut it, refraining himself from using the word mudblood, as Harry had taught him a lesson the last time he'd said it. You're very rude. You barged into our compartment without knocking, talked like a harpy, proceeded to insult us and you call us rude," replied Daphne, having lost her patience. "You haven't even told us your name." "Fine. My name is Hermione Granger. I'm a Muggle-born witch and I was so happy when I got into Hogwarts. I want to go to Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw is a good second choice. I heard the headmaster was in Gryffindor as well. I have memorized—" She was cut by Harry, who had thrown a silencing charm at her. He flicked his wand, sending her into the hallway, and lifted the charm. He then applied several locking charms to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. Finally, some peace. "Thank you, Harry." Daphne groaned and slunk into her seat, quickly falling asleep. The rest of the train journey was uneventful, with Blaise, Susan and Hannah coming by to say hello. After a few hours, the train lulled to a stop. Draco got up and woke up Tracy and Rigel, who had fallen asleep on each other, and Harry and Daphne, who had done the same thing. "Rise and shine, lovebirds. We're at Hogwarts now," he shouted, startling the others awake. They realized how they had fallen asleep, blushed heavily, and quickly retrieved their trunks. The group of friends were led to the boats along with the other first years by Hagrid. "For to a boat. Hurry up." Harry, Rigel, Daphne and Tracy got onto a boat, leaving Draco with Hannah, Blaise, Susan. The boats took them across the lake, allowing them to get a full view of Hogwarts Castle. Magic hung in the air around it, so thick that it was a fog. The boats dropped them off in front of the doors that led to the Great Hall. "Professor McGonagall, the first years," said Hagrid, leaving the group of students and entering through the doors. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. Harry could hear the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here, but Professor McGonagall showed the first years into a small empty chamber off the hall. They crowded in, standing rather closer together than they would usually have done, peering about nervously. She gave a short speech about the system at Hogwarts and a brief explanation about the houses. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting," she said, her lingering on Ron and Thomas, who were looking very disheveled. She then left for a few minutes whilst she entered the Great Hall. Thomas Potter saw this as a chance to confront this group of friends who had insulted Ron. "Ron told me that you guys didn't want my autographs. Rigel, why are you with those evil Slytherins? You are meant to be light, so stop hanging out with those Death Eaters." "Know what, Thomas? I have had enough of you being a git." Rigel moved forward to punch Thomas. However, Thomas was saved by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who led the children inside. Then something happened which hardly surprised him, but several people behind him screamed. About 20 ghosts streamed through the wall and greeted the new batch of students. The students formed a line about 20 paces away from a stool on top of which was a battered hat, the sorting hat. The ceiling of the Great Hall looked to be open. He could hear the redhead and his brother conversing how they had to wrestle a troll, whilst the bushy-haired harpy was sprouting off facts from the history textbook. Harry quietly snorted to himself, and could hear his friends doing the same. As soon as the hat was placed on the stool, for a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." Susan went into Hufflepuff with Tracy, Daphne, Draco and Rigel going into Slytherin and Neville, Ron into Gryffindor. The bushy-haired girl went into Gryffindor with him. At last, McGonagall cried his brother's name, eliciting whispers and conversation from everyone in the hall. The hat stayed on his head for longer than usual, before it cried Gryffindor. It seemed as if he was arguing with the hat over where he should be placed. When he took the hat off, he looked disgusted but plastered a smile on his face and walked towards the rowdy racket of the lions. Potter, Harry. Harry was brought out of his thoughts by McGonagall, who called his name. He saw the entire hall went silent. Harry Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Harry heard and saw almost everything going on around him. He walked forward confidently, but not arrogantly, and told, handing a file to Professor McGonagall, "Professor, these are the documents which indicate my name has been changed from Harry Potter to Harry Potter," and placed the hat on his head. "Damn boy, your natural occlumency shields are impenetrable." The hat wondered out loud. Everyone who knew about occlumency were surprised to hear such news. "Hello, Mr. Potter, or should I say Lord Hogwarts, I see you have great intelligence and a thirst to prove yourself. You are loyal but to a select few, and though you are brave, you do not rush into situations. This rules out Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. I know, Fergus. I do not want to be in Gryffindor, especially with my brother in the house. Well, this leaves Ravenclaw and Slytherin. You would do well in both. Any particular choice? I would prefer Slytherin. Most of my friends are in there, and I would love to see the expression on my brother and parents' faces. Plus, they have separate rooms. Well then, I better be Slytherin." This statement shocked most of the students and all of teachers, seeing how the brother of the boy who lived, the symbol of the light, would go into Slytherin, the house notorious for producing dark wizards. They didn't know what to think of him. Severus Snape, on the other hand, was conflicted. He had heard of the child of James and Lily that had been abandoned in favor of his brother. He had been so disgusted by Lily, expecting this behavior from James, that the affection he once held for her had faded considerably. Thomas Potter was clearly so arrogant that he acted like he owned the castle. At this, Snape felt hatred bubble up to the surface, hidden by a mask forged from occlumency. The elder Potter twin intrigued him, however. He was the immediate heir to the infamous Potter family. He walked with confidence, but not arrogance, and was sorted into Slytherin. He caught Harry Potter's eye and was shocked by how vivid they were. They were brighter than lilies and burned with fire. He could see immense power, knowledge, and cunning hidden behind them. Instantly, he could tell that the boy knew of the considerable power and resources he possessed because of the Potter family. This was not someone who he wanted to mess with. Harry Potter walked over to the Slytherin table and sat down. Greeting Rigel and Draco when he was sorted there, he looked at Dumbledore, who was frowning. The headmaster stood up and began to speak. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you." At this, him and his friends looked at each other with a grimace on their face and snorted. Soon, the feast was underway. Harry looked towards the Gryffindor table and nearly lost his appetite. "Don't look towards the lion table. You'll no longer want to eat once you see my brother and Weasley turn into human waste disposal machines," Harry said to his friends. They all sneaked a look nonetheless, instantly disgusted by the lack of manners some of their fellow year mates. After a while, even the puddings disappeared and Dumbledore began his real speech. "Ahem. Just a few more words now we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. Firstly, I would like to welcome a few new members of staff. Professor Quirinus Quirrell for Dada." Harry groaned. He was sure this professor was incompetent to teach. First years should note that the forest in the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry and his friends exchanged looks, surprised by the fact that the headmaster had enticed everyone in the school to go there when he could have just warded the corridor off. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself snake-like into words. Everyone pick their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. And the school bellowed, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, teach us something please, whether we be old and bald or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff, for now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff, so teach us things worth knowing, bring back what we forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest, and learn until our brains all rot. Well, all the school apart from most of the teachers, the Slytherins and a few select students from the other houses. Everybody finished the song at different times. At last, only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. Ah, music, he said, wiping his eyes, a magic beyond all we do here. And now bedtime. Off you trot. What does he think we are, horses? Whispered Draco as the first years were led by the fifth-year prefect, Marcus Flint, to the dungeons. They stopped at a stone wall. Listen up. The password for the next 2 weeks is Caput Draconis. If you forget it, you will have to ask our head of house, and trust me, you don't want to do that. At the mention of the password, the stone wall opened to allow the students into the common room. They gathered inside where all other students went to their dormitories, but the first years were made to wait along with the fifth-year prefects. So, you are now in Slytherin, the best house. You will hear that we are all evil, but that is a lie. Blood does matter, but magical power matters more. In fact, Merlin was in Slytherin. Many teachers and students will be biased towards us, so make sure you give them no reason to be. Loyalty is not for Hufflepuffs only. We stick together outside the common room. If you have a problem with someone in the house, sort it out here, but to the rest of the school we present a united front. This is the House of Cunning, so whatever you plan to do, do it without being caught. We expect you to get good grades, and if you struggle, ask a prefect or our head of house, Professor Snape. In here, we expect you to do your best but still enjoy yourself, said Emily Selwyn, the other fifth-year prefect. Well said, Miss Selwyn. Professor Snape had walked in from a side door that probably connected to his office. I believe she has covered everything of importance. A few more notices from me. Number 1, I want you to prepare for every lesson, especially mine, so read ahead, and if you want to, practice some spells with another person. Number 2, you will meet here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for a prefect to lead you to breakfast. You will all be here to present a united front to the rest of the school. And finally, each person has their separate rooms. Go through the first door to my left. The boys' rooms are on the right and the girls' rooms on the left. I will leave you to choose whichever rooms you want. With that, Snape walked back through the door he came from, leaving the first years to choose their rooms. They all chose a room each, with their name appearing in the plate above. The room once they had chosen, with Harry taking a room next to Draco and Rigel. He entered his room, noting the single bed, the closet, and the small sitting desk inside. He propped his trunk on the bed, taking out his clothes and other equipment. He then securely locked the trunk and put up a couple of simple wards around his room, just so that he wouldn't hear snoring or be disturbed in the night. Review, please. Chapter 12. Confrontations with Parents. Chapter 12. The next day, Harry woke up and got ready. He then went to the common room, greeting the rest of his friends when they came down. They were led to breakfast where they were given their timetables. Harry noticed they had potions with the Gryffindors, internally snorting knowing that Snape was not going to give them an easy time. However, his hopes for a relaxing morning were thrown out of the window by the summons to the headmaster's office. Not that he didn't expect it, of course he had mirror-called his grandfather after all the congratulations on sorting. When Harry told about his summons, his grandfather told that this time he had to go to headmaster's office on his own only for this time, and he also got stern warning from his grandmother about behaving well to his siblings. He went up to the gargoyle with Snape, and not wanting to play the guessing game of Muggle and magical sweets, he simply said, "I have an appointment with the headmaster." The gargoyle moved aside, allowing him to pass. He knocked on the door after it, which opened to give him a view of Dumbledore's office. "Harry, my boy, welcome. Have a lemon drop. Severus, thank you for escorting him. You may leave now." Harry smirked, having been handed the opportunity to put Dumbledore in his place. "Is Harry Potter or Mr. Potter headmaster? I have not permitted you to use my first name. It would be a shame for the chief warlock to forget. His etiquette and I have requested my head of house to be here. It is well within my rights as a student of Hogwarts. Also, I have my own packet of lemon drops." He did indeed pull out a packet of lemon drops, popping one in his mouth and momentarily shocking the headmaster. Dumbledore's smile dropped before coming back in full force. "Mr. Potter, I believe you were sorted into Slytherin and have met both your brother and your parents?" he asked, gesturing to the 3 Potters that stood beside him with a furious expression on their face, but next to them stood a small girl with innocent look on her face looking at Harry curiously. "Okay, what did you need me for?" Harry asked. "It is the first day, so I can't possibly have done something wrong, and I would rather not be late to my first class." Dumbledore said, "Harry, my boy, I asked you to come here so that we may find out how you have been for the last 6 years." Harry ignored him and looked around. After a few moments, they realized that Harry was paying no attention to them, and Dumbledore said sharply, "Harry, I asked you a question, would you please answer it?" Harry continued to ignore him. "Mr. Potter, could you please answer the headmaster's questions?" Snape asked. Harry looked at him and said in mock astonishment, "He asked me a question? Where was I?" Snape smiled slightly. He had never liked the way Dumbledore meddled in others' lives. "Yes, he did. He asked you to tell us how you have been for the last 6 years. Harry pretended to be puzzled. "I am definitely having fun with this. I don't remember him asking that, and I have an excellent memory. Also, if he has, then he has been talking to Harry, and he isn't here." He stage whispered, "Is he getting on in his years?" Snape went red, as he tried not to laugh. Dumbledore looked taken back. McGonagall looked angry, and the Potters looked surprised that anyone would talk about Dumbledore that way. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I assure you, my boy, that I am not getting on in my years, as you put it. I simply asked you what happened to you and where you have been for the last few years." "Well, actually, you didn't ask me. You said you asked Harry here to find out how he has been. There was never an actual question in there." Harry smirked. The adults looked astonished, either at his cheek or that they missed that. Harry didn't know or care. Dumbledore ignored the comment and continued, "Well then, Harry Potter, let me rephrase it. What happened to you and how have you been for the last 6 years?" Harry simply looked around, as if trying to find something. His eyes finally landed on James Potter. He said, "Well, Mr. Potter, I think the headmaster is talking about your other son since your son isn't here. Are you going to answer the headmaster's questions?" "No, Harry, he didn't ask me, he asked you. Now answer the question, son," James instructed. Everyone in the room knew James had said something wrong as the temperature in the room dropped. Harry spoke calmly, but very coldly. "Never call me that again. I stopped being your son the night Voldemort attacked, and I have submitted all the documents necessary to show that my name has been changed long ago to Harry Potter Potter." After the natural squeaking, shivering, and gasping in fright because Harry had said the dreaded name, Lily looked confused. "What do you mean, Harry? You are still our son. How could you change your name?" Harry laughed a humorless laugh and said, "No, I'm not. I may share some genetic traits with you too. But after that night you never cared about me. You only cared about Thomas, and I am not your son anymore." He felt a slight mental probe on his mind and strengthened his defenses as the other professors looked surprised at the news. "I don't know what you mean, my boy. Your parents love you very much. They only want what is best for you," Dumbledore continued. Harry laughed again and shoved the probe out of his mind violently, which caused Dumbledore to fall to the floor. "Keep your manipulative game for others, not me. The next time you try to invade my mind, I won't be so nice, and as for my family, they don't love me, and if they wanted the best for me, then why did they agree with you to have my magic stripped away and given to my brother? Why did they want to disown me simply to let my brother become the sole Potter heir?" The other professors looked appalled at the news that Dumbledore used legitimacy on Harry, and looked even more upset at the news that Harry was going to have his magic taken away. "We only wanted both of you to survive," Lily said sadly. You didn't stay long enough to hear us say that we wouldn't have sent you away. Harry sneered. Yes, I did. You would have taken away the only thing that made me happy and forced me to watch as everyone else around me used it. What sort of twisted people are you? What did I ever do to you to make you want to torture me like that? Lily and James didn't know what to say. McGonagall and Snape looked at them with rage. How could they decide to do that to their own son? We did not know that you never did any accidental magic, but I knew you had to have some since your name was down for Hogwarts. We just assumed that we didn't have enough to do anything. A level just above a squib, Dumbledore said. Harry snarled. Well, I have an American saying that you should hear. Don't assume because it just makes an ass out of you and me. I never had accidental magic because I had control, and also whenever I did do magic you thought it was Thomas. And when I told you, you just told me to go away and thought I was taking credit for his magic. Did you ever notice that after I left, he stopped having bouts of accidental magic? We thought it was because he missed you, Lily said tearfully. Harry snorted. That little prick didn't miss me, and if he did, then it was because he couldn't blame me for what he did anymore. The adults looked astonished at him, both for his attitude and his language. Dumbledore said, I'm sorry, my boy, but no one has control of their magic that soon in life. It takes mental control that you couldn't possibly have at that age. Harry simply shrugged. That is what you believe, and you are entitled to your own opinion. I will stick with the opinions of magic users that have been around much longer than you and are more powerful than you, not to mention my own experience using magic to get food for myself when those two, he jerked a finger at the Potters, forgot to feed me. Oh, and by the way, I am not, never was, nor will I ever be your boy, so stop calling me that. I am Mr. Potter, or rather, when you talk to me, if it's not related to school, Air Potter will suffice, and would appreciate it if you called me by my proper name. James replied scathingly, Albus is the strongest wizard alive who defeated Grindelwald. You are making that up, and as you are secondary heir and you can never be called Air Potter. Well, that is what he wants you to think. He defeated Grindelwald because most of his followers were killed. Harry smiled. James suddenly cut him off when he remembered the Diagon Alley incident. What were you doing out with Lucius Malfoy and Lestranges of all people? Don't you know what sort of people they are? James asked while glaring at Harry. For the first time, a little bit of emotion entered Harry Potter's tone. Anger. Oh, and now I'm supposed to take your opinion which sort of people I should associate with? I would have, if you and your wife hadn't been too busy being fame-obsessed and completely abandoning me. Those people are more family to me than you ever could be. James looked like he had been slapped twice. Harry, what are you saying? We never abandoned. Enough, Harry said quietly, but it had a hint of warning in his voice which made James stop midway. Harry looked straight at his face and said, Why are we talking about my uncles and aunt? We are here for my personal matters, and I am in a hurry to finish this drama soon. Stop calling them your uncle and aunt. They are not your family. They are all just Death Eater scum. James roared. Stop calling my family Death Eaters, you hypocrites. Whatever they are, they would never ignore their child for fame and money like you and your wife there. Harry yelled back as his anger surged to new heights. James visibly reeled back and said, Let me just.
No.
Harry said quietly with threat in his tone. Harry looked James straight in the eyes and said, What do you mean heir secondary to the Potter family? I am the primary heir. James looked confused. But Thomas is the boy. Harry Potter laughed. The rules of inheritance are older than your precious savior. I was born first, and I will be the next lord after grandfather. Dumbledore did catch Harry say that he will be the next lord after his grandfather, not his father. Had Charles Potter skipped James for Harry, if he did this was bad, his plans would be ruined. Then you must respectfully step aside, Harry. Thomas is the boy who lived. He is the one destined to lead our world into the future, and to do that, he will need the Potter, Peverell, and Gryffindor votes in the Wisengamot. I'll set up a meeting with the goblins and we can. Harry started laughing, interrupting James in mid-speech, who looked confused as to why he was being laughed at. Harry kept laughing and James started to feel irritated now. Is there something funny in what I said to Harry? Harry was doubling over laughing. He wheezed out, Yeah. Don't give me that attitude now, young man. James said angrily, Hazel, eyes bright with rage at being laughed at. Now you will accompany us to Gringotts and allow Thomas to be the heir primary, and you can be on your way.
No. I'm sorry.
You heard me. I could hardly care less about what destiny your savior has. but he will not take the airship from me, and before you talk to me about going to Gringotts, why don't you talk to your father? I am sure he would be pleased to talk to you, and I assure you if he tells me to step aside, I myself will give up the airship. Harry finished seeing. James was uncomfortable at the mention of his father, but James eyed the boy seriously. Lily looked on sadly, as tears rolled down her cheeks. Snape looked angry at how the young man in front of him was being treated, both in the past and currently. Dumbledore was thinking of how to get the boy on his side but couldn't think of anything. How have you been, and what have you been doing for the last few years? He finally asked. It's always good being with friends and my true family, and you learnt some interesting things about magic too. Do you mind if I ask what you have learned about magic? Dumbledore asked. He had thought that being with Elder Potters, Harry must have learnt some family magic or some other magic which he didn't know, and if he asked the boy in front of him he would tell him everything. Yes, I do. Dumbledore didn't like that answer at all. Harry, I must insist you tell me. Harry smirked. Insist all you want, it does not pertain to school business. Therefore it doesn't concern you, and before you try it, don't remember what I did before. I am well trained in occlumency. The others looked at Dumbledore. You must learn to forgive, Harry, Dumbledore said. Your parents made a mistake, but everyone makes mistakes, and are you sure you don't want to be in Gryffindor with your brother? A surprised Harry said, Oh, my name is Harry Potter, not Harry, old man. This is the last time I am telling you this. I don't care that they threw me out of the family. I actually thanked them when I finally got away. I don't care one way or another that they treated me like dirt and doted on Thomas. I feel apathy for them, they just exist to me. I'm not angry at them. I feel nothing for them. If they were to keep living, then fine, I won't stop them. If they suddenly drop dead, then oh well, I would even save them if they were in danger and I was in a position to help, but that is what I would do for anyone. Their existence does not matter to me at all. I only care for those that have shown that they care for me. Words are meaningless to me, only actions matter. Also, I noticed you omitted your own choices in that little guilt-riddled sentence, putting all the blame on them and none on yourself. Very Slytherin of you, sir, and I am fine in Slytherin. Most of my friends are. In there, I don't have to deal with my brother or his friends, and we get our own rooms. Ask the Sorting Hat if you will. They looked towards the Sorting Hat, who refused to budge on its original decision. My decision is final. Harry Potter is a Slytherin. Finally, James and Lily Potter spoke up. No way a son of mine can be a filthy Slytherin. You should join your brother in Gryffindor just like me and your mum. Yeah, Harry. You should join your brother in Gryffindor and be with those evil snakes. Oh, shut up. I am and will be in Slytherin, and James Potter, don't forget your mother was also Slytherin. So keep your opinions to yourself, and I will never be your son, so stop calling me your son, and if you try bother me again I will kill you. Everyone in the room looked taken aback by his cheek, but Dumbledore looked at him hard. That is a very dark outlook, Harry Potter. Harry snorted and started walking out of the room. He nodded to Professor McGonagall and Snape. Just as he was about to walk out he said, Go suck a lemon drop, old codger, ignoring the stunned looks from the others in the office. But before he could go out he went near the Potters and bent down, came eye to a girl who was watching him curiously. Hey girl, what's your name? Harry asked. Everyone were watching him shocked, as it was the first time ever they saw him being polite. Rosalind Potter, the girl replied. Nice name. My name is Harry Potter, but you can call me Harry. Harry told, giving the girl few muggle chocolates which he had, which the girl smiled and took happily from his hands. Thank you, she replied smiling. I may not be your parents' son, but it doesn't mean we are not siblings, at least to you, and I am your elder brother. So you are my sister. I don't think anyone would be bothered to tell you about me. Friends, Harry replied nervously, moving his hands forward. Which girl shook happily, hugged him. Harry smiled at this and was happy to have a sister. So Rosie, I have classes right now. We will meet later, okay? Rosie smiled at her new nickname and replied with by Harry. She was actually liking her new brother. He was not like Thomas, who was arrogant and didn't talk to her much or give her any sweets, but this brother did. By Rosie, see you soon. With this he left the headmaster's office. Review please. Chapter 13. Confrontations with brother. Classes. Chapter 13. Their first class of the day was Transfiguration with the Gryffindors. They made their way to McGonagall's class, letting themselves in when they saw there was no teacher and only a cat on the desk. Harry took a bowl of milk from behind his back along with a cat toy. He then opened his bag, and pulled out a humongous bag of cat treats which he opened and poured into another metal dish. A scratching pole and a small animated mouse for it to play with. He placed all the items next to the cat with a small wink. "Did you really have to do all that?" asked Draco when Harry returned to his seat at the back. "Of course I did. I might surprise her with a life-size model of Padfoot." "Imagine the look on her face when she sees that," Harry whispered back, smiling innocently at the cat who was glaring at him. He turned to Rigel, who was on his left. "Rig, I'll let you use my wand for a day, if you do something for me," Harry said, and as Rigel was asking him to let him use his wand from many days which he denied to give. For Harry to let him use it must mean he was asking something big. "Fine, but what is it?" "Simple. Take this collar." He gestured to a bright red collar with Minnie written in gold letters, and put it on the cat. "Are you trying to get me killed?" "You know the cat is McGonagall," whispered Rigel furiously. "Why can't you have Draco do it?"
"'Cause Draco's a pussy."
"Hey, I am not a pussy. Why don't you do it, Harry Potter?" Whisper shouted the Malfoy heir. Luckily, they hadn't been heard by the cat yet since they were at the back of the class. "Yeah, Harry Potter, why don't you do it?" Harry could see he was trapped. "Fine, but Rigel, Draco, I'll get you back for this." He stood up and took the bright red collar to the cat. "Here, kitty, kitty. I don't suppose you'll let me put this on." The cat's glare pierced the stone, and Harry moved forward tentatively. He clasped the collar around the cat, who made no move to stop him. After he had done so, he ran back to his seat and made no move to speak after that. The first person to come in after all the Slytherins and a couple of Gryffindors was the bushy-haired girl, who looked at them with an upturned nose and sat at the front, with the rest of the lions coming in after a few minutes. 5 minutes after the class had started, McGonagall had supposedly not shown up. Thomas and Ron came bursting into the room, relieved when they saw McGonagall wasn't there. "We're so lucky." "Imagine McGonagall's face when she saw we were late," said Ron. "I know. Let's sit down so it looks like we were here the whole time." They moved to sit down, but the cat that was lapping at the milk and playing with the toy jumped off the desk, turning into McGonagall. "May I ask why you were late?" "We didn't wake up on time." "Well, maybe I can transfigure one of you into a pocket watch. That way, at least one of you will be here on time." Also, 10 points to Slytherin for recognizing I was an animagus Mr. Potter. "However, I think a detention might do you good tonight." Moving on, transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She changed her desk into a pig and back again, showing the class the power of transfiguration. "I want you to transfigure this matchstick into a needle." She waved her wand, levitating the needles to each member of the class. Harry simply spoke the incantation, waving his wand over the matchstick, and it turned into a perfect needle. "Well done, Mr. Potter. That will be 10 points to Slytherin." Harry nodded. Harry continued to style his needle further, changing it to green with silver stripes and adding the Slytherin crest to the side. When he had finished, McGonagall was shocked. All that, from a first-year student and on his first attempt. Regaining her composure, she stopped in front of his table. "Fabulous work, Mr. Potter. Even your father did not do as well as this on his first attempt, despite the fact that he was a prodigy in transfiguration." Harry flinched inside at the mention of his father, but did not let this show on his face. However, he soon found a way to enjoy himself once more. "Professor," he began innocently, "why is that girl over there glaring at me? Did I do something wrong?" He was pointing at the resident know-it-all, Hermione Granger. She had wondered how he had done the transfiguration so quickly, especially when she had been studying nonstop since the day she had received her Hogwarts letter. "You did not, Mr. Potter." "Miss Granger, why are you glaring at Mr. Potter?" McGonagall was all too familiar with the gleam in Harry's eyes. She had seen it a few too many times in the eyes of the Marauders and the Weasley twins. Though she was not convinced by the innocent tone in his voice, she knew his complaint was completely valid. Hermione, realizing she had been caught, tried to stop glaring but found that she couldn't. "I wasn't a professor." Unknowingly to everyone in the room bar Rigel, as he had seen Harry's wand flick in Granger's direction. Harry had hexed her face to stay the same for the next few hours in the hope that she would learn a lesson about being more subtle. Miss Granger stopped glaring at me. When she noticed that Hermione was still glaring at her, she began to get fed up. That will be 10 points from Gryffindor. If I have to tell you again, it will be 50 and a detention. Harry did feel a little bad, so he decided to lift the hex in the nick of time. He knew they had potions after this. Snape would love an excuse to take points. By the end of the lesson, all of Slytherin, Barcrab, Goyle and Parkinson, had managed to turn their matchsticks into needles. Some Gryffindors had made a little progress, and both Thomas and Weasley had failed utterly. Content with himself, he left the classroom and made his way down to potions. The whole class had turned up on time for once, having heard tales of Snape's fury when students were late. They were told by a deep, harsh voice that protruded from the confines of the dark classroom. They made their way inside, the Slytherins and a few brave lions at the front, pairing up when Snape had told them to, his form still not visible in the room. Suddenly, a door slammed, startling all of the Gryffindors and a few squeamish snakes. They had been told to expect this, but a few of them still flinched. As soon as the head of the Slytherin house entered, he launched into a speech that sounded like he had rehearsed it many times in front of a mirror. He was positive it had been, especially when Draco had told him that he had seen a rough outline of it in a journal that Snape owned. Fame, brew glory, even stop or death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. He finished his speech with a silent warning, all too clear to the people in the room. This speech had led to mixed reactions, with some people looking disgusted at being taught by Snape. No doubt his father had told his brother tales of Snape's evil, whilst the Granger girl was on the edge of the seat, no doubt hoping to prove she wasn't a dunderhead. Like Snape would care. The man despised 99% of Gryffindors, and he could tell her attitude would not go down well with him. Potter, Thomas. What would I get if I added powdered root to an infusion of wormwood? Thomas simply shrugged and replying with the ever so eloquent, I don't know. Let's try again because fame clearly isn't everything. Where would I find a bezoar? Harry could see Granger leaning in her seat, her hand waving about like a frantic 3-year-old. She knew the answer, no doubt about it, but anyone with a few brain cells to rub together could tell Snape was not going to choose her. I have no idea. Why are you asking me if I don't know? That will be 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. Watch your tone. One last question. What is the difference between Wolfsbane and Monkshood? Thomas, having had enough, finally exploded. Shut up, Snively. I don't know. Why don't you ask Granger over their costs? She obviously knows the answer. Everyone knew he was screwed. You did not shout at Snape and get off easily. You insolent brat. That will be 50 points from Gryffindor and a week of detention with Filch. If I hear you shout at me again, it will be 100 points and 2 weeks of detention. He whirled around to face Harry. Let's see if both Potter twins are useless. Do you know the answers? Of course, Professor. Powdered root to an infusion of wormwood will make the draught of living death. A bezoar is found in the stomach of Dumbledore a goat. And finally, there is no difference between Wolfsbane and Monkshood. They are the same plant, also known as aconite. The comment about Dumbledore brought laughter rippling through the room, apart from a few die-hard Dumbledore fans, who glared at him. That will be 10 points for each answer, Mr. Potter. Now, instructions are on the board. Begin. Snape had set them a simple potion to cure boils, one Harry had made many times before. He went around complimenting the Slytherins and leaving a few competent lions alone. Just as he was showing everyone how perfectly Harry and Daphne, his partner, had stewed the horned slugs, there was a loud hissing in the room. Weasley and his brother had somehow managed to melt their cauldron. They were drenched in the incomplete potion which had caused boils to sprout everywhere. Idiot, boys. I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire? Both of you to the hospital wing. He then rounded on Hermione and Seamus, who had been working next to them. Why did you not tell them not to do it? Thought it would have made you look better, Granger. That will be 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry leant towards Daphne, deeply amused. I know that we shouldn't be enjoying this, but I am for some reason. It is nice to see my brother and his lackey get what they deserve. She gently snorted and giggled, her mind playing images of the two Gryffs dealing with Snape and his consistent insults year long. They carried on working, and produced a perfect potion by the end of the lesson. Harry knew that his arse was better suited to teach potions than Snape, but he didn't care. The classes were amusing after all, and he had lessons from his grandmother who had a mastery in potions. Since she was a healer, he was sure he would do fine for his OWLs in the end. On Thursday, Draco and Rigel both appeared in the Great Hall looking very embarrassed. Rigel had red hair and hundreds of freckles, with a top saying, "The newest Weasley." Draco's robes had turned a bright pink, and his hair was now a bright orange. Harry simply smirked at them, reminding them how he promised to get them back. After breakfast, it was finally time for flying lessons. With the Gryffindors and Rolanda Hooch, they made their way down to the Quidditch field, Harry determined to ignore Thomas Potter. "So now that everyone's here, stand by a broom, put your hand out and say up." Shouts of up were heard all around, with only a few people's brooms shooting up into their hands on the first try. These people were Harry, Thomas and Draco Rigel. The rest shot into their hands after a short time apart from Hermione and Parkinson, who were extremely nervous. Suddenly, Neville began to rise uncontrollably. He fell off the broom once it reached 10 to 20 feet with a giant HHHHH. Harry quickly cast an arresto momentum, slowing him so he landed gently on his feet. However, he was still sent to the hospital wing, claiming that Pomfrey would have healed him off minor injuries, and also Harry got 20 points for helping. When he had left, Thomas saw a golf ball lying across the floor. It must have fallen from Neville's pocket. "Anyone up for a game of catch? Unless you're too scared? How about you, brother?" Chickening out, Thomas had directly challenged him, and he could not refuse that. "I accept, little brother." They both kicked off into the air, and Harry could see that Thomas was actually a decent flyer. They both threw the ball ridiculously far from each other, attempting to make one of them drop it. The students below were watching with a mix of fascination and horror, with Hermione lecturing people on how dangerous it was. Thomas suddenly threw the ball to Harry's left. Harry dived down, chasing after it, and plucked it from the air a centimeter from the ground before pulling up and coming to a stop in front of McGonagall. He was screwed, or so he thought. "Hello, Professor. The weather is quite nice, isn't it? Follow me, Mr. Potter." She had an excellent poker face, and she led him through the castle to the dungeons. They came to a stop in front of Snape's office door. "In Mr. Potter." "Hello, Minerva. So nice of you to grace me with your presence." "Mr. Potter, why are you here?" "As loathed I am to admit it, Mr. Potter here deserves a tryout. I saw him catch a golf ball after a 40-foot dive, and he didn't even scratch himself." Harry instantly brightened. "Interesting, Minerva. But we all know that first years aren't allowed to play. You could talk to Albus to bend that rule." "Indeed. And so it shall be, Minerva. See to it that Albus agrees." Harry went to the Great Hall, just in time for lunch. He was considered lucky to have survived that without a loss of points. The next week, Harry went to the tryouts only to find that no one was going for Seeker. Terence Higgs had transferred to Ilvermorny. After it, the final team was Bletchley for keeper, Flint, Montague and Pusey as chasers, Derek and Bowl as beaters, and finally Harry as seeker. This was met with general excitement from his friends, especially Rigel and Draco, who were the Quidditch fanatics in the group. He had gotten his broom and was returning from the tryouts when he was confronted by his brother and Weasley. "That's a broomstick. You're done for this time, brother dearest." Harry and his group of friends simply laughed, spotting Professor Flitwick coming down to see what the hubbub was. "Hello, Professor," he said, ignoring Thomas. "Do you like my new broomstick?" "Ah, yes. Wonderful, Harry Potter. You should be off." "But Professor, it's not allowed." "It is, Thomas. The headmaster confirmed it. Be good now." By the end of that, Thomas was fuming. How dare Harry get a spot on the Quidditch team? He should have won. He was the boy who lived and obviously the best seeker in the world. He would go talk to Wood. Clearly he would want to win and give him a spot on the school. Before he went, he was mad about Harry showing him up, so he decided to beat him properly. "Know what? I challenge you to a duel, Harry Potter." Harry whirled around, just as he was about to leave. I accept. Midnight in the trophy room. Rigel's my second. Who's yours? Ron. They both nodded and walked away. After dinner, Harry parlayed the information to Snape, who ensured that they would be in for a nasty surprise later that night. The next day, both of them, along with Granger, who had stupidly decided to follow them, were looking enraged. They had snuck out only to be nearly caught by Filch. They then escaped into the third-floor corridor, where they had an interesting meeting with Fluffy. They then opened the door to find the looming figure of Filch in front of them. They had lost 100 points altogether and were in detention for the next week. It would have been 200 points and detention for a month, but Dumbledore had interfered. The next few weeks passed as planned, with all of their lessons being either really boring or amazing. Defense and history were a joke. Quirrell only stuttered and smelled of garlic while Spins droned on and on about goblin wars. Harry had been forced to pay attention in Quirrell's class since the teacher was alive, but used history to study defense, as Spins did not care what anyone did. Charms was his favorite, with Flitwick being an amazing teacher and having shown them advanced concepts if they managed to complete the class work early, but main problem Harry was dealing with was Granger. Flashback. Hermione Granger was annoyed. Very annoyed. She had been studying non-stop since she had gone to Hogwarts, and thought that because of it, she would be ahead in all her classes. After all, if her primary school was anything to go by, most children were quite lazy and did not practice schoolwork during the summer. This was somewhat the case. She was ahead of the yearmates in her house, along with most people in other houses. However, some of them were outclassing her, especially one Harry Potter. He always knew the answers to every single question, and even gave responses that held information she did not know. He had to have been cheating. She had read all her books already, and the information was not even in them. How could he know it otherwise? If she could work out how he was doing it, then she could finally be the best in her year. She had finally found the chance to confront him on his own without his group of friends nearby. She sat down in the seat in front of him when he was in the library. "How are you doing it?" she asked. "Doing what?" "All the magic. There's no way you could be better than me. You must be cheating." "Gringer, I am not cheating. Just because I am better at magic than you does not mean I am cheating. Have a good day." He made to stand up, but was stopped by her hand. "What?" he asked, feeling a headache coming forward. "My name is Granger. I have been studying non-stop since I got my books. I have them memorized, but you always know stuff that isn't in them. Tell me how." "First of all, memorizing your books does not make you better than me. Have been doing magic all my life, so I am just more experienced. Secondly, why should I tell you? What is in it for me? And finally, just like how some people are born smarter than others, I could have just been born better than you." He smirked, stood up and left, leaving behind a fuming Hermione in his wake. She was still convinced he was cheating. End flashback. Review please. Chapter 14, Troll in Hogwarts. Chapter 14. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important. 2. Never forget Wizard Baruffio, who said S instead of F and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. It was All Hallows' Eve, or commonly known as Halloween, and the first class of the day was Charms with Flitwick. He had announced that they were finally going to start making things levitate. Harry already knew how to do it, but he did suppose it would be amusing to see his brother and some of the more stupid Gryffindors fail. The entire class went to casting, but before anyone could say a word, there was a cry of Wingardium Leviosa from Seamus Finnegan, before the feather exploded and burst into flames, torching his hair and leaving the ashes of the feather on his face to the great amusement of people around him. Insufficient concentration. Flitwick flicked his wand, wiping the soot from Seamus' face, and conjured a new feather for him. "Try again, Mr. Finnegan. Try to picture the feather levitating as you say the spell." Harry pointed his wand at the feather and murmured the incantation. His feather rose and he moved his wand, controlling it as if he was a puppet master. "Look everyone, Mr. Potter's done it. 20 points to Slytherin." This was met with a low growl coming from Granger, who hated being shown up in anything. Honestly, not everything was a competition. To her increasing ire, all of his friends managed to levitate the feather before her. As he gazed around the class, Harry could hear the bickering coming from the weasel and the bookworm. "You're doing it wrong. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Levio's AAA," shouted Hermione, oblivious to the stares they were getting. "Well, you do it then if you're so bloody smart," the redhead waste disposal machine said, getting as bright as a tomato. Hermione turned her nose at him, pointed her wand at the feather, and said the incantation, ending it with a flick. The feather rose a few inches off the ground, and stayed there before it fell again. "Well done, Miss Granger." 5 points to Gryffindor, said Flitwick in his extremely squeaky voice when he saw it. Hermione looked somewhat pleased, yet still very annoyed considering she wasn't the first to do it and the fact she only got 5 points. After the class, Weasel was talking loudly about how Granger was a twat. "Honestly, can you believe her? It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. No wonder she hasn't got any friends," he exclaimed to Harry's brother. Suddenly, a blur of bushy brown hair rushed past Harry, nearly knocking him over in the process. "Looks like she heard him," said Draco, very amused. "Honestly, Drake, it's hard, not considering how loud Weasley was about it." Draco flushed at the use of the nickname his mother had assigned to him, cursing her for saying that in front of Harry of all people. "Stop blushing. It's not like I call you that regularly like Parkinson." Draco suddenly shuddered, remembering the horribly weird baby voice Pansy had used whilst calling him that. "That girl has some serious problems. She's a grade 5 stalker," interjected Rigel. "Aren't you going after her, Draco? You look so concerned." "Please shut up. If I can survive getting accidentally flung out of a window using my dad's broom, she can survive being insulted. It's not the end of the world." "Now, Draco," Harry said, bringing the topic back to the Malfoy heir, "it's clear that Parkinson wants to marry you and stay with you forever, and it wouldn't hurt you to accept some of her advances." "Yeah, right. The second I even show a small amount of interest in her, she'll be more clingy to me than Weasley to your brother, Harry Potter. Sometimes I feel like she has this perfect future planned out." "She does as well," exclaimed Tracy, butting into their conversation. "So me and Daphne were forced to go round hers because her parents invited ours. Parkinson took us up to her bedroom and started showing us this incredibly thick planner which had literally everything about you and her in it," she said to Draco, relishing the disgust on his face. "Tracy, please tell me what's in the planner. I need to know," said Harry pleadingly, giving her a big green-eyed look. Tracy and Daphne both looked at each other, and a silent argument seemed to happen between them. "Fine, we'll do it," started Tracy. "But only for you, and you owe us," finished Daphne. "Deal," said Harry instantly. He knew that they weren't going to extract something very major out of him. They were his friends, and it was a very small price to pay for the contents of the planner. "Thanks, Tracy, thanks, Daph," he added before turning to Draco. "Guess I'll finally know the names of your future children, Draco. Can I be the godfather for one of them?" he asked. "And I will be for the other," Rigel interrupted before he burst into laughter with others. "Kill me now," groaned Draco, knowing that this teasing would only be so much greater once Harry Potter would get the knowledge in the planner. "So team, we have our first match against Gryffindor next week. We all know who's playing apart from their seeker. Anyone got any ideas?" asked Flint. It was the evening and the team was having a training session to prepare for their match. "I do," said Harry, and the team looked at their youngest member. "It's my brother." "How did your brother get into the team?" "You only got in because McGonagall saw you flying, but your brother hasn't done anything noteworthy," remarked Adrian Pusey, one of the chasers on the squad. "He complained to Dumbledore, so the headmaster gave him a spot on the team for free without even trying out. He's a decent enough seeker, but I am a little better." "Well, that's fine for us. Just make sure you don't let him get the snitch next week. So, let's begin the session. I've arranged for the Ravenclaw team to meet us down here for a pickup game, so we can actually get prepared for when we will be facing an actual team. Let's hope for it and make sure that we win. Harry Potter, in a normal match you're allowed to get the snitch instantly, but today wait until I tell you, as I want to give the rest of the team time to practice as well," said Flint, and Harry nodded before they all grabbed their brooms and kicked upwards into the evening sky. An hour and a half later, They touched down thoroughly exhausted but very pleased nonetheless. Good work, team, in beating them 310 to 120. Gryffindor will be slightly harder, but we can do it. I trust you can all see yourself back to the castle in time for the Halloween feast. It was the Halloween feast and Harry was sitting with his friends savoring some lovely treacle tart when a ragged-looking Quirinus Quirrell burst into the room, causing the entire great hall to fall into silence. His clothes were ripped, his turban ruffled, and he had several cuts on his body. TT Troll. Troll in the dungeons. He managed to gasp out, startling the entire room before he fainted backwards. Silence reigned supreme for approximately 5 seconds before all hell broke loose. People began screaming about how they were going to die, mainly the first years, whilst others began to converse with their friends in hushed whispers about the troll. What happened to his stutter? And why did he faint backwards when he was already running forwards? Whispered Harry furiously to his friends. I don't know, to be honest. It does seem sketchy, to be honest, Rigel whispered back, just as confused as Harry. After around 30 seconds of this madness, Albus Dumbledore had enough. Silence! He shouted, sending off several firecrackers to quieten the entire great hall. Prefects, please lead the students back to their dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Everybody began to move, but a Slytherin prefect stopped them all. The Slytherin dormitory is in the dungeons, and that's where the troll is. Dumbledore had the decency to at least look sheepish as the prefect called him out. Apologies, Slytherins, please make your way to the library. Every student got up from the tables in the Great Hall and made their way to their respective destinations. Harry and his friends were walking along the second floor, talking animatedly, and were making their way to the library. When they turned a corner on their way to the library, they came face to face with Thomas, Ron and Hermione, who seemed to be running for their lives. Run! The troll is here, shouted Ron, and he was true to his word. Behind them lumbered a 12-foot, fully grown mountain troll which clutched a heavy and very thick spiked club. Idiots! They're leading it straight to us, remarked Harry just as he, along with his friends and the 3 sudden arrivals, began running out of the way. He looked back at the troll and pointed his wand at it, throwing several silent, stinging spells into its eyes. He knew it would just enrage the troll, but he had a plan. After a short time, he and the group of first years who had gotten separated from the rest of the Slytherins came to a dead end where the stairs connected. Guys, get out of the way! When they didn't move and just turned to face the troll, which was lumbering towards them slowly, Harry cast a light banishing charm towards the group, causing them to get pushed back a few meters and out of the way of the troll. Trust me, I have a plan. Just as the troll was about to reach him, Harry rolled out of the way and turned to face the creature's back. Using all of his magical strength, he threw a banishing charm at the lumbering animal, which propelled it over the railing and down several flights of stairs, where it landed on the ground floor with a sickening splat. Luckily, there were no students left on that floor to witness it or to get harmed. As Harry took a deep breath and admired his handiwork, he was suddenly pushed a few steps due to the force of the hugs he received from his friends. You idiot! What were you thinking? Exclaimed Daphne, before realizing she was still hugging him. She blushed and stepped back along with the rest of friends to give him space to breathe. Something along the lines of "I'd like not to be crushed by the club the troll had," mumbled Harry before getting smacks from both Daphne and Tracy on the back of his head. Bloody Gryffindor! I thought you're meant to be in Slytherin, exclaimed Rigel, still in shock from what his friend had just done. I was raised by a lion, so some of his tendencies did shine through to me, said Harry with a lopsided grin before turning his attention to his brother, who was sprawled across the floor on his arse, looking at Harry with his mouth open. You should really close your mouth, brother dearest. You wouldn't want something to fly in there, would you? Thank you, Harry, Thomas replied, and the thanks felt rather forced, but Harry didn't mind. It was a start. Well, you're welcome, brother. But do try to not make this a regular occurrence. Thomas was saved from answering through the arrival of Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, the latter who was walking with a limp, but none of the students commented on it. Can you all explain what happened here? The headmaster asked, his expression quite stern. I pushed the troll over the edge and it fell, headmaster, said Harry, putting emphasis on the last word. We know that, but perhaps you should explain how this came to be, said McGonagall, her lips thinning. "A simple banishing charm, Professor," said Harry. "That's a fourth-year spell, Mr. Potter. 20 points for some good work and 20 more points for using it in an appropriate manner," remarked Snape, never to shy away from giving his house points. "That's all well, but you shouldn't have banished it off the edge, Mr. Potter. The hallway has been greatly damaged," said Dumbledore, surveying Harry with his typical disappointed gaze. "Well, Headmaster, I think when a troll is chasing me, I tend not to think about property damage," said Harry coldly. "Enough," said McGonagall when she saw Dumbledore's mouth open. "Take 10 points for bravery, Mr. Potter. What I want to know is why you three are here," she said, looking strictly at Thomas, Ron, and Hermione. Thomas was about to open his mouth but was stopped by Hermione. "It was me, Professor. I went looking for it. I had read about them and thought I could handle it, but if they hadn't saved me I would have been dead by now." Harry raised an eyebrow at Hermione Granger, rule lover, lying to McGonagall of all people. And she clearly needed to work on her lying skills, as Harry could see the holes in that. Snape also saw it and saw an opportunity. "Why did you end up here, then, when the troll was sighted in the dungeons? You would need to ascend 2 floors from the Great Hall when you should have gone down to look for it." 10 points from Gryffindor for lying to a teacher," Snape remarked very coldly. "Indeed, I do not want to know, but I suggest you don't make a habit of lying to me." McGonagall turned to Thomas and Ron, who seemed to cower in fear. "Take 5 points each for attempting to assist a fellow housemate. Now off to your common rooms, all of you." She addressed the last part to all the students who separated, with the Slytherins following Snape to the dungeons and the Gryffindors following McGonagall to Gryffindor Tower. Over the next few days, Harry noticed that Thomas and Ron had become friends with Hermione, much to his dismay. He could handle one of them, annoying him, and occasionally even 2, but 3 was going to give him quite a few headaches. Luckily, he did have a match against Gryffindor soon, and he could use the distraction. Review, please. Chapter 15. Christmas Reconciliations. Chapter 15. Harry clutched his broom tightly in his hand and walked out of the changing rooms for Quidditch. It was the first match of the season, and it was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. A lovely way to start off the rivalry. "Between the houses and between me and my brother," thought Harry dryly before he walked out onto the pitch with the Slytherins roaring at their team's arrival. Madame Hooch was refereeing. She stood in the middle of the field waiting for the 2 teams, her broom in her hand. "Now I want a nice fair game, all of you," she said, once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed that she seemed to be speaking particularly to the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a 6th year. Bloody favoritism, thought Harry. Harry clambered onto his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. 15 brooms rose high into the air. They were off, and the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. "Sorry, Professor." The Weasley twins' friend, Lee Jordan, was doing the commentary for the match, closely watched by Professor McGonagall. "And she's really belting along up there. A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet. A good find of Oliver Woods. Last year only a reserve back to Johnson, and no, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle." Slytherin captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle, and off he goes. Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's gonna, stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood. And the Gryffindors take the quaffle. That's chaser Katie Bell of Gryffindor there. Nice dive around Flint, off up the field, and that must have hurt. Hit in the back of the head by a bludger quaffle taken by the Slytherins. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off toward the goal posts. But he's blocked by a second bludger sent his way by Fred or George Weasley. Can't tell which. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater anyway, and Johnson back in possession of the quaffle. A clear field ahead, and off she goes. She's really flying. Dodges a speeding bludger. The goal posts are ahead. Come on now. Angelina keeper Bletchley dives. Mrs. Gryffindor's cheers filled the cold air, with howls and moans from the Slytherins. Harry was hovering above the rest of the game, looking furiously for the snitch, and he could see his brother was doing the same from the Gryffindor goalposts. Occasionally he would duck down to play interfering seeker to help the rest of his team. He had to admit the Gryffindor chasers outclassed his team, although he didn't like it. Even if they had been in Slytherin, Flint was too sexist to let them play. Slytherin in possession, Lee Jordan was saying, Chaser Pusey ducks 2 Bludgers, 2 Weasleys and Chaser Bell and speeds toward the wait a moment, was that the snitch? A murmur ran through the crowd as Adrian Pusey dropped the quaffle, too busy looking over his shoulder at the flash of gold that had passed his left ear. Harry saw it. In a great rush of excitement, he dived downward after the streak of gold. His brother had seen it too. Neck and neck they hurtled toward the snitch. All the chasers seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to be doing as they hung in midair to watch. Harry was faster than Thomas. He could see the little round ball, wings fluttering, darting up ahead. He put on an extra spurt of speed. Wham! A roar of rage echoed from the Gryffindors below. Marcus Flint had blocked Thomas on purpose, and Thomas's broom spun off course, Thomas holding on for dear life. Foul! Screamed the Gryffindors. Madame Hooch spoke angrily to Flint and then ordered a free shot at the goalposts for Gryffindor. But in all the confusion, of course, the golden snitch had disappeared again. Harry couldn't even be annoyed at Hooch. Flint was way too rough anyway, and the foul was unnecessary as Harry was ahead of his brother anyway. And Lee Jordan, the so-called unbiased commentator, was finding it difficult not to take sides. So, after that obvious and disgusting bit of cheating Jordan, growled Professor McGonagall. After that open and revolting foul Jordan. I'm warning you, all right. Flint nearly kills the Gryffindor Seeker, which could happen to anyone, I'm sure, so a penalty to Gryffindor, taken by Bell, who puts it away, no trouble, and we continue play, Gryffindor still in possession. Slytherin in possession, Flint with the quaffle passes Spinnet. Passes Bell, hit hard in the face by a bludger, hoping it broke his nose. Only joking, Professor Slytherin's score. No, the Slytherins were cheering. No one apart from Harry himself seemed to have noticed that Thomas's broom was behaving strangely. It was carrying him slowly higher, away from the game, jerking and twitching as it went. Harry flew up to his brother, his brow wrinkled in confusion. Thomas, what's happening? He asked. His brother was a dick sometimes, but he had no desire to see him fall to his death. Go away, Harry, he shouted, trying to look confident, though Harry could tell by the grimace on his face he was anything but. Another thing Harry was surprised about was that Thomas had called him by his nickname. Mostly it was just Harry Potter or the slimy snake, but this was the first time he had done so. A mystery to be solved. You need to relax. Dumbledore will stop you if you fall, he added more quietly. Suddenly, there was a flash of blue fire in the spectator seats, and Thomas suddenly regained control of his broom. With a laugh, he pelted back towards the game, getting ready to find the snitch. Harry followed him, grumbling his head in annoyance. And there, he had seen it, and so had Thomas. It was pelting along the ground of the pitch, and both brothers dove toward it. They each stretched out their hands, but Harry was quicker. He dived off his broom and came to a tumbling stop on the ground. When he stood up, he was holding the snitch above, signaling the game had ended. In the end, Slytherin had won 290 to 270 since their chasers had been pummeling by Bell, Spinnet, and Johnson. If he had been a couple of moments too late, they would have thrashed. After the initial celebrations, Thomas came up to Harry without his 2 pets. Hermione had started hanging out with him and Ronald after the troll incident, and to Harry's surprise quietly thanked him before walking away as if nothing had happened. Harry was very excited. Christmas was coming, and he would be going back to Potter Castle to celebrate it with his friends and family. Although not all of his friends were as excited about the holiday as he was. You're a lucky bastard, grumbled Draco Malfoy the day before the holidays were about to start. Why do you say that, Draco? Asked Harry, knowing full well what was about to happen. You get to spend Christmas with people you like. I have to go to the Parkinsons because they want to set up a marriage contract between me and Pansy. Father won't let it happen though. But that seems to be the only good thing he's ever done. And on top of that, I have to go to a ball the day before that as well. Ah, is fickle Draco sad? Asked Daphne, treating him like a baby. We invited Tracy and her family to have Christmas with us, so we got out of the Parkinson deal. Anyway, it's also an advantage of being a Grey family. You can get out of stuff like this very easily. Shame you have to spend Christmas of all things with a girl that's head over heels in love with you. Finished Daphne with a pitying look, though everyone could see the amusement in her eyes. Draco, you've forgotten a couple of things. 1. All of us have to attend the ball so you're not alone and you will have company. 2. I could easily persuade grandfather to invite your family over, considering your grandfather would be pleased. And your father can't decline since it's an order from Great Abraxas Malfoy. I am sure he will accept it after all. Black and Potters are celebrating Christmas together, said Harry with a knowing smile. He didn't like using his family's titles to do stuff unfairly, but he supposed it was useful in a situation like this. Draco looked at him with a bright smile. Thank you, guys, he shouted. Now my Christmas won't be ruined. So when all went home at Christmas, everyone had decided to give them surprises, as their grandparents could not be found, as all had decided to go to France for holiday together. So Harry was staying with Rigel and his parents. Now they all had gone to the ministry ball. Lord Black, Lucius said icily. Lucy, exclaimed Sirius, hugging the man. So good to see you. Now I feel like you've been avoiding me. I wonder why, he said with an inquisitive look. Anyway, we can't have that, can we? He asked. That means that we too will be going for a drink sometime soon, and we're going to have the best of times, aren't we? Yes, definitely, he said, nodding his head like a house elf whilst internally running into a dark corner of his mind and jumping into a bed. He was all too familiar with his cousin-in-law's antics and knew that if he declined he was going to either get followed until he accepted or somehow be looped into it one way or another. He still didn't know how he did it. Perhaps a date can be arranged when we both have a day off, he said, not wanting to miss important business meetings just because the Black Lord had dragged him into partying with him. That's wonderful, exclaimed Sirius with a feral grin, making Lucius flinch involuntarily. Anyway, he continued, turning to Narcissa, you and Ickle Draco, he said with a pause to ruffle the blonde boy's hair, knowing how much it infuriated him, are invited over to the Black Manor for Christmas. You are family after all, and our parents are in France so we can enjoy together, he added on, knowing what it would mean. And I suppose you can come as well, Lucy. That sounds wonderful, said Lucius with a pause that made Harry wonder if he was somehow channeling Snape's spirit. We will make sure to be there. Harry knew he couldn't decline, and he wouldn't decline after they all were family. Great. That's amazing. Will Andromeda and Ted be there as well? Asked Narcissa, suddenly hoping to meet her only sane sister. Unfortunately not. Andy's been under the weather, so she, Ted, and Dora just want a quiet Christmas together, confirmed Marlene. Anyway, we'll go now and we'll love to see you there. The trio waved and walked away, although Sirius did give Lucius a final hug and ruffled Draco's hair once more, which had just set, leaving Lucius feeling very annoyed and both Narcissa and Draco feeling very relieved, though the latter was furiously rearranging his hair. Draco, said Narcissa once her husband had gone upstairs to brood and sulk. Good work, if a little obvious. What do you mean, mother? Asked Draco, feeling very confused. The plan was your doing. And you wanted to get out of going to the Parkinsons. You could have just asked me instead of planning with your friends, she said, enjoying the way her son flushed. But I thought it was obvious. You know how much I hate going there at every event. Just because William Parkinson is an important ally of father's doesn't mean I like it when they offer marriage contracts between me and Pansy, he exclaimed, feeling very annoyed. You do, said Narcissa, faking shock. I thought you two looked adorable together, she said before she went upstairs, leaving her son speechless. Harry walked over to Sirius, Marlene, Rigel giving them a big hug and saying Merry Christmas, whilst secretly turning Sirius' hair a brighter flashing neon rainbow. Let's go in, said Marlene, cutting both of them short as she hugged Harry as they led inside. Draco and Narcissa are going to arrive in about 15 minutes, she said. Narcissa told me Lucius was reluctant to go after the way you presented the invitation, Siri. She was frowning, showing her clear dislike of the Black Lord's behavior. 15 minutes later, a beep was heard signaling that the Malfoys had arrived and had entered the wards. They're here, said Sirius jovially, as he stood up to bring them in. A few minutes later, the three Malfoys entered along with Remus and a very happy Sirius. Rigel, said Remus when he saw his nephew, hugging him. Hi Harry, he added when he saw Harry. It was not known that after Harry was sent away, Sirius and Remus had broken all their ties with James and Lily, but they used to join together only for Thomas during his birthday or any other ceremony. The rest of the day went along quite well, with everyone having a laugh and a fun time, with perhaps the exception of one Lucius who behaved rather nervously as if he was expecting to be pranked heavily. Harry ended up receiving buttloads of sweets, new Quidditch gear, cool rings that warned him about danger, and a cool plant from Draco that squirted thick slime at whoever you pointed it at. He instantly used it on Rigel and Draco, although they had gotten the same thing, which ended in the three of them having a war with the things that only ended when Marlene and Narcissa put them into slime. Books on spells, prank, and weird and useless stuff. When Malfoy had left Sirius and Remus stood up. "Harry, we have to talk," Remus told. "If it's about James or Lily, I am not interested, and I have no grudge against you two. I spent 2 years in their house, and the whole time in their house, the only affection or love I received was from you guys," Harry said coldly. "Harry, we are sorry, we couldn't do anything about their vile decision. They worshipped Dumbledore to the extent that they couldn't see their son, their own blood. But we never thought that they would fall so low that they would try to steal their own son's magic. Thank Merlin, Uncle Charles and Grandfather rescued you. I was relieved when I found out you were with Uncle Charles. The only place where dumb shit couldn't hurt you, heck, even the greatest Dark Lord would fear attacking you with Uncle Charles around. Harry, I do love you and I am proud of how you have turned out," Remus told, smiling. Harry hugged his uncle in return. "Review, please. P.S. This was the worst of all chapters. Before the edit, of course. It seriously had horrible grammar, but I have tried my level best to rectify the errors." Chapter 16, Philosopher's Stone Eye. Chapter 16. "Guys, I think we're here," said Draco, breaking everyone out from their sleep. Once again, Harry and Daphne had fallen asleep on top of each other, and so had Rigel and Tracy. Draco had just woken up, and at the right time too, since the train had just come to a stop. Christmas had been amazing for Harry Potter, since he didn't have to spend time with his so-called parents or brother, and the fact that he was going to get a new cousin in 9 months made it even better. Shaking themselves, the five got off the train, making their way into Hogwarts. As they walked along the Hogwarts grounds, they were confronted with a rather weird sight. Hagrid's hut was of fire, and Thomas, Weasley, and Granger were frantically running around trying to douse it. "Do we need to help?" whined Draco when he saw the others brought out their wands. "As much as I like their suffering, Draco, we need to," said Rigel, and the 5 of them began casting Aguamenti, dousing the flames. When they had finished, Thomas, Weasley, and Granger looked at them very uncomfortably. Granger broke the silence first. "That was a 4th-year spell. How did you do it?" she snapped, not bothering to thank them. "Well, some people have more talent than others. And anyway, you should be thanking us. We just saved your lives." Rigel snapped back, feeling very annoyed. "You're lying. I'm clearly the best in the year." "You do not have more talent than me," she said. "And anyway, you did not save us. We had it under control." "Please, you were running around like headless chickens. You did not have it under control," said Harry Potter, not bothering to tell her she wasn't the best, since he knew she would keep nagging him until he got a headache. "Anyway, what happened here? Why should we tell you, you filthy snake?" shouted Ron, drawing his wand. "Eat slugs," he shouted, murmuring something incomprehensible. A jet of light shot out from his wand, and for some reason it looked slimy. Harry simply drew up a shield using Aegis Vocar, causing the spell to bounce back and hit Weasley head-on. "Erg," he gargled, blurting out, "slugs." He raised his wand again, but his aim was off, so it ended up hitting Granger, causing her to begin vomiting the slugs. "Okay, Thomas," began Harry. "What happened here? If you don't reveal it, I'm sure Snape would love to ask you." Thomas looked uncomfortable, but he began talking, hoping he wouldn't get hit by any redirected spells. "So Hagrid got a dragon for Christmas," he began. "And, let me stop you there. He got a fucking dragon. How? I don't know, he said it was some random guy. One of Ron's brothers work in a dragon reserve. We called him a couple days ago, asking if we can send Hagrid's dragon there, and he told us that we needed the permission from the owner before we can do it. In the end, we found out that our family owned the dragon reserve. But, as he was being handled, Norbert, that's the dragon's name, set a little fire in the forest. Hagrid said it'd burn out, but when we were visiting him today, it had spread to his hut. He wasn't there, so we had to put it out." Thomas said. "Which dragon reserve does your friend's brother works in?" Harry Potter asked. "The one in Romania," Thomas said, wait, we have more than one dragon reserves than the one in Romania? Of course we do. Didn't James ever teach you about our family history? Or at least our holdings? Harry Potter said, he told me, but I never really paid attention to those lessons. Thomas said, remind me to give you a book about our house's history. What kind of dragon does Hagrid have? Harry Potter asked. A Norwegian ridgeback, Thomas answered. All right, give me a few hours and that dragon will be out of your hair soon. Well, at least you're not as much of an idiot, said Harry, and Thomas visibly relaxed. But you're still an idiot. You really thought that 3 first years would be able to stop a massive fire. I mean, those two haven't learnt the charm yet. Please say you have. I have, but I forgot, he admitted. After berating him for another minute, Harry walked away with his friends, leaving Thomas and his 2 cronies there. Thomas had been uncomfortable through the entire conversation, as if he'd been wanting to say something. Thomas got up from his bed in the Gryffindor dorms and put his invisibility cloak on. For some reason he was feeling adventurous and wanted a late-night stroll. He thought of waking Ron up, but knew it would be pointless. His friend could only be woken by the promise of food. Walking around the castle, he eventually came to a weird room with a mirror standing in it. Walking up to the mirror, he saw something engraved along the frame. Eris stra eru oit ube kafir oit on wosi. Wondering what it meant, he looked into the mirror properly for the first, and he saw something quite surprising. He saw him holding the house and Quidditch cup. But that was not all. In the background, he could his parents, his grandfather, and all the people he liked cheering for him. Around him, his friends Ron, Hermione, Seamus were celebrating. He looked closer and he saw his brother celebrating with him. And Harry was a Gryffindor. Looking away, he turned around only to face Dumbledore, who was sitting on a desk next to a wall. Professor, he began, I didn't see you. Strange how nearsighted being invisible can make you, said Dumbledore. And Thomas was relieved to see that he was smiling. So, said Dumbledore, slipping off the desk to stand next to Thomas, you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Eris. I didn't know it was called that, sir. But I expect you've realized by now what it does? It showed me with my family, even Harry. He was a Gryffindor, though. I had the house and Quidditch cup, and we were all celebrating. And I'm glad to hear that even though your brother has cut off relations with you, that you still wish to maintain them. Now, can you think what the Mirror of Eris shows us all? Thomas shook his head. Let me explain. The happiest man on earth would be able to use the Mirror of Eris like a normal mirror. That is, he would look into it and see himself exactly as he is. Does that help? Thomas thought. Then he said slowly, it shows us what we want. Whatever we want. Yes and no, said Dumbledore quietly. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. However, this mirror will give us neither knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Thomas, and I ask you not to go looking for it again. If you ever do run across it, you will now be prepared. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, remember that. Now, why don't you put that admirable cloak back on and get off to bed? Thomas stood up. Sir Professor Dumbledore? Can I ask you something? Obviously, you've just done so, Dumbledore smiled. You may ask me one more thing, however. What do you see when you look in the mirror? I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Thomas stared. One can never have enough socks, said Dumbledore. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. It was only when he was back in bed that it struck Thomas that Dumbledore might not have been quite truthful. It had been quite a personal question. Dumbledore, meanwhile, smiled at how easy it had been to manipulate Thomas. End flashback. So, said Dumbledore, smiling gently. That's the 2nd year's done, he said at the staff meeting, all 4 head of houses, which was designed to discuss the students' progress. Let's move on to the 1st years now, said Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw. Indeed, said Dumbledore, nodding his head. Pomona, why don't you start? Dumbledore asked the Hufflepuff head of house. I shall, said Pomona, smiling. All of my 1st years are bright and attentive, with the exception of a couple. Even then, they have potential. Most of them may not have appreciation for the subject just yet, although I'm sure they'll soon gain it when we move on to the more dangerous plants, she replied. Are there any particular students that have stood out? Asked Dumbledore, concealing his impatience. He kept his cool for the past 2 hours. He could keep it for a bit longer. Oh yes, said Pomona. From my own house, both Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott are delightful girls, always taking an interest in the subject. Ernie Macmillan certainly had potential, but I'm afraid he doesn't get along well with others. Same with Zacharias Smith, she said. In your house, Phileas, Lisa Turpin and Michael Corner are ahead, having shown great interest in the subject, although the rest of their classmates aren't far behind. I'd say Mr. Potter and Miss Davis are the furthest ahead in your house, Severus, but Mr. Black and Miss Greengrass could definitely catch up with a little bit or practice, she said, pausing to think a little. Mr. Longbottom has a surprisingly vast knowledge of plants, Minerva, and Miss Granger always gets the questions right. Unfortunately, she is too eager and rarely looks past the coursework we've set. The other Mr. Potter is doing well, although he gets distracted far too easily, she concluded. What about you, Phileas? Asked Dumbledore, eager to know how both the Potter twins were doing. Well, began Phileas, from my own house, all of them are doing very well due to them practicing a lot. Miss Lee and Miss Turpin are ahead of their peers, though Mr. Boot can catch up if he put in a bit more effort. All the Hufflepuffs are evenly matched, probably from practicing together. Couple are slightly ahead, though only by a slim margin. Mr. Potter, again, and Miss Greengrass are best from the Slytherins, whilst Mr. Black does show an aptitude for the subject. I must say, Mr. Potter is ahead of where his mother was in charms at her age, and he can most definitely overtake her in the future, he said, leading to some raised eyebrows. Does he now? Asked Snape slowly, having not spoken throughout the whole meeting so far. It was well known that Lily Potter was a charms prodigy, and for her son to be on track to excel her was quite shocking. He most definitely has the talent. In fact, he always performs the spell first and has moved on to the more advanced stuff already, nodded Flitwick, smiling. Moving on, I'd say Hermione Granger for the Gryffindors, though Seamus Finnegan could catch up with sufficient practice. Unfortunately, the other Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley have a talent of messing about in class, and Miss Granger rubs people the wrong way. Interesting, said Dumbledore slowly, the cogs in his brain turning. What about you, Severus? He finally asked. Just another bunch of dunderheads, snarled Snape, ignoring the eye rolls from the others. Of course, my Slytherins are perfect as always, he added condescendingly. Really? Asked Minerva. Even Harry Potter? We all know your bitter spat with James, Severus, she said. Snape opened his mouth but did not answer for a few seconds. I must admit, he said slowly, hoping no one had a recording charm activated, that the elder Potter twin has talent, he said to the surprise of everyone there. He is disillusioned with his father, and unlike his twin he isn't an arrogant twat, he added quickly. Of course, I will deny this if anyone here mentions it to someone else. HPHHH, sighed Phileas. Are you sure that everyone is a dunderhead, Severus? Surely there must be some people who have shown talent? He asked, immediately regretting it as soon as he realized he was going to have to listen to a rant by his colleague. The Hufflepuffs are spineless cowards, began Snape, who gets startled by the slightest loud noise. They look at me like I'm a vampire or something about to eat them and are more focused on trying to stay on my good side than do the actual work. A couple aren't, like the Bones girl and Abbott, but the rest are insufferable. Your students are too immersed in a book to be concentrating properly, and don't know how to actually make the potions. They insist on following the instructions to the letter, and even have the audacity to tell me I'm being harsh. Some do get on with the work like the corner boy and Miss Turpin, and their potion turns out fine, but the rest insist on giving me headaches. And finally, your precious lions, Minerva, are the worst. They have no respect for the subject, and are concerned with playing pranks in my class than actually focusing. Their work is horrendous, and their potions would make a Dementor run away in terror. Potter and Weasley have begun talking back to me, and Granger is insufferable. Will she ever understand to not be an annoying twat and stop attempting to answer every single question I ask, whether it's rhetorical or not? She can make the potions well enough, although I doubt her nature to irritate the heck out of everyone nearby will help her in life," he concluded. Everyone around him was staring with an open mouth and wide eyes. "I've just admitted they aren't all dunderheads, haven't I?" asked Snape, and Pomona meekly nodded. He stood up and stormed out of the room, his cloak swishing behind him. "Now, Minerva, what about you?" asked Dumbledore after a few moments of awkward silence. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, the four heads of houses having departed from his office. Everything was going to plan apart from a couple of hiccups here and there, but they were easily fixable. Thomas Potter was friends with Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger, and he was on his way just like Dumbledore wanted him to. He was doing well enough in his subjects, but not too well, as he couldn't have the BWL getting too powerful. Power corrupts people, and Dumbledore knew that better than most people. Miss Granger was doing excellently but he wasn't worried about her gaining too much power. After all, she was a Muggle-born, and Muggle-borns couldn't do too much in their world. She was a vital part of his plan, and she would keep Thomas on the straight and narrow. However, one problem was Harry Potter. The boy was too smart already, and he could be a threat to Dumbledore if that continued. He had only one question: who trained that boy so well? And here he had the answer. He was seen with Lestranges and Malfoys in Diagon Alley. They must have trained him, but he was waiting for Charles Potter to die so that James would become the head of the house and disown Harry Potter and give heirship to idiotic Thomas so that he would have power, and yes, everything would be fine. "Hey, Harry Potter," said Rigel slowly to his best friend as both of them relaxed on a sofa in the Slytherin common room. "Yeah, Rigel," said Harry tiredly. "What do you want?" he asked him. "You know the corridor on the 3rd floor?" he asked slowly. "Yeah," said Harry, sitting up straighter. "I know what's inside," said Rigel quickly. "Cool," Harry said, though there was no enthusiasm. "I do too, Rigel. You aren't the first one to go near the three-headed dog inside," he replied smugly. "Ah, but I know more," said Rigel even more smugly. "Oh yeah?" asked Harry. "What's that?" "I know the dog's name," said Rigel as if he held all the power in the world. "Shit," said Harry, conceding defeat. "So, what's the name?" "Fluffy." Harry looked at Rigel for a whole second before he began laughing. "Oh," he said between laughter. "You've got to be kidding me. No way that giant furball's name is Fluffy. If it was up to me, I'd have called him Deathbringer or Soulsucker. You know, something cool? Maybe even Jose," he said. "That is actually the name," said Rigel, laughing as well. "Though in all honesty, I know what's actually in the room," he said seriously, looking Harry in the eye. "There's something else in there?" asked Harry. "How did you find that out?" he asked Rigel. "I and Draco overheard your brother Weaselby and Granger talking about it. Apparently they went there accidentally and saw a trapdoor under the dog." "Oh yeah," said Harry, concentrating hard. "There was a weird wooden flap when I went in, though I suppose I didn't notice at the time since my main concern was getting out alive," said Harry. "Anyway, they asked Hagrid about it, and they somehow weaseled some information out of him. There's a precious stone under the trapdoor, and guess what it is?" "An Infinity Stone?" asked Harry. What is that?" asked Rigel, his voice faltering. "Don't worry. I've seen Avengers too many times. So, go on," Harry said, prompting Rigel to continue on with the story. "It's the Philosopher's Stone," said Rigel excitedly. "No way," said Harry. "Can make you immortal, and it can make anything turn to gold." "How do you know so much about it?" asked Rigel. "The Potter Library has quite a few books published by Nicholas Flamel, the owner of the stone. However, why's the stone in Hogwarts?" "Yeah, I have no idea," conceded Rigel. "Put on your detective hat, Rigel," said Harry dramatically. "We're going to find out."
"Yeah, Harry?"
asked Rigel, bringing his friend back to the present. "I don't have a detective hat." "Oh yeah, I don't either. We'll have to do it without them. Do you girls and boy want to do some detective work?" asked Harry as he and Rigel walked over to Daphne, Tracy and Draco, who were playing chess. "Yep," said Daphne, instantly getting up from the armchair. "I've been getting so bored," she said grumpily. "Only because you've lost 8 games in a row," said Tracy cheekily. Daphne responded by sticking her tongue out but didn't comment. "So, who wants to go up against me?" "Rigel?" asked Tracy, smiling like a predator who's just closed in on her prey. "Nope," said Rigel, "I'd beat you too easily, and I wouldn't want you to feel bad." Really, Rig? Said Tracy, making him blush. If that's the case, then I challenge you. Challenge accepted, said Rigel, instantly sitting down to show her who was better at chess. Rigel, said Harry, shaking his friend. You're meant to come with us. You go with Daphne, and Draco, said Rigel, already setting up the board. She challenged me. I had to accept. He protested when Harry began glaring at him. Fine, said Harry eventually. Let's go, Daph. Drake, said Harry before he walked off. Tracy, make sure you beat him badly, Draco said, walking out. Harry? Asked Daphne confusedly. Where are we going? The library, said Harry matter-of-factly. Okay, then why are we going the wrong way? Are you sure you heard them right? Asked Daphne tiredly. They could have been talking about flannel, not flammel. She whined, both of them having been in the library for quite a while now. Yes, Daph, I'm sure, said Draco exasperatedly as he flicked absent-mindedly through the pages of the book he was poring over. Do you know any other famous wizards who have a magic stone? Harry said. Daphne was about to answer when a large book was plunked in front of her with a very loud thud. It was Hermione Granger, who had just plopped a book in front of them too, rather rudely. Oh, she said when she spotted them. What are you three doing here? Asked rudely, her nose turned up. Planning world domination, deadpan Draco, before turning to Harry. Do you think it's better to invade Australia first or France? Definitely France, said Harry, going along with the joke. Australia has kangaroos, and trust me, you don't want to be fighting them. Hello? Said Hermione, waving her hand in front of them. I'm talking to you, she said. Really? Asked Harry sarcastically. We hadn't noticed. What are you three actually doing here? Asked Hermione, having already grown tired of them too. A little something called research, Gringer, said Daphne. You might want to try it sometime. My name is Granger, screeched Hermione as she glared at the three for simply existing. Now, you did not answer me properly last time I asked you, but how are you doing all the spells before me? I have been studying non-stop, yet you managed to do them before me. You're clearly cheating, and if you don't tell me how and don't stop them, I will tell Professor McGonagall. She was cut off by Daphne. Listen, Granger, said Daphne, not wanting to get a headache. Harry has not been cheating, and get that through your thick skull. He is just better than you, and you need to learn to accept it. Deadpan Daphne, not noticing Harry blush slightly. You are lying, said Hermione, not wanting to accept the truth. I have done every spell perfectly, and I study way more than you. I've been studying since I got my Hogwarts letter, and I congratulate you on that, but Granger, remember that some of us have actual lives, said Harry dryly. You know, where we talk with friends instead of being insufferable bookworms. It's not my fault that you haven't experienced that, but please do remember that we have, and we enjoy it. Hermione reddened in anger, choosing not to respond before plowing on with her earlier statement. So, she said again, how are you somehow ahead of me? Natural talent, said Harry as he flicked the page of the book he was poring through. There has to be more than that. You're cheating. You have to be. I am getting a headache, Granger, and if you don't— Draco was suddenly interrupted by Professor Snape, who had walked over to find out what the four of them were arguing about. I hope there's not any problems here, said Snape slowly, his eyes glaring at the four of them, specifically Hermione. No, sir, said Hermione meekly. Good, said Snape slowly. I wouldn't want to have to take away any more points from you, Miss Granger, would I? No, sir, said Hermione before his hurried away, forgetting the book she had placed down in the process. I tend not to interfere in my students' problems, said Snape slowly, but considering your recent win against Gryffindor, I made an exception just this once. Thank you, Professor, said Harry, Rigel, and Daphne at the same time, glad that he'd got them out of dealing with Granger. Do try to not make a habit of it, said Snape tiredly before he stalked away, probably to shout at some innocent first-year Hufflepuff. Review, please. Chapter 17, Philosopher's Stone 2. Chapter 17. Harry, Draco got up, tired from all the searching they'd been doing. As they did so, a word on the opened book Hermione had left behind caught Draco's eye. Harry, wait, he said, beckoning him closer to the book. Look what it says there, he said, pointing at the line. Harry squinted his eyes, trying to read the ridiculously small text. Nicholas Flamel, he said slowly, his face lighting up. That's it, Daph. That's the book we've been looking for. You're brilliant, Drake, he said, The stone could be in Hogwarts for its own protection, said Daphne as she and Harry walked in on the Slytherin common room. Yeah, but the Flammels have an estate the size of a country. What better protection could there? The question died on Harry's lips as he saw what was going on in the common room. I give up, shouted Rigel as he stormed away, oblivious to the fact that Harry, Draco and Daphne had walked in. Tracy? Asked Harry, walking over to her and her stack of galleons that hadn't been there the last time they saw Tracy. Yes, Harry? She asked mid-laugh. How badly did you beat him? 7-0, said Tracy. He just lost 20 galleons, she said, standing up and packing her chess set. Remind me never to play chess against you, said Harry. Spalasport, said Tracy, sticking her tongue. So you're telling me that there is a literal godstone just sitting there in the castle ready for us to take? Asked Rigel slowly, looking Harry right in the eyes. Him, Harry, Draco, Daphne and Tracy were in Harry's room. Harry nodded. But there are going to be weird traps and whatnot in our way, he asked, and Harry nodded again. And how exactly did you find this out?
Harry shifted nervously.
Nothing illegal, he said. That fails to fill me with hope, drawled Rigel, making them think he was channeling Snape. I don't want to know, he decided. So what are we going to do? Rigel asked. We were thinking of stealing it, said Daphne. Wait, what? Asked Tracy, standing up. Stealing a philosopher's stone from Hogwarts? Are you three mad? Relax, said Harry, ignoring her question. If Flammel really wanted to keep it safe, he would have kept it at his billion-galleon estate instead of sending it to Hogwarts. And the traps can't be that hard to get through. Dumbledore basically told us to go through it at the welcoming feast, and you can unlock the door with a simple Alohomora. If he really wanted to keep it safe, Dumbledore would have put really strong wards up or something. You are right, admitted Tracy slowly, and think of all we could do with it. We can live forever, get even richer, and do whatever we want, sighed Tracy dreamily. Are you two in or not? Asked Harry, looking at Rigel and Tracy. Whilst he and Daphne had been finding out more about the stone, they'd also planned a way for them to get it. Rigel and Tracy looked at each once before turning away and nodding. We're in, said Tracy. So what are we going to have to do? Asked Rigel. Alohomora, Harry whispered a couple of days later, hiding under his invisibility cloak woven from Demiguy's hair. Since he didn't have the family one, as it was given to James and then Thomas, he had received a Demiguy's cloak for his 8th birthday. He'd barely used it ever since, not wanting it to get ruined. The door clicked and opened slowly, offering them all a glimpse into darkness. Come in, said Harry, whispering to the others, who were hiding under their own Demiguy's cloaks they had gotten for their various birthdays. Once the last person, Tracy, had walked in, Harry closed the door, hearing it shut with a harsh click that told them it wasn't being opened anytime soon. Somebody conjure some bluebell flames, Harry said, dusting himself off and taking off his cloak. The other did the same and wrapped them up and put them inside their pockets. On it, Daphne said, bringing out her wand, saying the incantation and conjuring some bright blue flames. She trapped them within a jar and held it up. Hold it still, Rigel said, bringing out his wand as well.
Ce qui tuerait.
Levitate, Harry said, pointing his wand at the jar of flames. They rose from Daphne's hands and hovered above them. They'll follow me wherever I go, explained Harry. Now where are we? He asked, turning around. Shit, yelped Rigel, being the first to see the giant 3-headed dog sleeping soundly on the floor. Do you want to get us killed? Asked Daphne, shushing him, the other two voicing their opinions as well. That was not there the last time we checked this place out, he said, quietly hyperventilating. Well, it must just be added security, reasoned Harry. Probably from Hagrid. Look under his paw, Tracy pointed out. The trapdoor's under it. Help me move the paw, she decided, going over to the dog slowly. All of them followed her, and after several minutes of grunting efforts they managed to move the paw out of the way. What do you say we go in? Rigel asked, having opened the flap. None of them noticed that Fluffy had opened one eye and was looking around. Are you a Gryffindor or a Slytherin? Berated Daphne. Who knows what's in there? She asked. Daff, Harry said, noticing Fluffy rise up. I don't think we have time, he said, pointing to the 3-headed dog. Jump, he shouted, just as Fluffy charged at them. Daphne went first, followed by Tracy, Rigel, and then Draco. Harry followed his friend, desperately hoping they wouldn't be shredded. Instead, they landed in a soft pile of moving plants. "The fuck is this?" he asked, having got over his initial fear. "And why are we sinking?" "It's Devil's Snare," said Tracy, trying her best not to panic. "The fuck is that?" asked Rigel, thrashing about. "Didn't you pay attention in herbology?" berated Tracy. "I was too busy messing around with Harry at the back," mumbled Rigel, blushing. "Enough chit-chat. Get us out of here," interrupted Harry. "Right?
Devil's Snare, Devil's Snare.
Oh yeah, she remembered. It hates fire. She began bringing out her wand, and the others understood quickly, bringing theirs out as well. "Incendio!" They all yelled together, focusing the fire away from their bodies. As soon as the plant came into contact with the flames, it began thrashing about as if it was being whipped. Soon, it had burned away, dropping them onto the floor beneath. "Thank God Tracy pays attention in herbology," berated Daphne once they had picked themselves up off the floor. "Now where are we?" she asked, and all of them looked around. They seemed to be in a long hallway that was strangely silent, and it seemed to lead somewhere. They followed the hallway, and eventually, after a couple minutes of walking, they came to a well-lit chamber from where some sort of weird fluttering noise was coming from. Harry waved his wand and dispelled the jar of flames that was floating above them and actually looked at the chamber. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of floating, fluttering objects throughout the room. "What are they?" asked Daphne. Harry jumped up and grabbed one, making it look effortless, and held it up for them to see. "Keys," he said. The key in question had wings on it, and was trying to escape his hand. "And I'm guessing one of those unlocks that door over there," he said, pointing to the door in front of them. "Try Alohomora first," recommended Draco. Harry tried it to no avail, as expected. "Well, how are we meant to get the right key? Trying out all of them will take us ages." "Okay, so realistically, there's only one key for this door, and we can summon it using the summoning charm," explained Harry. "Accio right key," he said, and suddenly a large copper key jerked towards him. It had starry blue wings that seemed to be fighting against the pull of Harry's summoning charm, but eventually it yielded and went into his hand without much protest. Harry slotted it into the door hole and turned it with an oddly satisfying click. The door swung open, stopping just before it hit the wall, and all they could see was a room clouded with darkness. As soon as they stepped inside, the room lit up, revealing a chessboard with 3 empty spaces. "What is this?" asked Draco, his head tilted to one side. "A chessboard," replied Daphne snarkily. "I can see that," snapped Draco, "but what do we actually have to do?" "I'm guessing we have to play across the board," said Daphne, looking around the room. "Harry?" she asked when she saw he wasn't there. "Relax, Daph," said Harry, walking back into the room. He was holding 3 brooms in his hand that had been there in the previous room. "Why not fly over?" he asked, tossing a broom to Daphne and another to Rigel. "There's only 3 brooms and 5 of us," pointed out Tracy, the only one without a broom. "You and Daph are the lightest out of all of us, so you should be able to both get on the broom," explained Harry. He mounted his broom with Draco and kicked off, hovering in the air, and waited for the other 3. Rigel kicked off next, and both Tracy and Daphne got onto the broom, Daphne at the back, and hovered shakily. The board was only 10 meters wide, so they flew over that very easily and gently landed onto the ground. All of them got off their brooms and tossed them into a corner of the room in case they'd need it again. "Next room," Harry said, opening the door slowly. Suddenly, a terrible stench hit their noses, making them want to vomit. Inside the room, a 15-foot troll was sleeping soundly on the floor whilst cradling a large club. It was even bigger than the one Harry had met on Halloween, and the fact it was treating a 5-foot-long club like a stuffed animal made it even worse. He closed the door instantly when he had seen the troll, making sure to do it quietly so the troll didn't wake. "There is a troll in there," whisper-shouted Rigel, "and it is massive." "The fuck are we meant to do?" he asked in shock. "Look," Harry began. "The troll is sleeping and there's a door right next to it. If we go quietly, we can get through without waking the troll up." "I'm sure you don't want to turn into mincemeat." "What about the smell?" interrupted Daphne. "We'll have to bear it," admitted Harry. He slowly opened the door and tiptoed in, followed by the other three. All of them walked across the room as carefully as they could, making sure they didn't wake the troll.
I'm glad we
Didn't have to fight that one, Harry whispered as they stepped carefully over one of its massive legs. Come on, I can't breathe. He pulled open the next door, both of them hardly daring to look at what came next. But there was nothing very frightening in here, just a table with 7 differently shaped bottles standing on it in a line. Snapes, said Harry. What do we have to do? They stepped over the threshold, and immediately a fire sprang up behind them in the doorway. It wasn't ordinary fire either. It was purple. At the same instant, black flames shot up in the doorway leading onward. They were trapped. Look, Daphne seized a roll of paper lying next to the bottles. Harry looked over her shoulder to read it. Danger lies before you while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you. Whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting bidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size, neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Okay, said Harry, pacing. This is a logic puzzle, and none of us know enough magic to get through the fire without a potion, so we're going to have to solve it. Anyone got any ideas? They all looked hard at the puzzle, reading it over and over again for several minutes. I've got it, Harry said after a few minutes. It isn't that hard, we have all the clues. 3 will kills us, 2 are wine, 1 lets us go forward and 1 lets us go back. Then which ones are they, Sherlock? Asked Tracy, having given up on the riddle. The smallest bottle lets us go forward, and this round one, he said, lifting up a round bottle at the end of the line, lets us go back. There's enough in here for all 4 of us, but just barely, so make sure you don't drink too much. He put the round bottle down back onto the table and picked up the smallest bottle. Just as he was about to take a sip, he was interrupted. Are you sure about this? Daphne asked. Positive, Harry said, smiling. He took a small sip, shuddering slightly, and held up the bottle to Daphne. It's not poison, but it's like ice, he said. You go, we don't know how long the potion lasts for, said Daphne, taking the bottle from him. Harry walked through the blazing purple fire with a gentle tingle into a new room. The room was quite large and barren bar for a large silvery mirror in the middle. A few seconds later, Daphne, Tracy, and Rigel walked into the room, one after another. What is this? Asked Rigel, tracing a finger along the side of the mirror. I don't know, Harry admitted, but I'm guessing the stone is in here. There's no more doors, so this must be the final room. Then how are we going to get the stone out of here? Asked Rigel. Like I said before, I don't know, but there is something written here, Harry said. He pointed to an engraving on the frame of the mirror. Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Harry said, reading the engraving on the side of the mirror. What language is that? Asked Tracy. Because it's not English, and that doesn't sound like gobbledygook. Since when do you know gobbledygook? Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't know it, but it always sounds like they're coughing up something from their throat, Tracy admitted. That sounded slightly racist, Rigel remarked. Shush, you two, Harry said. I've worked it out. The engraving backwards is, I show not your face but your heart's desire, he said, taking a step back. Guys, what do you see in the mirror? I see my family and you guys. My grandparents are there as well, said Rigel. He looked at his friends who were looking at the mirror in amazement. What about you? I see myself holding the house and Quidditch cup, began Tracy, and then I get older and get married. She sighed dreamily and looked at Daphne, telling her to continue. Daphne looked into the mirror properly for a few seconds, hard, before blushing violently. What is it? Asked Tracy, smiling evilly. Is that why you're blushing? Move on, snapped Daphne. I'm not telling you. Tracy, don't tease her, said Harry, and Daphne gave him a grateful look. Well then, what about you? Rigel asked Harry. Harry looked into the mirror hard, and shapes began forming around him, shapes that eventually turned into people. There were his grandparents, his friends, his godfather, Daphne holding his hands and kissing him, and his family, but there was also his brother and his parents. "I've won the house and Quidditch Cup, and I'm really powerful," Harry lied, smoothly determined to find out what his actual desire meant. "Now how are we going to get the stone out?" asked Daphne. "With a little bit of magic?" asked Harry, pulling out his wand and pointing it at the mirror. "Confringo," he shouted, and a blue light flew out of his wand. It struck the mirror, leaving a large crack, though it didn't break the glass. "Guys, help me," he said, and they all pulled out their wands. 7 Confringo charms later, the mirror lay broken along the floor and a red stone had settled upon the shards of glass. "I guess this is it," Draco said, picking up the rock. They all huddled together and passed the rock between themselves, Harry pocketing it when it had been passed round. "We should probably head back," Harry said, surveying the damage they'd done to this room. The 4 of them pocketed their wands and walked back through the flames, Harry still pondering upon the things he'd seen in the mirror. Review please. Chapter 18. Confrontations with Foe. Chapter 18. Dumbledore awoke harshly, feeling the shock that went through the school's wards, and instantly grabbed his wand from his night desk. Something had happened to the stone. He could tell that much from the wards themselves, but at this point he couldn't tell what. It was still in the castle. That much he knew, but a magical shockwave had just rolled over the school. The wards had absorbed the brunt of the impact and had done their job protecting the school, but he had to go down there and check on the stone. It had to be safe for his plans to work. Dumbledore wiped the troll blood of his wand with the end of his bright blue robes and waved his wand casually, the black flames ahead of him bending and contorting to his will. They fought him for a moment or two, their will to live dwarfing the old man's willpower temporarily. But eventually they conceded. The flames went out with a whoosh, throwing up ash and soot around the room that was instantly cleared away with a flick of Dumbledore's wand. The headmaster or Hogwarts made a long sweeping motion with the elder wand, and the wall exploded silently, bricks flying out away from him into the room ahead of him, each one smashing upon the cold hard floor and sending soot and dust flying about everywhere. He made one last sweeping motion with the wand, and all the dust and soot and fragments of the newly exploded bricks disappeared, leaving behind a room with cracked glass on the floor and an empty mirror frame. "Fuck!" swore Dumbledore under his breath, marching into the room with his wand at his side. Muttering to himself again and again, he performed some long complicated movements with his wand, silently of course, and the shards that lay scattered across the floor floated up into the air and rearranged themselves into the mirror frame like they had not been broken before. Dumbledore looked at himself in the mirror for what must have been the 100th time in the last couple of weeks. But this time, unlike before when he had done so countless times, the figures did not appear. He remained alone, and he knew the mirror of Ariste was gone. It was but a simple mirror. Turning away, he raised his wand once more and swept the room whilst whirling around, his surrounding glowing a deep blue, then changing to a blood red, and eventually returning to their previous color. "Fuck!" swore Dumbledore, once more his grip on his wand tightening so hard that a normal wand would have splintered, but not the elder wand. The stone was gone, taken, and someone had walked through all his defenses with relative ease. It was out of the castle. Otherwise he would have felt its presence through the wards that were erected for the school's protection and his own personal uses. Worse, it had been a student or a group of students that had bypassed everything. The magic that lingered in the room was too soft and too fragile to be that of an adult's, and there were several variations to it. Dumbledore waved his wand and the mirror exploded into nothingness, and he was left standing with his wand in his hand. All his plans down the drain, thwarted by a group of school children. He could still make this work, he assured himself. After all, a fake stone would be all that he'd need to lure out Voldemort. He'd need to ask Quirrell for a new troll, however, and Hagrid wasn't going to be happy knowing that Fluffy lay dead on the floor above him. The defenses needed to upped as well, but he could make this work. First things first, how the hell was he going to explain this to Nicholas Flamel? "Mr. Potter," said Professor McGonagall, walking into the common room, drawing the attention of everyone present. She very rarely went into there, instead choosing to let her lions enjoy their free time, and when she did it, it was always for a good reason. I have been asked by Professor Dumbledore to take you to his office. Why, Professor? Asked Thomas Potter, standing up from his game of exploding snap. Unfortunately for him, it was at this moment that the pile decided to explode and right into his face as well. Damn it! He swore, slapping his eyebrows to put out the left one that had caught fire. Long gauge, Mr. Potter, said McGonagall dryly, still waiting for him. If you're done, are you going to follow me? She asked with a withering glare. Come on in, said Dumbledore gently right as Thomas Potter was about to knock on the door, and the heavy door swung open dramatically to reveal the headmaster of Hogwarts and a thin, wiry old man that Thomas recognized from his set of chocolate frog cards that he had accumulated over several years. You're Nicholas Flamel, said Thomas, his mouth hanging agape as he walked into the room. I am, boy, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would shut your mouth. You catch a blibbering humdinger if you keep it open any longer. Flamel snapped grumpily, making Thomas blush and snap his mouth shut. Now, Nicholas, began Dumbledore jovially. Be a little nicer. The boy's just surprised. That's all, he said, gesturing for Thomas to take a seat. Thomas sat upon a heavily decorated plush armchair in the office, his cheeks ablaze. Now, Thomas, we just have a few questions to ask you. Thomas nodded, letting him continue. Firstly, have you been near the third corridor? Thomas's heart stopped all of a sudden. How did they know? No, sir, he managed to squeak out. Do you know what currently lies in the third corridor? Dumbledore pushed on relentlessly. No, sir. Thomas squeaked again, his eyes drifting to Flamel, who was staring intently at him. He averted his eyes quickly, looking into his lap. Are you sure about that? Asked Dumbledore, eyes cold and hard. No, sir, Thomas repeated. Dumbledore took a long, hard look into Thomas's eyes, which had almost involuntarily come up to meet the headmaster. Very well, said Dumbledore eventually. You may go, he said, and the door swung open dramatically. As Thomas left, the door swung closed, but he could hear the hard voice of Nicholas Flamel yelling at Dumbledore. You said he knew where the stone was, you lemon-drop-sucking dingbat. Are you sure about it? Asked Harry, looking Neville dead in the eyes. Of course I'm sure. You idiot of a brother was rambling on about it so loudly in the common room that the giant squid could hear it. Snapped. Neville, having explained to Harry about the situation with the stone. Neville was the boy who was known as Squib in Hogwarts, but one day near the lake he had met Harry and his friends, and they had got together very well. Harry used to teach Neville how to perform magic, and Neville used to spy in Gryffindor for Harry. Then what are we going to do? Harry asked everyone in the room, pacing frantically. If Flamel finds out it was us, we could get arrested. I'm too handsome to go to Azkaban. Harry whined. We could return the stone, but not say it was from us, suggested Rigel. That's brilliant, Harry said, his cheerfulness returning. If things go our way, we could even get him to agree to a favor or two. He jumped up from his crouching position on his bed and pulled out a sheet of parchment and a quill. Dipping it in the pot of ink on his desk, he began to write. Dear Nicholas Flamel, B began aloud. Cooed Perenelle Flamel in their manner on their extensive estate in France, letting the small, ruffled brown owl into their house. Generally the wards would have stopped the owl, but this time they had detected something important in the package and had decided to let the owl through. Nicholas dear, she called out, taking the letter from the owl, which came with a small pouch. There's a letter for you. Coming, Perenelle, replied the rough voice of Nicholas Flamel. The effects of not having the stone's elixir were already starting to show, and he had given all of their remaining stock to his wife and had taken none for himself. How did this get through the wards? He asked, and Perenelle simply shrugged. Dear Lord Flamel, he began aloud. I write to you to let you know about the Philosopher's Stone that was stolen by me and my friends. In a fit of childishness, I foolishly presumed you had no further need for the stone, as you had given it to a man that employed such weak measures to protect it. Alas, it came to my attention that this was a mistake on our part and a slight misjudgment on yours, for the methods Albus Dumbledore used to protect the stone were easily bypassed by me and my friends, a group of 11-year-olds. I write to you in apology and offer you back the stone. However, to make sure you will not reveal who we are, we have enclosed a magically binding contract. You and your wife should sign it, and as a show of trust we have enclosed a vial of the elixir with the letter. Sign the contract and send it back to us, and we will return the stone to you. If you do not sign it, we shall destroy the stone. Again, we bid you no harm, but we wish to protect ourselves. There will come a time in the future where we will call upon you for a favor, and you will answer, though the favor shall be fair. Finally, do not trust Albus Dumbledore. He is not all that he seems. With good regards, your anonymous thieves and benefactors. Well, asked Perenelle. I'm going to do as they say, admitted Nicholas. They're a group of 11-year-olds, incredibly bright and obviously wishing no harm. They could have kept the stone for themselves. He pulled out a quill and began to write. Harry opened the letter with scrambling fingers, tearing it open as soon as the brown owl handed it off to him. He read through the letter several times as if he couldn't believe what he had just read, his friends watching him curiously and intently. So? Draco finally asked. He signed it, said Harry, smiling. I'll get the stone from my trunk upstairs, said Rigel, and he walked out of the room. Daff, Tracy, help me get out the potions equipment again, said Harry excitedly. Why? Questioned Daphne. Before we give the stone back to Flamel, let's keep some elixir for ourselves. We have enough money, but the elixir of life could be very useful, Harry said with a grin. I'll go get the unicorn hair and acromantula venom. Dumbledore leaned back in plush armchair in his bedroom, fingers touching and in deep thought. How was he meant to get Thomas Potter's interest in the stone again? He knew Thomas suspected that the stone had been stolen. After all, a little legitimacy went a long way. But he still needed to keep his interest locked. Thomas needed to confront Voldemort at the end of the year, purely for Dumbledore to be sure of Thomas's allegiance and where his magical abilities stood, but also to check he had his mother's protection with him. A couple hints here and there that the stone was still in the third corridor, and perhaps a slight forgetfulness potion could work. He'd need to calculate the correct dose, of course, but Severus would be willing. He wouldn't tell the potions master obviously and would just say it was a little project of his. Perhaps an overheard conversation could also help convince the young boy that someone still laid a threat to the stone. The stone was long gone by now. Flamel had old him saying that a mysterious benefactor had returned it and had cut off relations with him. No one else knew the stone was no longer at Hogwarts, with Dumbledore's own skill in alchemy sufficient enough to create a fake one. It would be good enough to fool Voldemort and most definitely fool Thomas. Yes, that could all work. All he had to do was make sure nothing else went wrong. After a few months, exams were here. The rest of the school year passed without notable incident, unless of course you count the day when a prank from Fred and George misfired and turned the Gryffindor's robes see Thorug for the whole day, both boys and girls. Needless to say, there were a lot of red faces, wolf whistles, and a remarkable number of prank spells cast at the Weasley twins. In the weeks leading up to the exams, everyone could be seen in a bustling huddle of quills, ink and parchment, and sometimes in empty classrooms practicing their spell work. Some had started revising way before others. They all had both practical exams and theory exams, apart from history of magic where you couldn't take a practical exam. It was sweltering hot, especially in the large classroom where they did their written papers. They had been given special, new quills for the exams, which had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. All in all, theory wasn't too bad, unless you counted history of magic where it was a 1-hour grind of non-stop writing. Theor practical exams were much more interesting, though it could be argued that they were harder. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his class to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Harry managed to give his a little top hat, suit, and cane in the process and made it dance so vivaciously that Flitwick compared it to Charlie Chaplin, a famous Muggle dancer that was a favorite of the short man. His brother, Harry had heard through Neville, somehow managed to make the pineapple combust. How, even Flitwick wasn't too sure. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuffbox. Points were given for how pretty the snuffbox was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Snape made them all nervous, breathing down their necks despite the fact they were Slytherins while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. The irony was almost laughable. Harry managed to concoct a near-perfect brew, the color turning a milky white towards the end. Others hadn't been quite as lucky, with Weasley's potion blowing up in his face and Granger accidentally spilling hers onto her lap. although Snape being extra mean towards them couldn't have helped. At last, the only test that remained for defense against the dark arts practical exam, and although Quirrell was an incompetent swine, Harry didn't put it past him to expect them to perfectly cast the few spells he had taught them over the course of the year. I can't possibly cram any more information into my brain, Daphne whined, slamming her book shut so loudly she received a withering glare from the school librarian, Madame Pants. Harry looked up from his own book, his hair wild and messy. You can go back to the common room, you know, he remarked and lowered an eyes to read. How long are you going to be? Daphne whined again, attempting to straighten out the clumps in her generally immaculate hair. All their friends had gone by now and were probably fast asleep in their comfy beds. She and Harry had opted to stay and revise for a while longer, but now even she was also tired. Daphne, Harry said, lowering his book to fully reveal his face. Go. I'll be fine. I just need to finish reading this chapter. Fine, agreed Daphne, and she stood up for the first time in 2 hours and began packing up. Don't be long though, she added, picking up her books and placing them in her book bag. I won't. Harry saved and waved her off. Unfortunately for him, his newfound peace and quiet was going to soon be disturbed by 3 idiots. You know, came a high-pitched voice calling snobbishly, you really shouldn't be going there. The 3rd floor corridor is off limits for a reason. Harry immediately identified it as Granger, though she was perhaps the one first year that was in love with rules that much. If you have such a problem with us going there, why don't you go away and mind your own business? Shouted Weasley. Harry sighed. He really should have known that wherever Granger went, Weasley was bound to go there as well. He waited patiently for his brother's feeble voice to come squeaking out, trying to settle things between his 2 friends, and it did. Both of you, snapped Thomas. Can you just stop arguing? Finally got your pet monkeys under control, Thomas? Harry asked, having snuck up on the unsuspecting trio. All 3 of them whirled around, stumbling and nearly falling flat on their faces as they tried to do so. Just go away, Harry Potter. This is none of your business, snapped Thomas smugly, as if he thought that would be enough. Yep, agreed Weasley, no one wants a slimy snake like you around. Now get out of here unless you want to eat slugs. I'd like to see you try, Weasley. Remember what happened last time? Retorted Harry. I think Granger does, Harry teased, the memory of Granger eating slugs still vivid in his mind. Hermione remembered it well enough as well, considering the fact that Harry saw her recoil slightly. But apart from that, she gave no other inclination that HSE had been fazed by that. You surely can't beat all of us, bragged Granger smugly, bringing out her wand as well. So face it. There's 3 of us and only one of you. Fine. Fine, Harry admitted, sneakily dropping his wand into his sleeve. I'll go now. He raised both of his wands and slowly walked away, not at all threatened by the 3 wands pointed at him. As soon as he disappeared out of sight, the 3 Gryffindors turned away, thinking Harry was gone. Harry peeked around the corner he had vanished behind and pointed his wand as his brother, murmuring under his breath. A small splodge of paint shot out of the wand and attached itself to Thomas's foot, silently. It was a prank spell that left behind a green trail wherever you went, and Harry wanted to know what they were up to. His quick thinking proved useful. A moment or 2 later, the 3 of them disappeared under Thomas's invisibility cloak. Realistically, the cloak should have been Harry's, with him being the eldest child. But James had given it to Thomas instead. Surprise, surprise, and his grandfather couldn't do much about it, and even Harry was least bothered. Harry donned his own demiguise hair cloak and followed, right to the 3rd floor corridor. Harry wanted to cry. He had been following his brother for almost an hour now, and what he had done had shocked him. They were currently inside the 3rd floor corridor, only 3 of them, as Weasley had fallen to the chessboard, staring at the bottles lined up on the table. Had Thomas forgotten the stone was no longer in Hogwarts? He had been the one shouting about it in the first place. He was so idiotic that he had probably forgotten by now, Harry reasoned. The 3 idiots had gotten past the wild hippogriff well enough. That was new from the last time Harry had been in there. By playing some horrible ear-screeching music on a flute that looked like it used to be a dog's chew toy. But after that it was all downhill. They were so slow in getting through the devil's snare that they almost got strangled, though they did fine in the end. Even Harry cringed when Granger started saying there was no wood. It took them well over 15 minutes to get the flying key, by flying on the broomstick, and they almost got pecked to death in the process. And of course they left the brooms behind when they entered the chess room. Weasley had heroically taken charge, and in the end sacrificed himself thinking there was no other way. Dramatic much? And then they'd reached the potions challenge. Thomas had given up in the first 10 seconds, slumping down on the ground complaining how they were going to be stuck there forever, whilst Granger had actually taken some initiative and started to rub her 2 solitary brain cells together over the problem. She'd been at for over 15 minutes now, whilst it had taken Harry barely 2 minutes to do it. He'd been following them all the way, hidden under his demiguise hair cloak, whilst they had emerged from his brother's invisibility cloak. He couldn't help them obviously, and he'd made sure to only follow them once. They'd passed the challenge. He valued his life too much to blindly jump in there with them. "I've got it," Granger finally cried, her face breaking into delight like she'd managed to solve the secrets of the universe. "It's the smallest bottle," she said excitedly, hurrying over and picking up the bottle with hardly any liquid in it. Harry grudgingly gave that to her, though he knew he had done it faster. "There's only enough there for one of us," Thomas noted, and Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "That's hardly one swallow." They looked at each other. "Which one will get you back through the purple flames?" Hermione pointed at a rounded bottle at the right end of the line. "You drink that," said Thomas. "No, listen, get back and get Ron. Grab brooms from the flying key room, they'll get you out of the trapdoor and past Fluffy. Go straight to the Ollery and send my owl Merlin to Dumbledore, we need him. I'll hold the slimy git off until then." "But Thomas, what if you know who's with him?" simpered Hermione. "Relax. I've beat him before, haven't I?" asked Thomas, pointing to the V on his cheek. Harry did roll his eyes this time, only if he knew the truth, and tuned out the rest of their awkward goodbye and mushy moments. He only tuned back in when Granger had left and his brother picked up the bottle and drank as much as he could. Thomas shivered for a moment and then walked through the black flames onto the other side. Harry dashed forward as soon as he did and picked up the bottle that lay on its side on the table, holding it up to his eye so could see. There were a couple drops of potion left inside, and he hoped they would be enough. He brought the bottle to his lips and emptied it out fully, letting it fall to the floor. He shivered and took a deep breath and walked through the flames, still wearing his cloak. The flames only tickled, and he soon stepped through only to see his brother and Quirrell face to face. "Severus?" Quirrell laughed, and it wasn't his usual quivering treble, either, but cold and sharp. "Yes, Severus does seem the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like an overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect poor, st stuttering Professor Quirrell. But Snape tried to kill me," replied Thomas, unbelieving. No. No one tried to kill you. It was all an accident when instead Quirrell suddenly paused as if he had just heard something. "It doesn't matter anyway when after all that, I'm going to kill you tonight," he replied cheerfully. Quirrell snapped his fingers again, and suddenly Thomas began moving towards him. "Down to business," Quirrell exclaimed and turned away. Harry could only watch in shock as the events unfurled before his eyes. He hadn't suspected anyone would be after the stone, let alone Quirrell, who was afraid of his own shadow. He took several deep breaths and crept up behind Quirrell, and only then did he see the shimmering ball suspended in the air. Inside it, Harry could see a faint red outline, the stone. "Of course Dumbledore came up with us, trust him to do exactly that. But how do I get past this master?" asked Quirrell to himself, or at least that's what Harry and Thomas both thought. To both of their horror, a dry voice answered. Use the boy. Of course, exclaimed Quirrell. He flicked his hand and ropes released Thomas, who screeched over forcefully in front of the shimmering ball. Tell me how to get the stone," asked Quirrell frantically. There was a glowing light from the ball, but neither Thomas nor Quirrell noticed it. Harry saw this, but didn't know what it meant, and he saw a small object sink into Thomas's trouser pocket. I don't know," whined Thomas. He lies. Potter, come back here," Quirrell shouted. "Tell me the truth. What did you just see?" The high voice spoke again. "Let me speak to him face to face." "Master, You are not strong enough. I have strength enough. For this, both Potters watched dumbfounded as Quirrell unfurled his turban and turned away from Thomas. On the back on his head was a graying, cracked face with slits for eyes. Voldemort, see what I have become, Potter. The face spat and began the evil monologue. Seize him, shouted the face at the end of said evil monologue, and Quirrell raised his own hand to grab Thomas. Harry sprung into action, his limbs able to move once again. He brought out his hand and murmured a spell, accidentally hitting Thomas instead of Quirrell. Thomas was thrown against the side of the chamber and was knocked out instantly, and Quirrell turned to where the spell had come from. Harry dramatically pulled the cloak from his head and threw a stunner at Quirrell that missed. Of course the other Potter is here as well. Quirrell smiled and snapped his fingers, and the same ropes that bound Thomas sprung up around Harry. I've been trying to kill you all year, said Quirrell merrily like he was discussing the weather. Wait, what? Asked Harry, struggling against the ropes. His wand lay in his hand, but he couldn't move it to get out of the ropes. Oh yes, I was actually aiming for you at the Quidditch match when that oaf Hagrid bumped into me. It shook my aim onto you, imbecile of a brother, instead, explained Quirrell. Then why didn't you tell Thomas that? Asked Harry. I'm sure he'd love to know that, spat Harry. He was doing his best to distract Quirrell and keep his attention on him, not his hands, which were furiously working to undo the ropes. Would he? Asked Quirrell, smiling. Yes, I'm sure he would love to know all about how he's not the boy who lived when instead it's you. Quirrell smiled and took Harry's silence as shock, continuing on. You're the boy who lived, Harry Potter. My master aimed at you that night, and his aim was true, but some deep magic prevented you from dying. You were abandoned by your parents, Potter, continued Quirrell, and suddenly the voice switched to a dry, raspy one. Join me, Potter. Join me and take revenge on those who abandoned you thinking you were worthless. Quirrell turned away from Harry, who finally came face to face with Voldemort himself. Help me get the stone and I will reward you beyond imagination. Are you sure about that? My imagination's quite active, quipped Harry, one hand finally free from the constraining ropes. And you didn't realize one thing about me, Voldy, began Harry, grasping his wand tightly. Known I was the boy who lived for all these years. Harry brought his wand up to Voldemort's cracked face and yelled, Confringo! A jet of blue light shot out of Harry's wand and hit Voldemort right in the face. Him and Quirrell both exploded in fine dust and debris, scattering all over the room. A pale ghost flew out of the room, leaving Harry alone. Harry rushed over to Thomas and checked his pulse. He was breathing. With fumbling hands, he removed the stone from Thomas's pocket and held it curiously. He could tell it was a fake. The Real stone radiated magic so intense even an 11-year-old could feel it. This one didn't, and must have been a trap to lure Voldemort into the chamber. Just to be safe, Harry smashed the stone onto the ground through pure force, the rock fragmenting into hundreds of tiny pieces. He had one more thing to do. He pulled out Thomas's invisibility cloak from his brother's pocket and replaced it with his own demiguise hair one. The cloak was rightfully his, and his brother was too much of an idiot to notice. He got up and walked out of the room, stealing one last glance at his brother, who lay knocked out on the floor. Dumbledore was coming to get him. Harry stepped into the black flames and to the other side. Review please. Chapter 19. Aftermath, end of the year. Chapter 19. Where am I? Asked Thomas, trying to sit up on the bed on which he currently lay. Good afternoon, Thomas, said Dumbledore. Thomas stared at him. Then he remembered. Sir, the stone. It was Quirrell. He's got the stone. Sir, quick, calm yourself, dear boy. You are a little behind the times, said Dumbledore. Quirrell does not have the stone. Then who does? Sir, Thomas? Please relax, or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out. Thomas swallowed and looked around him. He realized he must be in the hospital wing. He was lying in a bed with white linen sheets, and next to him was a table piled high with what looked like half the candy shop. Tokens from your friends and admirers, said Dumbledore, beaming. What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is a complete secret, so, naturally, the whole school knows. I believe your friends Mr. Fred and George Weasley were responsible for trying to send you a toilet seat. No doubt they thought it would amuse you. Madame Pomfrey, however, felt it might not be very hygienic, and confiscated it. How long have I been in here? 3 days. Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Granger will be most relieved you have come round. They have been extremely worried. But sir, the stone, I see you are not to be distracted. Very well, the stone. Professor Quirrell did not manage to take it from you. Take it from me? Asked Thomas, cutting Dumbledore off. I never had the stone in the first place, sir. Quirrell was asking me where it was, and then he opened his turban and Voldemort was there trying to tell me where the stone was. But I never had the stone. Dumbledore waited patiently for Thomas to finish before he spoke. You always had the stone, my dear boy. In fact, when I found you sprawled upon the ground, you had pieces of the destroyed stone around you. Destroyed? Said Thomas blankly. But your friend Nicholas Flamel,